temperature, touch temperature comes together, and the smell and the taste. It's acting as another new vibration. But the pineapple actually is a stimuli or a thought which is kind of an assumption. It's a concept which we have agreed to. But then the problem comes whether there is something there. Yeah, when you go and touch the piece of pineapple, you wonder, okay, I know the pineapple is a concept, but I'm touching something. Yes, that's the other thing we have to specifically understand. It's the touch sensor or the skin sensor which actually feel the touch. Because until the last breathing, the respiration, there would be something, whatever the sensory organ, sensory faculty working, there would be something to feel. So you would go and touch the pineapple. You know now, actually pineapple is a concept. You still feel like something. If you don't know this bit, that the feel is in the actual touch sensation is in the touch sensory organ or the skin, you're going to fail here also, because even though you know that the pineapple is not there, you're going to feel it as something. So put your hand on the place where you are sitting now and touch and see what are you feeling. You might say, oh, I know it is not the chair, but I can feel something. That's the thing. That's the concept that is wrong. That I feel things, I hear things, I see things. Actually, it is a function of the skin. If you are given anesthesia, you can't feel anything. And specifically, it's not coming from outside. That's another thing that you should know properly. Even the hardness, even the fluidiness, it's a perception as well. Do you get this? It's actually what is the outcome of the skin perception, skin function, is the fluidity, the hotness, the coldness, and the hardness, isn't it? But then that's actually the function of the skin only. It's nothing related to the it's not only related to the other side. Again, if we take the example of a sound, if there is no vibration of the ear, if you are actually, there's a defect in your ear, you can't hear whatever the sounds are out there. You have to understand it's a vibration of the ear that gives you the outcome. But it is felt as something, even though you know that it's not the cross sound. This bit is very important because everyone actually get trapped here in the path. I don't know whether you have understood this already or not. Some who is listening to our enhances Dhamma for a long time may have understood this already or felt this already. But this is for everyone. When you touch your chair, you already may understand that chair is a perception. Chair is just what mind says. But even when the perception is not important, you might feel something. That is the specific part you have to understand. This is the third Kamatahana in the Aranhansis program. So the Aranhansis program is divided into 4 stages. One is the outside is just a perception in the mind. So chair is, you can't actually find a chair, but there is we have never actually experienced a chair. But then it comes, we have experienced something. I can touch the chair. I can lift the chair. I can smell the chair. I can see the chair. I can hear the word chair. You know, it is actually not chair, but I can feel something. That you have to understand is only the sensory function of the touch sensory organ. If you didn't have the skin sensory function, if the skin is given local anesthesia, you can't feel anything at all until the respiration wears off. Whether it is hard or not, we don't know. So you can understand it's only the function of the sensory organ. By theory, you should know this, but actually, you have to feel this too. So as soon as you feel this, you know it is no self, because there's never been a self anyway, but specifically you feel it here because you have understood that it's only the sensory function of the skin, or sensory function of the ear, sensory function of the eye. So if someone says, I need a, I need someone to live with, or I need a companion. One must fully understand it's a perception. This perception has the Lord Buddha equalized it to kind of given a metaphor that it is like a mirage. Mirage, you can see water, but water is actually not there. Similarly, you can see your companion. It's a perception in your mind, the companion. I want a companion. It's a perception in the mind. You have an imagination that a companion would be like this. Do you understand this? I mean, understanding itself is not enough. You have to feel this too. So once you understand that the chair is a perception and perception is not actually there, then it comes to the sensory organ which manifested that. Because either we can see, either we can hear, either we can touch, either we can think about it. See, hear, touch, smell, or taste is taken as together and think. That's all you can do. Nothing else you can do. That's all what a human being is. If you can find anything else, let me know. Do you understand? Mhm. It's very important that what is something, then I feel, think. Mhm. Mm. So if you understand this, you're fully into Dhamma. So try and feel everything and say, are you feeling a chair? Are you feeling the water? Are you feeling the hot water or the cold water? Are you feeling the thickness of the tile? Or are you feeling the grass? Are you feeling the sand? Are you feeling someone else's hand? Are you feeling your son's or daughter's hand? Touch and see. Do your research. What do you feel? So imagine your daughter comes running to you and you touch the daughter. If with ignorance you directly take it as, oh my daughter, and give a hug, that's okay. Even if you understand this Dhamma, you should keep giving the hug because the children need it, need your love. But the knowing the truth, the wisdom is a different story. You don't change your attitudes, you don't change your loving kindness just because you know this Dhamma. Anyway, proper, like a good a human with a good qualities will only actually start to feel this Dhamma. So did you touch it? Did you touch your daughter or what happened there? No, I know it's a concept. I know it is just a perception. I know perception is also not there. Then what am I feeling? Yeah, it is your sense of function. You hug her and you get a feeling that you hugged her. Hugging is a perception. If you don't have that perception, you don't do that. You know, some cultures, they don't hug at all. But in European cultures or the English culture, there's more kind of hugging. And there are various hugs too, isn't it? You might say. You might feel differently when there is a child and mother hugging, child and father hugging. There's a different feel when the partners are hugging or the girlfriend or the boyfriend hugging. Expectations are different, the perception is different, the uh, the habit is different. Friendly hug. You already have to these types of hugs. You already have the perception. This would be like this. It's okay. You just have to understand this Dhamma, and you can keep hugging your child or whoever. this is fully realizing what actually happened. This is, you deserve the truth. You deserve to know what is actually happening, how you feel alive, how you feel that there's an entity there and you're touching someone. It's a perception. A lot of mothers in singular Zoom discussions sometimes try to say that, yeah, I know that son is not there. Actually, be careful when you say this. This is all about knowing how the perception of son came. We call it pratnya as it's kind of a wisdom. It goes through the wisdom, that's all. So if a mother says, my son is in another country, I don't answer, if he doesn't call me, previously I felt so sad. Now if he doesn't call me, it doesn't affect me that much. That's the initial way that you might feel this. But do you know, these perceptions can slowly change. So there was a perception that I felt sad when my son doesn't call me. Now you get a perception, like a thought, that it doesn't affect me anymore. So you have to be careful. Whatever the thinking is not true. So whether you think that it is not affecting me or whether you're thinking that it is affecting me, doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is how you feel alive with it. You know, as soon as sun is in front of you, you feel elated. Imagine he was abroad for a long time and he has come to surprise you. You will remember this forever. If your child, your son, brings you the things that you like and stand in there and give you a hug or worship you in that whatever the tradition you are fully into. You completely feel that he's there in front of you. How can you get this point? So my son was abroad, right? Then he is now in front of me because he wanted to surprise me. So he's there now. Even if you have heard about Dhamma, you will be shaken a little bit. You might feel that this is a real scenario. What you should understand here is, yes, you know that it was a perception. I mean, if you have listened to Dhamma for about 4 years or 3-4 years, you will definitely know sun is a perception. But what about what you see? What about what you hear? What about the touch? Given that you're touching his head, when he's worshipping you. These basic sensory functions, they feel as a thing too. So you touch your son's head while he is worshipping you. You see what happens. Do you feel him as he's in front of you and you're actually touching him? Well, that's the ignorance. What actually happened there? Just the sensitive function of the skin. Did anything else happen? No. Actually, as soon as he enters from the door, you saw him. Did you see your son? Yes, I saw my son. But did you actually see your son? Oh, really? You can't really see anything other than your own perception. It's very important, folks. You can't see anything else other than your own perception. You can't hear your own perception. Sorry, you can't hear anything other than your own perception. If you're touching something, you can't touch anything other than your own perception. So you feel like I saw my son right in front of me. I shouted saying, "Oh, my son," and he said, "Amma, Oma," and I gave him a hug. Oh, he gave me a hug. So this whole scenario, if you unfold, it's perception after perception after perception after perception, or thoughts after thought after thought after thought, or stimuli after stimuli after stimuli after stimuli. But you felt this scenario is true. You felt it. You have to admit it if it's happening. You felt this scenario is true. That is what your life really is. Very important one to understand how the life will come. But if you really know the whole truth, then the life will comes. Can you understand this? So imagine it's your pet dog, puppy. You can feel something in the legs. Suddenly you look down to see what it is, and you see the dog, the puppy. So you sit down and grab him and take him in the hand, stroking the puppy's head and the body so lightly that, and calling his name. Isn't it a beautiful idea? Yeah, it's like a book, isn't it? Yeah. You're reading a book kind of thing. But actually, these things happen. That's why I'm telling. So, what happened there? If you felt as you living in that dream, it is because that stimuli is felt as a thing. But you just see what is happening. Papa is a perception. It's not actually out there. What is out there? You might say, no, I touched it. Yes. That sensation worked because you have a kind of not you have a. It's only the function of the touch sensory organ, the function of the skin only. Hmm? Just imagine another example. You're seeing something in the TV. Just imagine. And suddenly you just think, suddenly you see your favorite actor and actress in a clip talking. Don't you forget everything? You're like glued to that day. It may be an argument, it may be a scene where they are telling they love each other, whatever. You might be interested in that emotion too, the anger, the love, the jealousy. The human emotion are played, and out there you feel it's as real. It's very important that you get this phenomena properly. When I say that, it's because its perceptions are never going to go away. Kind of the touch perception or the that perception of the son or perception of the daughter, perception of the friend, perception of the actor, perception of the uh, book, chair. They're not actually going to go away. You have to feel the truth. That's all. Then you know the perceptions are there, but what happens is just Either it's the mind sensor or either it's the other five sensory faculties, which are basic sensory faculties. Mm. Even if you say any word, anything, if you feel it strongly, that's because it has happened multiple times before. So imagine if it is your son that we were talking, that was walking through the door, or your husband, or your wife, or your walking through the door. It was a surprise, so you're completely taken by surprise. Walking through the door, you feel as he's walking through the door. But it's very difficult for you to understand. It's a perception that we get that he's walking through the door. It's a mind perception that happens, that it says the son is walking through the door. It's my son. It's a mind perception. Perceptions are not true. That's a different story, but it's a mind perception. You need to know this before denying them or accepting them as the son or the not. Can you say, no, it's not my son, it's some other, it's not my son, it's a different son? No, you can't. You already have the perception of your son. What we are trying to actually make you understand is not to like say, oh no, I didn't feel it. I don't know who came inside my house. I'm just standing there as like a rock because I don't understand who is coming. That's actually wrong. Then you should be having some kind of some illness. Your perceptions are all mixed up or problematic or forgotten, or your system doesn't work properly. That means that's not the point. Do you all get this properly? So the mothers sometimes tell it in different ways, and we feel like she actually getting this point properly. Understanding that it's a perception only is very important. It's very important. It's your mind perception that who is walking through the gate or walking through the door, front door, is your son. And specifically, if you are a wise person, you will know what perception that son will have. He has a perception of a mother. I'm going to see my mother. I'm going to take some flowers. I'm going to take something she likes. I'm going to open the door and I'm going to shout, Amma. And then son has that kind of perception. What's the big problem? No, there's no problem unless you're actually thinking that it is happening. What happens is everything out there is a perception of your mind is very, very, it's not easy, but it's not that difficult either to understand this. My son walking through the door each and every part of that sentence is a perception in the mind. How do you get this point? So, in that example, if you really understand or actually feel that it's a perception in your mind, and actually that perception is not true, we are not actually talking about the sun here. We're talking about the perception actually. So you act normally towards the sun, the wisdom working. It's true to any system, whatever the perceptions any system has, they are just perceptions. And is the perception true? No. It's like just a vibratory nature of the five sensory organs. Perception has all the features of five sensory organs. So imagine your job. Okay, what is your job? Okay, you're a teacher. Just imagine that. You act as a teacher, isn't it? Yeah, you get up, get dressed and go to the school and then start talking with children or showing them how to do stuff. You're teaching a specific language or maths or science or whatever. You're doing that. What happens here? Lord Buddha said, living is sanya abhisankarana, the evolution formation of perceptions. It's one after another, it's perception. So all these are these perceptions true? No, the water in the water in a mirage is actually there is no water. You can't find water. What can you find? Very heated, badly heated flow. Your hand is going to get burned from the touch. But the reality should be known. What? Reality is it's the touch of the sensory function of the skin. So you go to a river, you put your hand in, you feel as you put the hand into the river. That's the perception, that's okay. But you should know it's just a perception only, and perceptions are not true anyway. But what do you feel? You feel the water. Water is a perception, but what did you actually feel? This can't be even explained properly, can you? No, felt something. Yes, that is because of the fast vibration of the skin. Really important, really important. Just imagine another example. You're going to a house and there are a few friends, and they invite you to have lunch or dinner in that case. And then you started to sing. Just imagine that scenario. What happens out there? When they say, stay, don't go, just have the dinner and go, you'll be nodding, yeah, okay. So is there a problem in this scenario? Actually not. So where is the problem? Problem is actually you feeling that it is real. So when you understand that the dinner is a perception, are you not going to take the dinner? That's not the point. So be careful when you take this Dhamma in a wrong way, you will be bitten by the serpent. You're saying eating is a perception, I'm not going to eat. Is that what you're saying? No, that's not the point we are trying to say. This Dhamma is for get rid of the suffering, not to get rid of the any of the sensations in the body. So you get invited to the friend's house. They say, come and eat. If you feel alive, kind of if you feel like that you're there, you're just going to live in that dream as it is real. Oh, what this Dhamma is about. Try and understand the perceptions. Actually, perceptions are never actual thing. It's a combination of the five sensory organs. That's all you should know. If someone says, if someone comes to a Zoom meeting and says, dinner is just a thought, so I'm not taking the dinner, that's not the point we are trying to say. It's like someone asks, there's nothing called poison, so I can take the poison. Someone actually asked this question. So likewise, you can say dinner is just a perception, you're not going to have the dinner. That's not the point. Point here is knowing the truth, feeling the truth. So what happens when you know the truth? The dinner is just a perception. But isn't there any other function when you take the dinner? Yes. What's the function? Your taste buds are going to work. Your touch receptors are going to work. The warmth of the food or coldness of the food, you're going to feel that. Let's imagine you started having the dinner and you put something into your mouth. Yes, of course there will be a taste. Why not? Because the sensory function is there until your last breathing. As soon as you're going to put it into your mouth, you get a smell. Oh, this is so good, you have cooked well, you might say. So you feel the piece of, if it's a biscuit or if it's a pasta or whatever the dinner that you're taking, you fully well know that it's a perception and perceptions are never true, but then you feel something in the mouth. That's just the sensory function of the mouth, isn't it? The tongue. And don't forget, there are in the other layers of the mouth, there are touch receptors, the temperature receptors as well. Even that's why you get burned. Kind of, you feel the warmth when you put some food in your mouth. So it's not only the taste; it has the touch receptor, it has the temperature receptor. So don't say dinner is not there, so it's a perception, so I'm not eating dinner. That's not the point. That's actually wrong. What we are trying to say is, yes, dinner is a perception. And you know that the perceptions are not true. It's actually a formation of the mind, or kind of it's a mind sensor, or it is the combination of the five sensory organs that you say it is pasta or dinner in that sense. But when you try to touch it, you can still see that there is a touch. What is touch? It's just the function of the sensory organ only. If the sensory organ is not there, if you anesthetize, you can't feel any food, can you? If you anesthetize, you, even though you're in the middle of the whole big table of food, you can't see it, you can't feel it, you can't hear anything about that. So it's all about five sensory organs. If you have fully understood that the perceptions of the mind sensor. When you keep understanding this, you're not going to change your living pattern. The burning is going to go down. Why? You don't feel like you're alive anymore. You feel as you awaken from the dream. But everything will continue to happen. If someone offers you dinner, you just eat it and come home. That's all. Are you going to talk, dinner is a perception, so I'm not going to take it? No. We'll go to another example. Just say a small baby is crawling and there is a candle. Small baby is going to touch this and imagine the burning is happening. This is going to kind of register, isn't it? Baby didn't know anything about the candle or anything about the perception was not there. He saw a yellow color flame and was trying to just catch it. And skin got burned. That's what they are trying to ask. What if it is poison and and you still die? Yeah. So baby got a perception about the burning now because it hurt. It hurts. Skin hurts. So there's a perception of hurt as well. Perception of the candle as well. Perception that it harms. But is the baby going to touch it anymore? No. How does that work? There's a perception of harm. Pain. This is how it works. You just have to understand the system. That's all you're going to do. So someone may ask about the same way that I was asked about the poison. Someone may ask, okay, there is no flame, so I can jump to the flame. Flame is a perception, but I can jump to the flame. No, that's not the point. You're definitely going to get burned. Why? I have a sensory function as well. Yes, the flames are a perception. You say in Sinhala Guinea that it's a perception. But there's something you feel as well. What? The skin perception. And this is how the perceptions work. The baby will not touch the flame again. Because the perception of burning is also there now. An adult, they're not going to keep touching the flame just because it's beautiful. Because there's perception of burn. When we say burn, it's harmful. How do we know? Because of the perception. But if you actually touch that, isn't it going to have an effect in the skin? Yeah, skin sensor is going to get activated. You know, the deep burns, can't feel it. But the feel is actually in the superficial layer. That's why they die of dehydration. If they are deep burns, you're not dying of the pain. You're actually, it's a dehydration because all the body fluids are evaporating through when the skin is not there. Because skin is the most extensive regulator of the body. Do you get the five sensory organs? So the perception of the flame, perception of the burn, perception of the harm, perception of the temperature, it's all there. They are all perceptions. But if it comes to the if you awaken from the perception, you will definitely feel the speedy vibration of the sensory organ. But that happens if you are awakened from the perception only, because it is very tricky, you know. Usually it is the perception world, the mind world you live in. You feel everything. You feel this is the flame, this is the burning, this is the harm, this is the home. This is why the candles are lit. There's a big story. So likewise, as little children, we get a lot of perceptions. They are all kind of new. And we say, my child is learning very fast. Yes, of course. He knows that the flame is now, this is what is flame, and this is what is called piche. Oh, it will burn. The mother is shouting, it will burn, it will burn, it will burn. Child now knows what mother is meaning because he felt that before. Even if a child is not that naughty, mother keeps saying it will burn, it will burn. See, this is how you get burned. They might show the example and show a picture of a burnt person. So the big, small, harmful, not harmful, on, under, beautiful, ugly, it's all perceptions. It's just the mind. How do you feel about this? So these perceptions, when you know that the perceptions are perceptions, what happens to the value? Value is not there. That is what is going to happen. The value is going to get reduced slowly. So the burning is going to go less and less. So the child who walked to the flame, in the sense crawled to the flame and touched the flame, wanting to experience the flame, got burned. Now there's a whole lot of perceptions out there, as we said. So the perception that the flame can burn, that is going to protect that system from future burning. That's the norm of humanity. If there is a mark in the skull and the cross on it, there's a mark on the poison bottles to say that it's a poison. If you are fully aware about what that sign says, definitely it is going to the system is going to get protected, because you know it's poison. If you don't know, someone might put that in thinking that this is a food item, a drink. Yes, that can happen too. There's so much times that the children are accidentally ingesting the poison. But as soon as the tongue burns, they might stop. So the life might be spared. But what we are trying to say is all about understanding properly, that we are actually trying to understand how the life field has come. When you try to say that, it's all very important to understand all the perceptions. When you try to understand all the perceptions, none of the perceptions are actually true. It's the vibratory nature of the sensory functions that coalesce together and form the mind sensor. Then what happened when you say, okay, you saying the flame is a perception, but child got burnt? Yes, because there is a sensory organ. What? The skin. Skin has a temperature. Skin has the touch receptors, temperature receptors, and beyond these limitations, actually, this whole skin can get damaged. So if there's a deep burn, you might not even feel the pain, because the pain receptors are in the superficial area of the skin, superficial layer. So the deep burns, you die of dehydration. Now again, confusion, isn't it? You say death is a perception. Yes, death is a perception. But there is last breathing. Yes, but that's a feel as well. So when you understand the perceptions are actually perceptions. Perceptions are not true. If you say flame is a perception. But isn't it going to burn? Yes. Why? Because your system has the sensory functions and the possibility of decay in that. That's how it works. The whole body can actually burn, and this self vibration or the thinking pattern might not happen in that system anymore. That means who you thought the vibratory nature If you felt this whole scenario as real, of course you have the life here. If you feel that the five sensory organs are yours, of course you're going to have a vibration. You're going to feel alive. You see, this is a problem with the view. If you don't know the truth, you're going to take it as like boldly, you're going to take it as I felt the burning. My skin burnt. I suffered. I was taken to the hospital. They broke the blisters and put medicine. It's hurting a lot. Yes, it is hurting because there are pain receptors as well in the skin. So getting this properly will prevent you from thinking haywire, like here and there, because it is important you to understand that there is a perceptions. Perceiving is going to happen all the time until your respiration is there. It will be perception, 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 or the stimuli, 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 stimuli. Is this going to stop? No. So you know it is the flame. You know it is going to burn. So you don't touch it. So what's the big deal? It's a perception too, that I will not touch it. And if you touch it, if there is a perception of pain, perception of burning, yeah, that's the function of the sensory organ. What? Because this system, human system, has feel the skin, the taste, the smell, and the hearing and seeing. That is not going to happen. Like the perceptions are not going to stop either, and the sensory functions are not going to stop as well. So you need to understand this system. That's all what is going to happen. Nothing is going to stop. If you have the perception that the poison is going to kill you, you're not going to take it. As simple as that. If you are like really messed up with your memory, you might be like, oh, this is fruit juice. Who is thinking that? Children can make that mistake. This must be something like food, even though there's a head and a cross mark on it. But as soon as you see that sign, it's a sign, isn't it? Head, a skull mark with the cross on it. Everyone knows, kind of, everyone knows. Unless you don't know that perception before. Everyone knows that's poison. It's not to be touched. Now, is it correct or wrong? No, there's nothing like that. It's just perception. That's how the thinking is. Thinking is not going to stop just because you know the truth. Thinking is going to continue. Perceptions are going to be there. But are they true? No, they are not actually true. Is there something called poison? Well, no, but in this perceptive world, there is a perception like that. What happens if you take it? The whole system is going to get burnt. Or the effect of that compound is going to affect you. Your breathing might even stop. Yes, but this system is like that. Actually, perceptions are there for a reason. It's for the survival. The humans, specifically humans, they don't they don't have much ability, you know, like they are not like vicious like animals. They don't have the venom kind of like venom like animals or serpents or cobra. Humans have a big mind. That's their survival thing. You know, some creatures, insects, they jump to the fire. They don't get the perception that it's going to harm me. They jump again. So they like the flame. They love the flame. They feel like the temperature is giving some kind of ecstasy feeling, like burning is giving. They are enjoying that feel. There's no big mind to understand. Oh, this is going to kill me. I should uh, fly away to another dark area and just live. No, they are attracted to the flame. There's no big mind to that insect. But humans are different. Once they know that touching that flame burns, they just avoid it. That's how the survival is meant to be. And that is not going to change in future. Just because you understood Dhamma, you're not going to jump to the flame. That's not the point. That's foolish. Just being foolish. Just being unrealistic. Just for sake of arguing, you are just trying to argue with that point. What happens here is, yes, flame is a perception. Yes, the burning is a perception. Yes, the perceptions are in the mind. Yes, perception is not the actual thing. It's a production of the five sensory organs. And five sensory organs, they are also just speedy occurrence of the senses. That is what you feel as a life feel. Try best to get this across because a lot of mothers talk very bizarre things sometimes, especially in Sinhala medium. But then once I understood that the sun is not there, that's actually, if you have taken this properly, that's fine. But we have to be careful because that's why the questions like the poison comes, the flame comes. Humans are not going to jump to the flames unless they have no idea that it's going to burn. Like a small child may directly walking to the flames, but you know the even the heat might stop them because they feel uncomfortable. Even the radiant mind, there's I told one day, there's a limit, you know. There's a limit that you can hear, and beyond that limit, it's very uh, difficult. And some, you know, the limit that we are talking about, the higher notes sometimes can be very difficult to hear. What do you hear? Sound of a bird? Yes, that's the perception. Is that true? That's actually the function of the ear. The speed is the reason that you feel the sound as something. If you fully get this, you might even feel the non-self perception or the non-vibration. So it's very important to understand perceptions, or the stimuli. That's how the world is. That's how the living is for a human being. Perceptions are not going to disappear. Perception will be there, but you know that it is not true. That's all. And then you know that you feel something. Beyond the perception, you might feel something. What? You might get burnt, you might feel the coldness of the water, whatever. When the perception is pierced, directly it will be the speed of that particular sensory organ. When we understand the perceptions fully, there's ability of actually you not actually get you're not in the dream, kind of you're awakened from the dream because you know everything now, kind of. You know, the feel is just a speed of the sensory organ. You know, seeing is just the speed of the eye sensor. If you hear something, you know that is the speed of the hearing function of the ear. Even if you think about something, it's just the mind working as beautiful as ever. So what happened? Ignorance is the one which is going away. The burning is the one which is going away. The alive feel is going to, you're going to fully realize about the alive feel. Because the alive feel is there because the sensory, the speed of the sensory function is taken for granted. We'll continue tomorrow. Thank you, Aran, once for your noble guidance. We'll keep touching about these topics again and again so that you're fully aware that there was never a self, there was a self-perception. Self-perception actually didn't have any self in that. It's just a perception. Perceptions are never true. Whether it's the chair, whether it's the pineapple, whether it's the ice cream, whether it is the son, daughter, whether it's the parents, whether it's the house. Like that, even the I, me, mine, that thought is also a perception. Actually, that perception has no any of these things. It's just the sensory function. When you come to the sensory function, it's only the speed of the sensory function, that's all. When you understand this, there is no self. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you understand them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasan sir. Terasan, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 82, second paragraph. When you apply some effort to go on the path, you might feel that unlike other days, you don't get much attached to anything, neither do you reject anything. Whether you get what you like or not, it would not matter much to you. You would not feel like running after things that you like. You begin to feel a difference in you as your mental fetters, such as lobha, attachment, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion, begin to dissolve little by little. You begin to feel the wisdom of feeling the dissolving of your mental fetters is called Asavakya Jnana. Asavakya Jnana is a feeling that you feel within you. It is not a thought where you think about. It is only a feeling, not a thought. One day you would be able to feel the wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana. That would be a huge achievement. You will realize that you would not get disturbed, flinch, or waver when you are confronted by the Atalodhana. The Buddha taught us about the Atalodhana, also known as the eight worldly conditions that influences and agitates the human mind. The eight worldly conditions are profit, labha, loss, alabha, insult, ninda, appreciation, prasansa, fame, kirti, disrepute, apakirti, sadness, dukkha, and happiness, sapa. Eight worldly conditions are profit, loss, insult, appreciation, fame, disrepute, sadness, and happiness. you will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will remain calm and not be shaken by them. You will begin to develop a calm nature towards everything that you would have to face. Finally, you will also realize that you will find yourself just watching everything come and go. At the beginning, you had to put some effort to practice the Pancha Indriya Dharma, five spiritual faculties, which are seeing the truth in a thought, sattva. Second, applying effort to see the thought, virya. Third, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go, satya. Fourth one, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go becomes an automatic process or becomes a normal, continuous thing, samadhi. Fifth one, wisdom that develops and you continue to see the truth in each thought. Prajna. Tervasana, everybody.
Thank Shani. Thank you for reading the pages for us and starting the session. The book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. Thiruvan Saranai Aranwansa, we worship at your feet. And Thiruvan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends who have joined the program. This is the English Zoom discussion starting at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If I sort of summarize what was read by Shani, it shows the advantages or the benefits a person can achieve by understanding this Dhamma, true Dhamma. Actually, what is experienced by a person who is on the path. Also, it was mentioned that about the 8 worldly conditions, which are described as profit, and the opposite is a loss. Insult, opposite is appreciation. Fame, opposite is a disrepute. Sadness, and opposite is happiness. These are the things that we experience in our day-to-day life. And at least every time there is one of them being experienced. So depending on the ability to tolerate them, there will be ups and downs in the life. So when we understand this mechanism, what is this mechanism and how it happens, how you feel, it's always orientated around the mind, around the self-feeling or the self-existence. So actually, when these facts are clarified, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-existent feeling occurs, then automatically the system or the person will realize that the ability to face these situations become much more easier. Kind of tolerating, the ability to tolerate everything, with a neutral feeling will be achieved, which is something great, I would say. And also the Panchendriya Dharma also was described, I think, for a person who is interested can read from the book. because there are 5 steps which are described there. Seeing the truth and then applying some effort, and seeing the truth and letting it go, and then it becomes an automatic process subsequently, which is samadhi, and then the wisdom that develops. So those are the 5 spiritual faculties which are described. And also it was mentioned about the ability to understand that the defilements are dissolving. It's called asavakya jnana. It's a kind of wisdom which is realized by the system. The self or the system is capable of identifying the own defilements and the fact that they are getting less and less. In other words, the attachments or clinging, aversions or rejections or dislikes, and also the delusion of feeling of existence. So these are the 3 main defilements, and it will be felt, actually it's a feel, it will be felt gradually that these defilements become less and less significant in the day-to-day life. So briefly, those are the advantages or the benefits that a person will feel, will experience with the understanding of these Dhamma facts. So either we can discuss along those facts, or maybe if there are any questions, we can start from there. And we welcome all of you. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, we can start the discussion.
Teruvan Saranai, worship Aran Wahanse. I am not sure whether it's Aran Wahanse who has joined. When we were talking about the advantages, actually we can't really say like, I don't know whether we can really say like that, but the path itself is something that you can feel when the learning goes down. So something you feel, but when we explain, we use so many words to give different ideas. Yes, but it's the same burning or same vibration which goes to kind of which not goes to, but which is not going to have the vibration as before. So this is something you can feel, and with you know that there were some words used, I can't remember now. When we understand that none of these thoughts are true, actually they are constructs. They are mental constructs. So mental constructs are not true at all. So to understand that, we have to understand how the mental constructs are originated. If you understand the way that they are originated, only that it won't be a magic. So that if someone is knowing how the magic is performed, it doesn't become a magic anymore, and you are not going to love magic output, like if it is a mirage. Basically, if it's a mirage, you never would like it or dislike it, because you know it's not actually there. So likewise, this feeling of self, or the I feel, is that actually it is a it is something which is there because of the misunderstanding that the vibration is actually the sensory organ vibration only. So if we keep understanding that actual this unusual power we have, power which synchronized to the zygote, that power is already here. And if you feel the non-vibration at least once, you will understand the difference between the sensory function with the power and without the power. So that gives you so much wisdom, because the power is actually synchronized in the one particular spark, or one particular thought, or one particular stimulus. We can say any word. If that spark is originating from the eye, it can start from the eye, it can start from the ear, it can start from the touch, smell, taste, as well as it can start from thoughts too. So Joel can, or anyone can ask a question as well. Even we can have a discussion about anything. So or anyone can bring up a point which you would like to add to the forum as well. But it's important to know that it's something you feel, and the non-vibration is also something you feel. That's the beginning of the no-self, non-self perception. You have anything to add, Suranka, or
Dr. Kokila,
yeah,
that those conditional states, I was also going to point out the same thing really about one can't really say benefits or disadvantages, because there's no such thing as disadvantages or benefits really. All these are just, even though those conditional states are also there only as long as the I or the self view is there, because all those are connotations of the mind. And I mean, who feels happiness? The happiness is in relation to the I, isn't it? The sadness is in relation to the I. And there won't be those things if there is. That notion itself is a fallacy. So one can't really say these are advantages, disadvantages type of thing. All that is like conventional terminology that is generally used in this mundane world to describe different feelings and sensations, because those are the criteria in which living beings are oscillating, isn't it, in terms of two extremes. And just trying to find something where they can latch on to, whether it's a craving or even an aversion. And those are the things that are typical features of the mundane world, which through the true Dhamma, then the fading of the defilements, they gradually cease to exist, cease to have, there's no meaning, there's nothing that comes out of that kind of terminology, because those things are all understood as you said, constructs of the mind. Sensations and feelings and all are stemming from the mind consciousness, where attachments have been given to various concepts, feelings and sensations, and they have magnified over time through self-vibration. And then those are the things that are constantly latched onto, so all that dissipates with time, with the understanding of the Dhamma and the inner transformation. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, actually, when there is no thing, we can't talk about the good or bad, or the right or wrong, or the what are the 8 things that was told was like all the adjectives that we use, but there should be something if we have to put them. So if there's no thing, the value for all we give. Actually, this is not even talking in the level that the value, the value, how you feel the value. Value is actually something you feel. So that is what is going to actually disappear, the thing. So in any particular stimulus or spark, what you feel is not the sensual world, even in the feel, it is the, if you take the chair, there's so many levels of value, so that you can say, I like my gold chair, but then that would be a different level. But even if the chair is in your dream and you feel it as existent, it's another one. And also, if you're seeing that the seeing part is also rapid vibration of the eye. So it just constructs everywhere. It can be an organ construct, or it can be a mental construct. So whatever it is, this burning or this life feel is actually because of not knowing, because of not understanding that is the speed, vibration, speed actually. Speed. Mainly it is the speed or the rapidity of the vibration, or the frequency of the vibration basically, which gives you that feel of system, which actually goes to feel like the feel of alive feel. So when we take like that, it's if you don't have the if you don't feel the chair, basically there's no thing as actually there can't be a good chair or a bad chair. But it's very important now. When Joel used to ask us in the beginning when he joined, how he felt very anxious when people ask him questions in relation to the topics that he doesn't like. So he's kind of trapped in that. So it becomes a thing. And when one becomes a thing, it becomes a thing more and more. It's like, because you try to hide it. You try to hide your, the problem. Because you don't want to show your weaknesses. And then it becomes more powerful, that particular spark becomes more powerful. So more the power, the more the suffering is. It's just the way that is. But when you keep understanding, actually there's how this magic has happened, how this mind works. Mind is actually, I think the most phenomenal organ that any being can have, because it has the ability to give you the world that is there, that as the manifestation. At the same time, you have the ability to understand this all three levels: the form level, the non-form level, the form level, and the sensual level. In human this spark, it is very easy to understand all these levels, so that you can actually get go to the or feel the non-vibration level, because it's difficult, the worm really can't do that. Worm is already in the feel level mostly. There can be some kind of like minor perceptions, but they are all the perceptions of one kind of, maybe the touch, the temperature part. But still, there's a feel of existence and the life is. But the thing is that worm can't sort it out. But the humans with this big mind, full of all the defilements, still, that is where you can actually feel this non-vibration too. So you have to have the mind to actually feel this, and also feel the non-vibration. So kind of you feel the one vibration when the vibration is there, the difference. But with the time, you will keep understanding more and more, and it's very automatic path, or in the sense involuntary path. So you can't really do anything. If you are trying to do it, is voluntary. So you are trying to do something, we call it voluntary, but then this path is involuntary. That is what people get confused, because they want to do something. All our life, we wanted to do something. So we want to, we want to make our parents happy. We want to do something good. All the good side, bad side, right side, wrong side, everything. We took them as literally as they are. So we had almost every day we have a need to feel the next moment, because we have so much hopes, we have so much ideas. Everything is real. Everything is felt as real. And the feelings are actually masked by the mind. So it's all the thought world. In the thought world, you have this good, bad, the right or wrong. Everything is in the mind world. Basically, the form world. All the perceptions. You name it, you have it. So any perception, any spark, it's just a production of the sensory organ. And sensory organ, when they are synchronized, it forms like a vibration which acts as one vibration, but actually it's not one vibration. It has all the features of all the sensory organs. So even though it acts as one vibration, it has the whole other features of the eyes, the ears, the nose, the taste, the touch. In the touch component, you have the temperature, everything. So it acts. It literally acts as another new vibration, but actually it's just a combination of That's why we actually discussed this one day when we come to the house and you smell that burning smell, you know that there's some problem happening. Or if you know that maybe someone is cooking or something like that. How do you get that? How do you get the whole picture? So if you get the smell of pineapple, easy example. You enter the house, just get the smell of the pineapple. How come the pineapple come? But when it happens, just the smell came. You haven't seen it yet, you haven't touched it yet, you haven't tasted it. You just opened the door. You haven't gone to the kitchen even. So, but only one sensory function was there. But everything is coming. So that's how it works. It's like in iCloud, if you type something, everything closer to that comes forward, like comes up. So if you type A, everything will come. I mean, you won't be able to find anything just with A, but it's coming with the all the vibrations in even going close to that. So it's really interesting to understand this, how this mind is formed, because more you get this correct, less surprised you are. And it's very difficult then to actually look forward to the spark, because we usually look forward to the spark, the next one, because we feel that there's a next one. But whether there's actually a next one, you have to actually feel the non-vibration at least once for you to actually understand it's just in one spark. This whole story is in one spark. So it's really interesting to do this research. I think we are trying to make it easier for you. Joel, do you have any questions today? I think you have asked a lot of questions before, according to a lot of the current issues in the country. You were concerned about stuff, how people were suffering. You wanted to know why people are doing bad things like that. They were like really interesting questions that you were asking, very genuine questions. So, but it brings up the idea that again, we are biased according to our views. So in a tribe, one type of attitude will be taken as godly, very good. But then the same attitude in a European country may be taken as not interesting or not good or anything. You can compare in any way like this. So we have this good and bad, up and down. So many ideas. But if there is no thing, all these adjectives, all these ideas, all these affirmations, or all surrounding things, the views, they get nullified actually. Because you keep understanding to what are we doing this, to which stimuli you are put in this too. There must be, if you think about good, there must be something good. So what is good? So good apple. Well, if we understand that the apple is actually a mental construct, and mental construct means it's a perception. Perception is like a current. How can you otherwise see the apple in the dream? So mental constructs are actually perceptions in the system. They are like it's like a current. So in the current, is there apple? Not really, but there is a manifestation. So finally, when you come to understand that even that current you thought that is there, it's actually the speed. It's actually the speed which brought you all that, the manifestation. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma, understanding how apple is nullified. It's not that you can't see the apple, you can eat the apple, you can smell the apple, you can wash the apple, you can do anything with the apple if you like, you can cook the apple also if you want. But that's not the thing. You don't feel that it is actually existing. Basically you are fully aware. If you feel that the apple is existent, that is the feel that is the life feel, basically. That's how the life feel has come. So understanding every and each stimuli is not our plan. I mean, if you have about billion thoughts, are we going to like cut each and every thought and say, is this a thing to me? 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 No, that's not the plan. Understanding this, and actually when you understand that the power goes down, and you might feel in one particular, whatever the stimuli or the spark, that the non-vibration. So you will feel the vibration as well as because you are fully aware that it is the speed of the sensory organ, that you will feel the non-vibration at the same time. So it's really, this is the point where you turn, because you know that now there's no doubt now. There's no doubt because you have already felt that if the spark or the stimuli is not a thing, feel of existence, or the alive feel is not there, you still can. You still may have the sound part of it, not full part of it, but it will be. It's not strong, but still the power is gone. That itself give you so much opening to the whole Dhamma, because it is happening in one stimuli. The self-perception is going to break down because you get the non-self-perception now, and you're definitely going to get this again and again, because this is going to get powerful, because it's a very strong step. So the Lord Buddha reassure you, this insurance. This is that if you have, or not if you actually, if the system has felt the non-vibration at least once, that system is definitely going to become the non-vibration. There's no doubt. The time duration matters. I mean, some people, the non-vibration is so close to them, their vibration is so close to the non-vibration, they might immediately become the non-vibration. Anything can we add something, Suranka or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, thank you. Thanks to both of you for making the corrections. I think the wordings need to be corrected. Thank you. And something along with the line that you were trying to discuss. Actually, now I can see a tree. I can see a coconut tree through the window. So what Lord Buddha said was that if an object is taken as existing, that means it becomes a thing. Or in other words, we have been describing it as giving a value. So all these wordings being used to describe something which is taken as existing. In one of the sutras, it is described that there will be 11 descriptive features or 11 descriptive points which come along with that. So if I take the coconut tree as existing without realizing that it is a mental construct, actually it is just a shape to the eye, and if I touch it, it will be just the hardness to the skin, and maybe the particular smell, if there is anything particular like that, it will be to the nose, and the sound, the name will be a sound to the ear. So altogether, collectively, there is mental construct that the coconut tree is a mental construct. But to different sense of faculties, it's different perceptions. So if you take this as a really existing coconut tree, or if you take it as, if you do not realize that this is just a mental construct, then there are 11 descriptive points. So the coconut tree could be the one which was there yesterday. That means the past, which is there now, present, and it's going to last maybe for the next few years. So there are three time-wise, past, present, and future. And also you can describe it as something which is near or far. And also you can describe it as something pleasant or unpleasant. I mean, it may not be directly applicable to the coconut tree, but depending on whatever the stimulus which is taken as true. So it could be a pleasant one, something that you like, or something that is not pleasant or disliked. And it may be something fine or something crude. And it may be something like beautiful, ugly. So like that, there are many descriptive patterns which are attached automatically to any stimulus which is taken as real. And that is how the defilements are formed. Now, if the tree or whatever the object which is taken as the example, if it has these descriptive patterns, then automatically there will be defilements attached to that. So even talking about a person, say,
what you try to say?
The 11 descriptive patterns are answer when we take a stimulus or a particular object as real, as existing, the 11 patterns which are described, like the far away and the close and the timing.
This is skanda. What is skanda? 5 aggregates? No.
5 aggregates.
Yeah, 5 aggregates. It's a skanda. skanda meaning is something there, no? So
Yes.
something there is fire grades, or also that's talking about the feeling is something there. The existent feel.
Yes.
That's eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin, and the thoughts. So the eye, so look and see something, no? You can hear something. The
Yes.
what's that? Crow sound we are talking. The something there is a coconut tree or anything. It's okay. What's the smell? It's jasmine. What's the taste? It's pineapple. You are talking about this. What's the taste? It's okay. We are what's we are talking about? Taste, pineapple taste. What's the pineapple? Pineapple is a thought. Everything is thoughts. Otherwise, but this six senses is your world. But otherwise, this world is not real. This sense of creation is not real. You are also not here. The important thing is who have this? Nobody here. No one nobody here, because normally everything is there. But what's the feel? It's okay. Normally you don't know the truth. You don't know. You're not changing your life inside. What's your type? What's your life style? What's your idea? Somebody's here. The world is here. No. That's the Dhamma guys. That's the spiritual guys. Somebody know the truth. That's the truth. He know the truth. He know nothing here, anything. But normally everything is happening. But we are talking about this 11 you talked about, no? That's okay. What's this 11? We are talking something there. It's a past or future here, because chair, the future you can, future you future you have chair. It's okay. This present moment, what is this chair? Normally chair is here, but feel is what is the feel? Not inside pain or not inside any vibration. Meaning is chair is only the picture, chair is only the sound. No chair is here. But chair is also here. But no chair is here. That's the meaning. It's a double meaning. What's this? It's a chair is also here. But chair is not here. Like a mirror. Mirror, you can see the chair. But no chair is there. Where's the chair? Just your mind. Outside is chair? No, we are talking about outside chair. But we are thinking there is chair. But no chair anywhere. Chair is your mind. Sound and form. There you can touch is feels or also there. Solidity is there. But where's the chair? Chair is your thinking. Not chair is not anywhere. You can't find the chair anywhere. You can't find the chair because where's the chair? Chair is a thought. But it's okay. You can see the picture. You can hear the sound chair. You can touch. Yeah, feels there. But what is this chair? Sounded from me. It's a thought somewhere. And that is why. Chair is here? No, chair is not here. I ask, we are not talking about not here any chair. Chair is here. It's okay. Chair is here. But chair is not here. What is this? Chair is not real. That's why. Soranka, can you explain this?
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Hello? Dr. Kokila?
Yes.
Sorry to say this, doctor. Today I feel fed up and frustrated. And I don't feel like living. This is helpful, but I just feel fed up.
What's the topic?
Um,
What's the topic?
I'm not sure. Is this Joel regarding this Zoom meeting, or generally you are feeling fed up?
Yeah, I'm just feeling fed up with my life. Nothing is working on. Everything going out of my control. Just sucks me, man. I just feel frustrated. That's all about life.
Because the mind is the case. This Dhamma, someone getting first, he's thinking. His thinking outside is not real, but it is thinking. Thinking is not real. Be careful, because I think you can hear the Sinhala Dhamma discourse because you know the Sinhala language. I think this mind, this Dhamma is not a mind. We are doing this mind understand. How is creating this mind? So how is these thoughts are coming? How is this lights also coming? How is this sound also coming? These are sensor creations. We are only to understand how is the system is going on. How is these thoughts are coming? You know, before kindergarten time, the baby on the cot, baby in the cot, the baby don't know anything. Baby haven't defilements otherwise. Baby don't know death or birth or girl or woman or anything. That's a radiant mind. That's our beginning. After what happened to us? How is coming this world? It's our sensor creations. Our eye creation, our eye creating this lightful world, colorful world, this picture world. Our ear creating our sensor. Yes, sensor creating the sound world. Our nose is sensor creating the smell world. Otherwise, our tongue creating the tasteful world. Otherwise, our body sensor creating this smooth and rough and solidity, liquidity. These are our body feeling, our skin sensor creating. This sensor creating is not real. Various of living beings have various of sensors. Example is the buffalo looking the red color, otherwise the horse looking the blue color. Otherwise, the various of living beings have various of type of sensors. This sensor given them the world. World is not real. This sensor nobody is doing. It's a system. It's the dharmata. It's a process. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. You also not doing. Systematically is happening. This is nature. We understand the nature. We understand our sensor creations. Kindergarten time, what happened there? That you can realize, you can experience it. Yes, red, yellow, blue. These are sounds. Sri Lankan not talking about like this English words. Ratu part, nil part, kapa. What is this sound? Indians are talking other. Chinese are talking other. What is this language? Only the sounds, no? Sound and the picture. Kindergarten, you see that? Picture given the eye. And given the sound. Sound and picture together coming. That's the thoughts. Simply you can experience. What are these thoughts? Thoughts is not real. This thinking world is not real world. How you are drinking pineapple? How you are eating the pineapple? Your tongue making this taste. But taste, what is the pineapple? Pineapple have a picture, pineapple have a sound. Are you eating pineapple? Picture and sound? No. It's a thought. You are eating a thoughts. You are smelling the thoughts, jasmine. What is this smell? You are talking about jasmine. Jasmine have picture and sound. It's a thoughts. What is your word? It's a thinking word. It's not real. It's a simulation word like that. It's a programming. It's nobody's. This is understanding. You see, this is understanding only. Normally you are living your lifestyle normally going. This is understand. Finally, you know what happened here. Death or birth, everything is thoughts. Nothing happened. This thought is not real. But normally you are living. It's normally, everything is normally happening. You can't stop that. System also normally is going on. No problem. No problem, it's a system. You only understand. So, someone not understood what happened here. He's getting this real. He's in suffering and sadness. But someone know this. Someone talking about my child is dying. How is this child is coming? Before you are married, where's the child? Where's the husband? You are in happy now. How is coming husband and how is these are coming? You see, kindergarten time, nothing there anything, no? After what happened? Red, yellow, blue. And everything coming, thoughts. Mothers of thoughts. Everything is thoughts. Your children also, you're thinking. This is the real. But normally, life is normally going. Life is normally going. This only the understand. Your inside is suffering and sadness. What is your inside is vibration, pain. That pain is disappeared. That's the power is disappearing. That's the ego is disappearing. That's a fade in your defilements. That's a path of tranquility, peaceful mind. Because liberation of mind, freedom of mind is the way. Someone know the truth. He know this mind is not real. That is the way. After, you can control everything. Why? So you know everything, nothing here. Someone is telling you to some words, it's not good. But you are not any problem. Why? This is only the sound. You know, he's talking something, buffalo, something to you. But normally, you don't know this Dhamma. You don't know the truth. You are getting this power. You are getting this existent power. You know this truth. You know everything is normally is happening. No problem. Because you know the truth. You know how is coming existent. Feel this vibrations. One vibration, one is power. It's your eye creation. Speedily happening this spark. There's a rapid speed. There's a quantum theory like that. Come in the light. It's not real. There's spark. One is spark. Again and again and again and happening. What is this light? It's the speed given you to mirage. No, it's not real. It's a miracle, no? It's not real. What do you think about the coconut? This Dhamma is understand what, no?
Yes, sir. Understand, and then actually you will feel it. You can't really
Yeah, after no
by
problem.
force feel it.
Yeah,
It will feel.
that's-
You will feel it.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, popular.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I was trying to.
After no
like-
problem, no.
Yeah,
Why are you
no,
suffering? Why are you in sadness? You are
not at
thinking,
all. Yeah.
this world is otherwise. You, who are you? You are not in the. You are not body. You are not the mind. Who are you? This is stimulus. Every time, one stimulus here, one thought. This thought, how much have the power? That's you. Power is you. That's ego. That's the crane. That's the power. You see this. Finally, why we are talking about endless happiness here? Why not sad here? No death or birth. It's only the thoughts. This sadness and suffering coming, you are thinking. Someone is here. He's now coming the death. It's happening. Someone is here. Who are you? It's a power, no? After you are not doing, systematically your power is disappearing. It's a fading. That's the crave is fading. That's the path of Nibbana. Practically, you can experience it. You are not doing. You can't do this. You are doing only the understand. You can't do Nibbana. Because mind can't do this. Mind cannot do this. Mind, how is this? How is mind doing this? Mind is not real. What do you think about Suranka?
Yes. An answer, yes, exactly. That is ultimately what has to be understood is that there is no one doing it. I think R.N. Mansa explained it day before yesterday also, this whole process. When one understands that it is just a process, just a mechanism, then there is no ownership to that. The stimulus is just a stimulus. It's one after the other. The thoughts are just freely flowing in the mind. And that is also a combination of the picture, the sound, as R.N. Mahansa explained. And that is also no one's doing due to the speed of vibration, because we have these sense faculties. These are being constructed. But if we take an animal or different species, the world that gets constructed to that animal, whether it's a horse, a bat, an owl, the world that they get and they perceive is quite different. So then which world is true? What world are we thinking is real that is causing us suffering? Is there a world to cause suffering? And if there is no world, is there a perceiver? Is there a person experiencing it here? No, isn't it? So I think ultimately, Joel, try to see through by understanding the sense faculties. And I think we talked about ownership of the stimulus. Is there anything that can be even owned? Right at the beginning, there was an explanation about the chair and about the stimulus and the objects. Are those actually real, or are those just perceived to be there? So if one understands that process, yes, R.N. Mahansa, it becomes real. It's not easy at the beginning, but gradually over time, when one understands how this whole thing works, the importance that is given to those, the value that is attached to it, even to get fed up of life, there has to be something called life. What is life? Is that a concept that has been made? Is that a thought? Now, if you say you're fed up, say somebody else who is saying that, no, everything is great for me. I like my life. Somebody will say. And then another person will say, I'm feeling sad. Some person will say, no, I'm okay. It's there's good and bad and all that. So how can different people have different notions about it? Isn't that finally resting in the way that the thinking pattern is going? And as Aryan once explained, this is all thought-driven world, depending on the stimulus. And through ignorance, if one believes that the stimulus is true, that is where the suffering arises. If there is no thing, then how can there be suffering? How can there be even a concept called suffering? It's not easy to understand, but gradually, I think over time, one can see through it because there's nothing really to get fed up about. Yes, I don't answer.
Yeah, the Sranka, we are using the mind to understand this. Mind is not real. We are using the mind to understand this.
Yes.
You see, we are not getting that mind is true. Mind is not true. Mind is not real. Someone understood how is this mind created. This is very important. That's the freedom of mind is coming. Liberation of mind is that way. People won't understand their mind. How is created? How is this mind is becoming? How is this thoughts? Mind is thoughts. Chittena niyati lopo, chittena parikasate is a Buddha's word. You see, where are you? It's a chittena niyati lopo. What is this mindful word? It's not real. It's a sounds and sound and firm together. And that's a mind. It's a simple. It's after you know this. You see, it's a knowledge. It's mind. But mind can't do anything. Why? Mind is not there. But you know, but you see, what is inside? Is the feel. What is this feel? Feel is, this word is real, is a feel. It's a feel. You know, finally, the existent field. What is this existent field? Your mind, these thoughts. Is this thought is real? No. But people is, what's people idea? This thoughts is real. That's the misconception. That's the misconception. Thought is not real. This is very important. So light also not real. Sound also not real. These are vibrations. These are waves. This is huge science here. That is science. This science is very important. This finally, that existent field is the power. It's okay. That's a itta sanya, perception. Existent perception we are talking, no? Itta sanya. What happened this? Non-existent field is coming. Because he know these are not real. After power, inside power, what is this power? Existent field is there. Itta sanya. We are talking that perception, existent perception, itta sanya. Because you are getting this everything, every thought is real. But every thought is not real. What is this power? Thought is real, is the power. It's a thought, it's a one thought. We are getting this thought. It's how systematically is happening. Chair, example, kindergarten time. How is the teacher teaching this thoughts house given to you. Picture given the eye, sound given the ear. This sound and form. You see, this sound exists and feel there otherwise. Sound, not the chair, it's the sound. It's your sense creation. That is why Skanda is a Buddha's explaining is very important. Why? The consciousness here, there. What is this consciousness word meaning? What is this perception word? This perception is have the power. But perception converting the consciousness. Consciousness have the power. The same sound. Sound is a perception. You see, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana is the Buddha's word. Skanda. Rupa is a vibrations. So waves, vibes, waves. Speedily happening, this is power. What happened? It's a Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyana. What is this? It's a feel. The speed, rapid speed is here, is a vibration. The feel is sound. How is can you explain this, Suranka? This consciousness is very important. How is coming consciousness? Consciousness have the power. Because one is spark, have the power. That's the secret. Madhya Sutra is there. Is very important one. Very important one is the one is spark have the power. That's your sasva power. That's your cycle of birth power. That's your craving. That's your defilements. That's your magnetic power, electric power, like that. Your mindful mind power. What is word? Is suitable. It's a power. This power is your circle of birth. It's a waves, like a sirasa, like a radio waves, like that. Your phone number, like that. It's a waves. Every wave have the power. It's vibes. You see here, what happened here? It's a spark only. That's why Madhya Sutra, Buddha talking about different in somewhere, there is the power. No different in no power is there. That's what Madhya Sutra's meaning. One spark have the power. And again, and this spark is happening. That's power also combining, coming the more power. That's the perception converting the consciousness. What do you think about Suranga? Consciousness word is very important, no? That's the existent field converting the alive field. Place is there. Why? Existent field is consciousness. Consciousness is the sound. Is existent field. Existent field again and again and there. The more power is there. The power won't. The sprint is the example. Sprint is happening here. The automatically sprint getting the power. How is the sprint getting the power? This systematically, no. That is the alive field. That how is this continually, how is this power is going on? That's again and want to be thoughts are coming and power also coming. No? What do you think about that?
Yes, Arivach, the understanding is that because of the speed of the vibration, there is a feeling, a sensation that arises that there is something. And this light is felt, the sound is felt, but this is all happening at speed, which is where the perception comes. So the feeling, the perception is the sound, perception is the light. And because it is speedily happening, that is what we call formations, mental formations. Due to the speed of that perceptions occurring, there is a feeling that this is existing. It is the consciousness which we call the feeling of existence, that these things are there. We get this notion purely due to the manifestation in the senses that the light is there, the sound is there, there is something called sound, there is such a thing called light, there is such a thing called smell. Actually, there isn't, but it is because of the speed, the sheer speed of the vibration. Due to the sense faculties, the feeling comes that there is those things exist.
Otherwise, Suranka, these five senses together come in. That's why Tinna Sangati Passo is the dependent origination is here. Why?
Yes,
these together come in, these five senses together come in. One is spark is there. That's the thought. Is have the power. That's why red have the power. Otherwise, apple have the power. That's why apple exists and feel is there. That's the living being. The power is the living being.
Yeah.
Because there's the death and birth. What is the birth? Your eye is the birth. That's the Buddha's word. Eye is the word. Eye is the birth. Not the mother, not the story of this one. Mother's, the baby's time. This is your senses creating the birth. It's your world. It's your eye. Something you are looking. There's a chair or something. That's your birth. What's the first time is coming this world? What's the words? That's your birth. Your eye is the birth. Your senses the given this world. Salata loco, salata nirodho nibbano. What is this? Six senses given your world. Six senses, you understood what has happened here. That's your world is disappeared. This world is not real. That's fact.
Yes.
That's right. No problem, because this is understanding. What happened? Someone know this Dhamma. Someone know what happened here. Someone know this. What happened after that? You are inside your power. Who are you? You are the power. Why? This world is you. What is the world? Chair, table, sun and moon, everything. Is that real? Yeah, real is the feel is existent, is the power, is you. Side by side. World is other side, you are here. You have the world. But world is not real. That world, what is this world? Is inside power is there. Existent feel is there. Because light and sound, no? Coming together, sound and form coming together, that's five senses. One is spark is here, no? That's thoughts. Thought is the existent field. It's the world, no? Every thought is like a programming, like a data updating system. But you see, this is not only the thought, the power is inside. That's why existent field is there. That field is you, otherwise. More field, no, but field is there. But how is field continuing? How is this power continuing? That's more power want you. That's why again and again your thought, your mind is working. Mind automatically, systematically is creating. They're like a circle, spring. That's right. Like a spring, example. No. Yeah. A spring, how is getting the power system? That's your Atmiya Aropana. We are talking about the power. Is your ego. That's you. That's your word. Someone know this. How is getting the, how is creating this power? He know this is thoughts. Thoughts given you to power. Who are you? You are the power. But this thought is not real, power is disappearing. You are getting this thought is real, power is more coming. But you are getting this thought is not real, power is disappearing. That's the fading defilements. That's the way Ragakyo, desakyo, mohakyo, nibbana. That's your defilements are fading. That's your ego also fading. More ego, someone have more ego, he's going away. Someone, no more ego, he's going heaven. That's the Buddha's word. That's Sankarupati Sutras there. That's why Buddha's talking about Maniya Makkato Atimani Kukuru. How much power you have, that perception is thick. This perception is smooth. It's the heaven. Perception is a power. We are talking about the power is thick. That's the down world. We are talking about the heaven. So this present moment, everything is happening. This present moment, one thought is creating. This time, you are not, your body is okay. You are talking about the human body. But your mind, what is that? Your mind is heaven or heaven. It's your ego. Something happened to you, that Viber is telepathy, you can't do. What you are doing, you can't do anything. This system is happening like a nature. Like a radio waves like that. That's magnetic wave like that, electric waves like that, mind waves is creating. It's a power. Your defilements is the power, otherwise. Your ego is same, these different words we are using. It's a power. You can't do anything. So someone know this, finally. So how nice feeling. Because nobody is here, system is working. Now you can decide your mind. What you want to do. Be a doctor, be an engineer. What you want to do. That's now you can, it's producing the film. It's your film. Yeah. You are not stuck anywhere. Because this sensor, you understood these sensors, finally, but you can control everything. Why? Nobody is here. System, you can control the system, because who is controlling the system? We are talking about the jnana, is the nuana. What is the English word? It's your feel. It's a real feel. It's a samadhi. What is the real word? It's a wisdom. Yeah, wisdom controlling everything. What is the real word is English? It's the jnana. It's a nuana. Controlling everything. Because his mind can't control, finally, is your wisdom is controlling everything. How is that in this Suranka? No, it's a jnana.
Yes,
Nuana is coming.
Jnana.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What is the English word? Not a wisdom, no?
We couldn't find
Super
any other
awareness.
word. It's just
Super awareness. Yeah, English word. English is, yeah. No more English words. That's right. We are using the Hindu words. English word alignment and the other words. These are English words, Hindu words. But Buddhist guys, I think, helpless. Because they have words. That's why. I was explaining English.
I think the word Aryan Mahansa gave, super awareness, is good.
Super awareness is controlling everything. Yes. That's Adhigata Samadhi. Yeah. No one is doing. Systematically, is controlling panel is coming finally. What is that? What is here? You are the truth. You are be the truth. Finally, truth haven't defilements. There's the tranquility. Nice feelings there. Normally everything is happening. Nobody is there. No one is there. System is only the system here. You can experience it. You can feel it. This Dhamma is not a thinking. This Dhamma is not a believing. This Dhamma is not a trust. This Dhamma is this current moment you can experience. Every moment, your birth and death is happening. But someone understood this Dhamma. Every moment, death and birth is not there because nobody is there. That is the tranquility. After is your feeling is everything. This sense of feelings like a radiant mind is you're feeling like a radiant mind. No defiance. No any craving. It's a tranquility. It's a radiant mind. Finally, is the Arahat, our monks. We are talking Arahat stage is there. Nobody is there. No one is there. It's the experience is very important. But everything is happening. You can study. You can do the job. You can do the business also. You can do everything. Otherwise, Gatikara also is Gatikara is doing. What is Gatikara doing? He's here.
One who makes
Factory.
clay pots.
Yeah,
Yes.
making the clay pots factory. No, he's a businessman like that. No, but
Yes.
he have the blind mom and dad.
Yes.
He is going on, cool down, no problem. No ego is here. That's right. It's nice feeling. Yeah, system is working like a mirror, no? And you can see like a mirror. Nobody is seeing, but everything is there. But you're inside, not getting any, and not happening any pain or anything. No, not happen any pain. What do you think about Kopila?
Yes, it's very, very beautiful to actually feel this. It's important, even for Joel to not to put this very strongly into the system. If you try to do that, might give a.
I think Joel want time.
Yeah,
Not
Joel
easy.
needs time.
Not
and
easy.
also,
He want time.
he
He
can
won't
go to
realize.
kind of Dombagado or somewhere which is very peaceful and maybe just be there
Yeah.
without doing anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah. Don't be hurry. Cool mind is good, I think. Because the system is normally system. We are understanding. This Dhamma is important thing is understand. After everything is happening, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about Jay, no? Jay.
Joel.
Jay. Yes, Jay.
No worry, months. I'll take some time.
Yeah. I think it's more time because realize this experience is very important because this is not a trust or believing. That's Buddha's word. You want to experience, I think. Yes. Your time, I think. Don't realize your time. Keep going. It's okay. You know this Dhamma after you cite this everything, and you normal your life. You want to be go. I think Dhamma and the Nibbana and everything you want side by side. After you would go normal life. I think it won't be happen because our mind can't tolerate this. More data is coming, mind is stuck. No? Mind can't get this. Sometimes this happens. Pain is coming. Headache.
I think it is easy for him now because he knows the heaviness of the mind already.
Yeah.
And yeah, he has to just let it go.
Let it
There's
go. It's good.
so many things in his mind.
Yeah,
and
that
so
is right.
heavy.
Yeah,
Even if you think I'm fed up, even if you think about it in one day, if you think that same thing about 5 times, you will be fed up. Yeah, just like that. It's just how the mental constructs work. They get abhisankarana or get more and more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Jay. Okay, Kokila, I think it's time is going, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. This one now is yeah, it's past. Okay, Suranka, Teran Sarnai, Kokila, also Teran Sarnai. Jay, we can discuss again. Keep going. I think it's good. Let it go. No, how's that to keep going? Let it go, no? It's okay, Jay. Teran Sarnai. Teran Sarnai. No, we can't.
they are all the types of questions, the pattern of those questions carries the self-view. I think you all can actually, like checkmate, but you really get it now, because if someone talks with the self-view, it's very easy to understand, because if there's a self, you will have a world, and that world, if they don't know that it's just a perception here, and you don't actually have a experience of the external world, you keep trying to change the world. Yes, you might do something, but what actually happens here is the energy, change in energy levels, but whatever we perceive has not changed. So imagine we put a bomb. Yes, we are actually like damaging the world, yes, but what we perceive is what we perceive. What we perceive is what our sensory organs can perceive. Limitations of those sensory organs, they are 100%. So you can't actually see what has happened to the unicellular organs. Be able to synchronize to know anything in that sense. So if there's vibration here, you will have a synchronicity, but actually that is limit. These are the limitations. So we can't really say they are the things out there, because actually what you see is not what the other animals see. So likewise, just keep researching about what is actually happening here. And if you ask an arahant, these questions are not there. That's the thing. The questions that, what am I going to do next 50 years? That question even does not apply. Why? So that's just another thought now here, because even if I think now, what am I going to do tomorrow? It's a thought happening now. And if you think tomorrow again, you think tomorrow, what am I going to do in next another year? That is a thought happening at that particular moment. So the stimulus, the word we use, the stimulus, is that thing, that whatever the thought that is happening at exactly this point. And what we are saying is, actually with this Dhamma, what we are understanding is even that moment is not true. So we understand that the past is the thought. Whatever we think about the past now, we can think about now. Like 10 years ago, I was like this. So you can think about that. It's okay. It's just a thought now. And you can think in 10 years' time, I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can think about that. That's fine. But it's a thought now. But with this Dhamma, you really understand this. Even this thought, even that is not true. I'm thinking about a house, or buying a house. Buying a house is just a perception which we can buy. If you really like have the ability, you might buy, but that's not the point. Point is, whatever our world is full of perceptions. So even if you get a craving, you definitely know that is the you. There's no separate you. It's not I am craving chocolate. The craving itself is I. There's no separate I there. That is what we keep understanding. So how does the craving come from? Craving come from because you feel chocolate as a thing. So that when you feel the chocolate as a thing, then definitely you feel it, and then you get a feeling to keep it with you. But
And Dr. Kokila, this Dhamma is so miraculous. Since you raised this again, this Angie's behavior, because in the morning she was not listening. She was telling, no, I don't want to end the suffering. I love the suffering. Suffering is what keep everything happens. So what would happen to the evolution of mankind, the development? Now we are going to explore the other planets and so on. So she she says, then she, even in the suffering in the mundane world is not a problem for her. So we were discussing all these plane crashes, losing loved ones. She says, no, that's fine, I want to be born again. It's all right, I enjoy them. So and I just came because of Theo's persuasion, and so halfway through she leaves. So by the evening, Dr. Kokila, it's so miraculous. She was interested. She changed her tone. And from the very beginning, she was asking, okay, now you are on the path with the spiritual teacher. Now I am going to rate. So if it is 1 to 10, 1 is maybe number 1, me, I'm just starting. So your teacher is, maybe he has completed. So where are you? Then I was telling, no, we don't talk about achievements. And so, no, just tell me where are you. Then me and Shani, we told maybe 3 or 4 lines. Then the very question he asked Aryan was, where are you? Are you 10? Then after that, what is the purpose? Even though we tell that after full kind of awakening realization, also everything will happen as normal. Okay, I know the mechanism. I know everything, because their minds are so big. They are kind of intelligent also. So they have watched the videos and grasped everything kind of as knowledge. So they never want to see through a thought practically. They say, no, we know that it was on the video. That's not on the only.
Yeah, but I think the Mr. Theo was different. I think
he was very different, doctor. The problem is he has practiced concentration meditation for 8 years under different teachers. So he doesn't want to come out of that. He has never heard of insight meditation, but he was listening. And when I said that the vibration that occurred with all the data, the qualities of previous births and everything into zygote, and that will telepathize, synchronize into each and every thought, he was interested. Then, of course, he said, now I am coming back. But by today, when they were leaving, they have written poems. Even Angie has written poems, danced, and she's asking, you can share it anywhere. I am coming back. I want to meet Aryan Mahanse. After then, she was asking, didn't your teacher tell that I am aggressive? Then I said, no, you were open-minded. That's fine. That's the way. Many people tell that I am aggressive and they always stop me. But you all are different. No, don't you think I am aggressive? Then he said, no, we don't think you are aggressive. That's the way that it's very good. We said you went by the feel. Whatever you felt, you asked. That's why. Then she was impressed and she wanted to talk to Aryan Mahanse, and she says she wants to
I wish actually I wish they come. Actually, it's okay. The main thing is the open question. If someone is actually asking open questions, there should be some kind of answer. Otherwise, they will just shake their head and they will walk away. So, if our main understanding about this truth is true, if our intention is to give them the real happiness and super awareness, then we need to kind of calibrate or kind of synchronize to their wave pattern and just try and understand how to get it down to the level that the understanding level, or even just to the level to listen to Dhamma. That's how it is. And one day, like even Joel just started to listen to Dhamma, and one day we never know, he might even get these instincts of how to actually get the root point, because the root points mainly is like of about the worries would be the losing the loved partner. Sometimes they are the root points. So we can't really understand the root points without actually feeling them, how they feel, what is driving her, how this mind is driving. It's similar to everyone. What is Sudharma being like? What is there for Sudharma to hang on to? Like, what is Kokila hanging on to? Or what is Suranglika hanging on to? Like, what is the main thing that against liberation of mind? So, likewise, this is the research that we do. But if someone is actually entering, we just have to feel them and help them. And it is easy when our mind is not strong. When our mind is not strong, it's much easy. It's like water. So the water filling the cup, it becomes easy, so that you feel the other person's fears. Because definitely it's a fear of liberation. Fear of liberation comes from various aspects. And one is ignorance, 100%. But there are several other views. It's mainly views, like if someone think about, I need to go to God and then I will do anything. I just want to see the God and then only I will do whatever you're saying. So something like that, like we never know. We never know the underlying reason or the views that is held in someone's heart. So the getting into that wall is the problem. And when your mind is kind of really thin, it's much easier, and the communication gaps are there because of the language, but still we can. There's nothing we can't, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It was like I was just investigating on this matter called self and the perception I. The self and I has become a big problem to us before we got to know this truth. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because we always rely on self and this I perception. And the day we come out of this I perception and this self perception, like Arya once is saying, come out of your mind, that is where you get liberated. And you don't feel about yourself. You don't think about yourself. You just go as it goes.
As it is, yeah.
And just feel the breeze, but you won't feel the breeze. It's like something getting into your sensory department.
Yeah.
And even when people speak to you, without knowing you, I mean, you give compassion. You'll be compassionate.
Yes.
Today I felt it a lot because not I, okay? I'm just saying when I went to the place I didn't like, I didn't feel anything. I mean,
so you already did it. So you already challenged.
Yeah. I just wanted to go to that place and just be there. And after I came home, I was thinking, oh my God, I didn't react. So where's myself? Oh my God, I lost it. And
yeah, that's so good.
I was like, wow, it's a magic, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come to that point. We can do it. But
yeah,
the thing is,
that's the message. We can do it.
We have to practice it. I'm practicing it every day, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Kokila.
Therwan Sanayaranasa.
Yes, I'm sure. What's this experience?
Yes, Aranasa.
Yes.
Are you asking Joel or me?
Oh, no, I'm not just. I just now joined him, so I've not heard the full story. But I have a question. What's the real experience? I'm talking about. I'm talking about the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
It's experience of non-vibration.
No, real loving is a real loving is the Buddha's loving.
Yes.
It's everything there. Not only the girl or woman. It's everything is same. Girl and woman and what you show. This is sky or everywhere is the same loving.
Yeah. Even the.
What is that loving? It's only the one part. Only the one part is the girl and woman. But everything is same. Girl also same.
It
So
could be infinite
it's
love. Infinite. Infinite is Ananta.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere here and now. What you think, what you think, what you're doing, what you're talking, no matter. Everywhere is the same. What is the daytime experience? What is the nighttime? It's the same. It's the Buddha's word.
Yeah.
Yatha diva tatha ratri. It's the same loving is there. What is that?
I think that's the most beautiful experience.
That is the real loving. That is the Arya Bhumi.
Yes.
That is the spiritual guys have loving. It's a huge loving is there. You know, there's a mundane guys. It's a normal people talking about the loving. That loving is somebody's doing. He's there, everywhere he's there. But someone understood this Dhamma. Nobody's here. But love is there. It's not, nobody's not, do or not here. But love is here. I ask him, what is that experience? What is that loving? Everywhere. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you doing? What are you thinking? Everywhere that love is there. No matter girl or woman, it's no problem. Same. So girls are thinking he's interested in me, but not only him. Everybody. But everyone is a feel is coming. No, it's me. It's a normally people. Normally someone don't know this Dhamma. I think he misunderstand. She is misunderstood. She's thinking she want him because she don't know the Dhamma. She want him, but she know the Dhamma. She don't want him. Is other loving. So she's in happy. She's happy. She's happy is my happy. Is a spiritual loving. She's not in happy. Is my feeling is that one. I know she's not in happy. I want she in happy. She's in happy. Sure, I'm given the Dhamma because Dhamma given be happy to him, to her. That is why I'm telling the Dhamma. Because it's a Mahamaitri is the Buddha's word. It's everywhere. Here and now. Someone understood this Dhamma, internal transformation is happening. That's the experience. It's a practical experience. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. It's experience.
Yeah,
That is the real love. That is real loving. You know, this Nibbana is a loving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because someone became in a Nibbana. He loving everybody. Because he wants happy everybody. That is why he is given the Dhamma. Because Dhamma is the really tranquility, peaceful mind, and loving mind, loving kindness is there. That is why Buddha told, Metta Karuna Buddha. That is real love. Because that love, you know, he don't want anybody. He don't want marry or anything.
Doesn't expect anything back.
That is real loving because she won't be happy her. He given the money and everything. Why? He don't want anything. He want only one. She won't be happy. That is the real love. It's not a business. No profit. Nothing happen, anything. Is your feet. It's nothing there, anything. Only the happy is there. That is the real love. It's unbelievable loving. I'm talking yesterday also.
Yeah, true. And that would be for the darkness. That would be for the sun.
You know, Kokila, that's love. I have that love.
Yes, sir.
I have that love. Yeah, I know that. I have that love because I don't want anybody. I don't marry or anything. It's okay. But you know, I won't given someone have problem or someone have question or where he is stuck, where he is struggling, where she is struggling, someone. So they are in like a cage.
100%.
Yeah. So many guys in somewhere is stuck. They can't release. They can't release their own mind.
Yeah, even Joel was telling that how he's slowly coming out of the cage now.
Yeah, that is really nice experience. So you know, many years you don't know my picture or anything.
No.
But you know, there is the loving, but it's not a personal loving. No. It's a Dhamma came. So Dhamma is the loving. Nobody, no person. But you know, it's a feel. Nothing there, anything. But feel is nice feeling. Because peaceful mind is how is telling this? No cage is here. Unconditional loving. No condition also here. That's right. No? No, it's okay.
Yes,
it's very nice experience. You know, I will tell something. One boy told me this story. That girl, that she's a loving affair. That girl, you know, hate. It's a how is telling English that boy is telling, but he have the feel is loving, but that girl hate him. Hate him. No. You know how
Yeah,
it's in English?
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't
But,
love
but
him
that
back.
boy is feeling is telling me, boy telling me the feel. Loving is there. No anger or anything coming.
Yeah.
What is this? It's a feeling. It's a feeling. So I told the boy, yeah, your mind is not anything there. Your mind is loving. So that a boy, that's a personal loving. That one is a personal loving. But after I explained the boy how many stages is here loving.
Yeah.
Yeah. After boy laughing, yeah, it's a me is there. Yeah,
Must
I'm
be
doing
in
that. Yeah.
must be in Sinhala language, Aran Hansen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is this? It's okay. It's the story. Nice stories have this type of because love is the feeling. It's not a material. Love is not a material. Love is a feeling. It's a it's a sex or others are it's not a it's just other one. It's a hormones sexuality is there. But hormone how is coming react feel is there, hormone also coming pick up. So after is there's the sex, that's a raga. How is telling English is a raga, is a romance, no? But after is coming that, but love is not that one. Love is not a romance. Love is not anything. Sex or others are body system is happening. Body language is there. Body is a reaction, no? It's a material. But love is not a material. Love is a feel. It's a nice experience. It's a nice feeling. Yes, but I think people won't understand what is the body, what is the hormones, what is the sexuality, what is the love. Love is not sexuality one, it's a feeling. But feeling is there, feeling is there. You know, it's a mind given others one. Mind given the business. Mind given something, business. It's a material type. But real one is not a mind. Real one is a feel. I think I don't know. Understood?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mind is doing the business. So many marriages are Sri Lanka. Yes, the proposal marriage is not loving. It's a business type. It's thinking about the property. So others. So it's not loving. So love is a feel, no material, no anything. It's a feel. It's a vibe. Vibes, same vibes link. That's the real divine loving. But divine loving is not still. That's the case. Sometimes today divine loving is here, but tomorrow we can't say because this vibe is changing. Divine loving also destroyed. It's unbelievable, this talking. So we want to understand because this life also not still not permanent. Anything not permanent. It's okay. Everything is impermanent. That is why we won't understand how is this our mind. Our mind is not permanent. It's impermanent. It's every time is changing. It's happening. How is telling this? So that is why it's a vibration. Is the mind is thoughts, thinking, everything is impermanent. So we won't understand this or what is your lifestyle is going. What's your pattern? What your thinking style is. You won't understand everything. So after it's okay, you can decide what's your journey. So it's okay. Wow. Someone selecting the partner, marry or engage. It's okay. You won't understand the Dhamma is okay. It's very important. You can choose the selecting everything. How type of wife or husband you want. What is your way? What is your pattern? What's your rhythm? What's your wave? It's very important. It's very important because I'm talking about the normal guys, normally person. I think how is the lifestyle won't be both because I don't think about everybody won't be monk. I'm thinking about the Visakha or like that. Everybody can this life can go and keep going because Nibbana also there. No problem for the Nibbana. So it's my experience. I know this, but you won't understand what is the body, what is the senses, what is the hormones reactions, what is the mind. How's these parts, these senses creating. Finally, it's a simple life. You can go simply. No problem anywhere. What you think about?
No suffering.
No suffering, no sadness. But suffering is there, but sadness is there, but nobody is there. Unbelievable is this topic. You know, I'm talking about Sinhala language. Deyak nona satutak. Deyak nona dukak.
Yes.
Deyak nona gina. How is this?
Yeah, if your son died, you will be not happy, you will be sad, but it's not a thing.
How is telling that? Happy is there, but no happy is there. How is telling English? Sad is there, but not sad is there. Sad is there, but no one sad is there. Happy is there, but nobody happy is there. But no one happy is there. But happy is there, but you haven't happy. Sad is there, but you haven't sad.
So
how is telling this?
Is it selfless? Selfless love, selfless sadness.
Yeah, love also there. The love also there. Love is there, but you have.
I don't answer in Sinhala. Can we say windin nati novindina satutak novindina duka?
No. Deyak nona satutak. But satuta, there is a happy. There is a happy. Feeling is happy. But not inside. Pain. Not inside pain. Yeah.
I think it's happiness without self, sadness without self, because there is
but sadness is there. Sadness is there.
Yes, but without self.
You are happy, but you are inside. You can't tell happy. Yeah, you have tranquility, but not have happy is a mind. Tranquility is not a mind. Happy is a mind.
Yeah.
Sadness also mind. But tranquility is not a mind. That is why. Sad is there, but tranquility is there.
Yeah.
That's the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana, guys. That's the spiritual guys. Yeah, the coming censoring is okay. It's a body sensor. Coming this almost is coming. That's a happy also coming. This is I'm telling this Sinhala. Kichi kya hua hum satuta enavane. Eka mind එක සම්බන්ධ නැහැනේ. නේ. ඔක ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන් නම් ඒකත් සතුටනේ. ඒ වුණාට ඒක mind එකට සම්බන්ධ නැහැ. කිචි කවුවම නෙන්නේ. It's a sense of creation no.
Tickling.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it, Darren? Because it's just a bodily reaction. When you tickle, automatically that person starts giggling and laughing, but nothing to do with the mind.
It's not, nothing, anything. They are mind. That is it's
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila?
Yes.
All these things I'm listening and I'm fallen in love with a person. And that is Aryan and Vansa.
You will get a good answer from Aryan Vansa, Joel, in a minute.
It's a few minutes now. It's no time. Sorry for this. It's okay. What time is now?
Aryan Vansa, Joel has fallen in love with you.
Yeah, I know. Because he feel me, I think. Feel. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a person, but it's I think it's a nature like that, no?
100%.
It's a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dharma and answer.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
so,
there's
it's
the
so
Dharma.
beautiful.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Day by
And,
day, we are feeling it, our advances so much.
Yeah. You know, Sudharma, this time, no any guy. Our you know, many nuns with me, you know, many problems last few
Right.
months happening. But you know, today, everybody like me, no?
Yes,
Nothing
Aryan Mahansa.
question given. Yeah.
Aryan Mahansa, I want to share this with you that Angie, Chinese lady, and Theo, both of them were so impressed when I said that next time Aryan Mahansa would be meeting you. They were very happy and they were like telling, we are blessed, we are coming back. To hear that you are going to meet them was a great thing for them. And they were so grateful to you and asking us to tell that they are so grateful and they want to explore more about the truth, as you said, Aryan Mahansa. They will be coming back. Yes.
Yeah, but I like alone. It's my feel. It's my feel. It's good.
Yes.
So be careful, yeah.
Yes.
It's not too good close, I think. It's my side.
I think,
Yeah.
Aryan Mahansa, initially the reason you set up the International Meditation Center is to spread this Dhamma to the Western world, Western society, and through the English language. And that Dobbagoda place is so valuable in that sense. So your dreams are, you know, the vision is coming true. But in order to provide that, to give that lasting message, Aryan Mahansa, maybe at least once in a way, if you actually come and speak to those international visitors, I think they will carry the message for us, Aryan Mahansa, to their places, to their countries. That is going to have a lasting effect.
Oh yeah. You see, I've not heard what you say. Yeah, Suranka.
Yeah, what I said was, Aryan Mahansa, the Dobbagoda Center was made purely to take the Dhamma through the English language to foreign visitors, to other countries, which you have always said that we want to spread the word, isn't it, to the Western countries.
Yeah, Suranka, you know, today, especially, you know what happened today? Especially, there's a BTV, Zoom, and BTV YouTube, and the BTV Facebook. You see that, Suranka?
Yes,
you don't know?
Yes, we saw
it is
Aryan Mahansa. It was really good.
Wagala today is the first.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. Today is the first day. Yes. Today is the first day. Wagala is a practical. That's a program. Yeah, it's the first day. As you see, there's a footpath. It's a walking meditation. Many few kilometers. It's a long. It's a queue is there. Long footpath is there because the village is there, mountain area, and the down area, the other temple, they are coming down 3 kilometers, I think. 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers. So that's the walking meditation. You know, many guys there. You can show tomorrow. So live is going. Otherwise, you know, BTV, Zoom, 24 hours open. Mudita is Sri Lanka here everywhere. Not only the Sri Lanka, we expand this other countries. We won't do this. It's okay. Another step. Sri Lanka everywhere. Mudita is guys there. They can anytime join the Zoom discussion and join the Zoom and they open the video and they can show everybody. So it's very important. This BTV Zoom BTV Zoom is creating other group. It's a Nikini and Timira and the youngest there. But IT engineers there. Nikini also IT engineer. So, so very nice. They are coming, I think. Join with us, no?
Yes, Aranvansa, I think one day somebody, maybe in Australia or some person asked you.
Yeah, 31 is the day. Is the Melbourne is the place. Is the our guy is who is that guy name?
Sunitha.
Sunitha's home. Yeah, Sunitha's home. The Melbourne. There's a practical program is there. It's the Melbourne is the first one. Yeah, it's otherwise our Dilruk show also there. Metmal our NGO, Metmal Samaseva Padanam NGO.
Foundation,
Foundation president is there. Melbourne. This is nice, I think, because Andra also there. Andra and the Ruksha and the Sunitha, and I was okay. Everybody can join with them because Rajit also there, Melbourne. There, I think is going to be good. I think Kokila can join the Zoom. We can join the group. BTV is Zoom is ready for that. Yeah, it's okay. Kokila and the Suranka and everybody can join them.
Even Sunet said from Sydney Aranvansa. Sunet also will.
Yeah,
join online.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk, no? Sunet? It's okay. Nice to say.
But also, Aranvansa, the Buddothpada, the BTV, if some mother asked you, Aranvansa, one day, like, the Kurunagala Metmalarana program.
Yeah.
If they can link the video program to BTV, that will be very nice for mothers all over the world. Also, Buddothpada. Yes, Aranvansa.
Now is Kurunagala is steady. Now Kurunagala is strong.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that. Kurunagala becoming day by day strong. Kurunagala is the head place one day. Because there's Manel, there's many guys I know. Just last week I'm in Kurunagala, last week Sunday. So I have that experience. That is why I'm telling Kurunagala is coming head. Tomogoda and the Kurunagala and the Vagala and the Kalutara is next week. Kalutara coming join the program. I think it's a Mathara and Dagabada is now is a nice place. Is arranging nice cottages. We can see future. It's okay. Balungala also come. I think good. No, good is happening.
It's very good.
Yeah, future is good. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Yes.
Aranvansa Nora පැත්තට එන්නේ නැද්ද?
I think he is in Kurunagala. I don't know where he is at this moment, but
Wow, what is that?
he is asking whether you would come to Kandy.
Aran was last week in Kandy, no? There are Vagala, there's Samadana. What's the story about?
I think he wants to meet you, Aranvansa. So you said you're going to plan another.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that Zoom. It's okay. It's okay. One day I'm telling you how you can meet me. I think sometimes your side, your Dhamma is coming strong. That is the time is suitable time is meet me. Because Dhamma is doing this, not me, not person. Dhamma is strong. It's okay. That's qualified. That's qualified. It's okay because of Buddha's word is. You know the Dhamma, you know the Buddha. It's okay. That's the time is. I think it's good meet that person. No person is here Dhamma is here. That is why I'm telling this. I think you understand this. It's okay, no longer. Sometimes, I don't know. This month is sometimes next month. It's something sometimes happening because I'm always coming candid. Because Sita Kotu also stay here. Our place is there making. Otherwise, Wagal also now is okay coming. And the Balungal also there. Everything is handy. Otherwise, another place these days talking about given us somebody, I don't know the person. He tried to given us that there's a place. Many guys are ready to given us the places because they won't happen in this very way. That's a Dhamma. Nothing anything. It's the Dhamma. You know?
Yeah, power of some.
Yeah, it's good idea. I think, what is the name of jail, no? Jail, where are you? Candy?
Candy, I was in Anivatta, but before that, I was living in Askiria. Gedige Pansala, next to that. So, Upali Hamdru is a well-known person. So, basically from Candy. So, I like to meet you one day as a person because you have, when you laugh and smile even, that is very selfless. You are not selfish.
Yeah.
And I like that. I don't know how to do that. I'm in that path, but I need time to practice this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's okay, Kokila. I think time is now is over. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you, everybody. Thank you, Jel. Thank you, Suranka. Everybody, I like Dhamma friends. It's nice, I think, this duty. This message won't given everybody. Peaceful mind, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's good idea. It's good work, yeah. There was everybody.
Tera sarana.
We worship.
Therwan Saranai Sir. May the Triple Gem bless you, everyone. I think those Dhamma friends and our noble friends are trying to give this clear message to this world on Buddothpado PeoTV for 24 hours a day. That was a nice discussion. And yesterday at this time, in this early morning, I shared about Kaya Anupassana, and I spoke about what is the importance about that meditation, why it is important to understand to this Dhamma. I believe that practicing the 4 foundation of mindfulness is essential if we are to realize the true Dhamma. Okay, let's talk step by step so we can untangle each point to understand the Dhamma very clearly. We often think we are free because we can control the mind when we are controlling the mind. Through mindfulness in a different way that people do in these days. But once you truly hear the Dhamma, you begin to understand that there is no escape from suffering as long as you hold on to this world as something real. Because if you hold as something real, that there is suffering. If this world becomes true for you, that then itself is yourself. There is a soul. until you have kept your soul as a real, then continue suffering in this cycle. So as long as this world has become true for you, you can never be free. That's what we need to understand through this all Buddothpado Dhamma sermons. If you think this world is true, it is only because you see the great elements as true. But you must carefully examine or explore whether they truly exist as separate element or not. So I talked about this yesterday about through Kayanupassana. Because we cannot see this point very clearly. I'm talking again and again, this is why. Then you still have something that exists. Even if you escape suffering and rise to the heavenly or Brahma realms, as long as these two still exist, the Lord Buddha that teach that the cycle continue without end. Because in those 31 realms or 31 planes, you still meet birth, sorrow or death, and the increase or decrease of suffering according to the thickness of your keles or kleshas or defilements. Just as the Lord Buddha's words, there is a suffering until you running on this cycle. To see where the 31 planes are and how to be free from them, you must practice Satipatthana or properly. That means Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, and Dhammanupassana and Chittanupassana. When we follow the Kayanupassana meditation, there must be an escape from one's body, exploring this body very well. When we follow the Vedananupassana process, there must be an escape from all sensation. We normally think a feeling comes from my body or somewhere of my knee or my back or my throat or from that person or from that place. We are thinking like that way, the all sensation coming from through those ways. When we believe it comes from a body or from the outside world, we create the world again and again. It is linking in that cycle. So Vedananupassana about the mindfulness of sensation means carefully watching about the sensation with wisdom or jnana. It is the practice of seeing a feeling simply as a feeling without connecting it to a body or a place or a person or world. If there is sensation, real means that is the world actually. To completely escape from these forms, you must have a wisdom about these forms. We usually experience a feeling as if they come from the world around us. We think a feeling comes from a particular person, a particular place or taste or through a smell or something we see. Wherever feeling appears, then a pleasant or painful sensation, we assume it is coming from somewhere outside. That's what we need to untangle through Vedanānupassana. We even feel as if we can point to a spot on the body and say the feeling is right here, or feeling is on my back, like that way. So how we can say like that, we should explore very carefully through Vedanānupassana meditation. This show that we treat form or rupa as if it were like a solid or real thing. We link a feeling to the body as if the body is the place where the feeling truly exists. And wherever a feeling appears, the moment a feeling appears, the mind immediately produces then thoughts and intentions and mental reaction. We can call these sankara. That's how sankara is producing through sensation. This means there will be bodily intention, like we can say kaya sankara. Kaya sankara means bodily intention or impulses, and vachi sankara means verbal intention or inner speech. Mano sankara means mental formation, thoughts or emotions. Bodily, verbal and mental formation all arise because of this ignorance. During Vedanānupassana, this mindfulness meditation, of this feeling, you must let go of those three type of formation. Once you realize when you feel this sense or feelings, and you will realize that there is no owner for that feeling, or there is no permanent place for that pain or pleasure. To do that, we need to first, we have to let go of the world. We have to understand about the world, how it has created. The mind begins to act through the body, through speech, and through thoughts, because it grasps the signals that it receives from the world. When a stimulus appears, we grab onto it and react. Because of ignorance, we create ideas of good and bad, and we start moving towards something and away from others, because we create a like and unlike feeling, or good or bad feeling. Whenever a feeling arises, we don't experience just the feeling by itself. We also feel as if it comes from a particular place. We think we can touch that spot, special place on our body, on our back or knee, or we can point to it, and we can say that the feeling came from here. The feeling is just Actually, it doesn't come from through our skin or from our joints or from our bone. The feeling is just a mental event. That's what we need to understand through this Vedananupasana. So you can imagine a mosquito bites your arm. Then there is a sharp feeling appears, and immediately you can think the pain is in my arm, and then thoughts arising in your mind with annoying with the mosquito. The idea of a place you think on my hand, on my arm, is added by the mind. These all are creating from the mind. The reaction of that anger or irritation or it is also sankhara. All of this happens because of ignorance. Because if we can't understand through Kayanupassana, still there is no person or no, we can't see a word as real. There is ignorance. If not seeing the feeling as just a feeling. When you grasp stimulus, the world begin inside you. There is a world inside you. That means a sense of self appears, and an outer world also appears in your mind, and the two connected, two sides. From that connection, defilements and sankhara arises within you. Then if we take as another example to clear about it, so if you imagine a beautiful butterfly lands near you, you feel very pleasant feeling arising within you. Then immediately you can think, oh, what a beautiful butterfly, I like this, like that. Then the mind creates a world that is also sankhara, because you got a pleasure feeling that thinking the butterfly as a real object. On the other hand, later, that the same butterfly, if the butterfly lays egg on your vegetable plant, the eggs become worms, and then worms start eating your leaves. You thinking like that way. Then now what happened within you? There is no pleasure, but now you have a problem within you, or you have a feeling unpleasant feeling. An unpleasant feeling arises within you. Then mind create another world. These worms are destroying my plant, and I don't like this. The same way, the butterfly, the same stimulus produces pleasant sankhara, unpleasant sankhara. When you like it and unlike it, the unpleasant sankhara, when it harms something you care about, you love something, because all of those things are real for you. You can practice this Vedananupasana through every event. When self view and outer world view arise together due to ignorance, from that you create sankhara, whether it is pleasant or unpleasant. I think what we grasp as a thing is rupa or form, and we assume that this form is our body, but in truth form cannot be grasped in that way. The thing you feel, the object you feel is not a solid body. It is only the mind's idea of a body. Because of this illusion, you feel as if if your back hurts or spine hurt or your leg hurts, or you can think that you can feel your knee hurts or your stomach hurts. Think that sharp pain comes from your back or through your spine, but the sensation arises in the mind. But immediately you might think my back hurts, but we are normally thinking like that way. There are two ways to experience this pain: the ordinary way and the noble way. They experience this same pain in a different way. The world in ordinary world view, we can say how my back hurt, or there is pain in my head, with taking as real. But the pain feels completely real as a solid and happening inside a body that truly belongs to you. But if someone on this noble path who has experience or who has understand this Dhamma, the experience is different. They also feel the pain, the sensation is there because five senses are working, but they understand or they realize that the feeling or the mind arises and passes away. They see that there is no owner for that pain, no person inside them to hanging on that pain, and there is a awareness for this moment, nothing solid to hold on to. So still in daily life, they will speak normally, and they can say, my back hurt, but they are inside with the internal transformation. The understanding has changed with their inner transformation, but the mind does not cling, because for that pain there is no place. Why there is no place? Because there is no person, and then that every thought arising in their mind, when they feel the body and somewhere about the pain or that feeling, when arising it, they can see very clearly how it's arising and disappearing. With the jnana or with wisdom, we hold a false belief about feeling. We think we suffer because of other people or think we get pleasure or unpleasant feeling because of other people or things. So we get attached to the world, or we resist the world, or we fight with the world. Then that means you will realize, once you understand this Dhamma, that we are fighting with our own Vijnana Mayava, or our own creation of illusion. Once you realize this Dhamma, you might laugh at you actually when you are complaining to someone, when you are awakening to that moment. accidentally, or if you are going to blame someone, then it's automatically comes within you, rising within you, that jnana, or then you never can point out to someone, you make me hurt like that way, because you have a feeling that is your own creation of illusion. So Vedananupassana, what we understand, all feeling sensation come through these senses. If you feel a pain in your stomach, immediately, as usual, you think my tummy hurt. Then there is a person within you to hold that pain as a owner. Also, even this we talk about this word as that arises in this very moment because of this ignorance. Real stomach appears only as a thought, a mental image created by our mind. But when awareness is present there, we can clearly see, as I say, we can clearly see the thought of his stomach arising and passing away in this moment very clearly. There is no constant activity happening, but you feel the pain. But you will see inside within you nothing happening there. There is a subtle vibration happening all the time, but we cannot see it directly. No one can see it, but you have to it's automatically should arising within you the wisdom to understand that point. It is like electricity flowing through a wire, but we never can see that current itself. Only we can see the wire, but we can see the effect or results, like a bulb glowing continuously. Like that way, we never can see how this feeling or pleasure or occurring, but we can see the results with the whole thing, with connecting to the body, like that bulb glowing continuously. So in the same way, we cannot see the vibration or the mental activity that arise moment by moment. But we can see the results, feeling appear, a thought appears in our mind, like my knee is hurting. A reaction appear. Suddenly we can touch it, or if someone touch on that painful area, then we can suddenly avoid that their hands to keep on it. Whole world appears in that moment. When we understand this, we realize that the body we talk about, even the stomach, we claim as our true sensation. Sometimes when we listen to certain spirit chants, we can clearly hear how the Lord Buddha explained Vedananupassana to noble friends or who were in pain. Like when we hear the Bojjhanga Pirit chanting, which first recited or chanted by the Lord Buddha to Mahakashyapatera. They also felt pain in the body. We are hearing through those certain Pirit chants. But they were awake in that present moment because awareness had arisen, but they understood the true nature of this feeling or through about this body. I think they knew how the feeling arises, how it passes away, and that there is no owner behind it. That's how when sensation occurring through these five senses, and then we are doing the meditation, but we are practicing this Vedananupassana. Even at this awakened stage, this our body still feel normal sensation. Aryan was always explaining this. These five senses are working. The Rahato Ariyatun Vahansi can see everything clearly, and then the normal way these five senses are working. If something enters your eye, you will feel irritation. It's happened naturally for anyone. If you have a back pain, you will feel the back pain. This is why even the Lord Buddha himself, we heard that he had a physician who called Jivaka. So because the body still needs care, when the medicine is needed, we have to take it for that moment. So if we understand this truth, we never can, we can't ignore the medicine or anything. This body needs food and medicine and everything. So we have to supply, but we are understanding how this process and then how this mind occurring from your inside. And do not misunderstand this stage. If we say from the outside, nothing looks strange or unusual after realizing this Dhamma. People cannot see anything different in you from outside. Your senses is still function as normal. You still see forms, hear sounds, smell scents. You will taste flavors as usual. You will feel touch as usual. Thoughts will appear as normal because these five senses are working. We know all the data that learned from our childhood today. Those thoughts will appear as normal. All six sense bases continue in their natural way, but as I always tell you, there is no person to hang on it. The thought is not real because no one there to take that thought or feed or give strength to that thought. This is exactly how the Lord Buddha taught us to practice Vedananupassana. If someone think that an Aryan said all the time, Arihant or even the Lord Buddha did not feel physical pain, that is misunderstanding. Sometimes we hear the Lord Buddha had himself experienced back pain while giving Dhamma sermons. This evidence shows something very important. Even the Lord Buddha or the Arihant felt body in the natural way. This all in instruction or this all evidence shows that enlightened enlightenment does not remove sensation. They can feel all sensation. It removes the illusion of ownership. When Vedananupassana is understood and practiced in a correct way, something very deep begin to happen. Because the moment you observe a feeling with true awareness, the mind no longer creates a body. As we say, a person or a world around that feeling or sensation. That's what happened. Sometimes there is a misunderstanding about Vedananupassana. Many people think that simply noticing a sensation of pain and they can say, oh, there is a pain. This is how the body works. Or we cannot control it as we wish. But they haven't seen that there is no soul, no how the mind has formed. They haven't, without seeing that properly, they might say through Vedananupassana meditation, oh, this is the body works, function. We can't control it. This is the natural way. And we cannot control it as we wish. This world cannot keep according to our wish like that way. Therefore, this Dhamma is anicca, dukkha, anatta. Like that way, if you think, but you never can understand through Vedananupassana if you stop in that point. It is, they can say like that way, actually, you should go further and observe more and more, go deeper and deeper, and think through Vedananupassana whether there is a real world or real person to feel this sensation. Without saying in halfway, without saying practicing by saying anicca, dukkha, anatta, like that way. So then you can't see the truth. There are more hidden things that can appear within you if you go more deep, and then you think that if you think that you can't control as you wish, when the thought arises, think who are controlling that sensation of the world. Through Kaya Anupassana, again, meditate to find out whether there is a person or soul within that body. Then you can understand there is no person to control this as wish this world, or as we wish these feelings. So then you can understand, you will see that there is no internal or external world. Until that ignorance is seen or removed, suffering will arise, because you have a world. If you practice Vedananupassana, still you have a world. It's creating within your mind. That is the point we need to understand. But when Vedananupassana is practiced correct way, you begin to see that there is no solid body or no real person and no external world that can produce suffering. If you practice the Kaya Anupassana meditation correct way, you clearly get understanding about that. Then the Vedananupassana meditation also, you can see through that very clearly, every point. You will not meet an owner or a self or being living inside these four great elements. You simply see the body as a process arising now and passing now, without a person behind it. In the same way, when you practice Vedananupassana, you will meet an owner for this sensation. You will not meet an owner. There is no someone who feels the pain, no self who receives the pleasure, no person who controls the feeling. This is the way you see through Vedananupassana. The mind experiences the sensation like a mirage, like an appearance that seems real but has no true substance. What actually happened here? A vibration arises, then the mind forms around it. The mind immediately creates a picture like my stomach, and then the mind creates an owner who feel that, thinking that I feel this pain, and then finally the mind creates a whole world. This pain, this is happening to me. There is a whole world you already created there in that instant, in that moment. When a sensation appears, this mind immediately ties that sensation to a place on the body. It says the pain is here because the mind has tied with the body or a part of your body. This is happening in my back, this is happening on my leg, like that. The mind creates both the sensation and the body image and then ties them together through ignorance, due to ignorance. When awareness is present in that moment, if you have practiced, this whole construction become very, very clear. A sensation is simply a mental event. We can call for that chaitasika or thought, the perception or sanya, then choose a point on the body and labels it. It gives a label. Even though that point is just something, the mind has created one thought. But in truth, the form or the sound or the smell or the taste and even the touch on the skin never tells us where a sensation comes from. Only this mind creates the location or the owner of this story. It's only happening in the mind. Then we begin to experience a pleasant sensation or unpleasant sensation, like we can say in Pali, word in Sinhala, somanasa or domanasa. That is, we experience pleasant sensation or unpleasant sensation or natural sensation in the body. But this happens mainly because we are still ignorant about the true nature of the body. We haven't understand fully about the body through Kaya Anupassana and Vedana Anupassana, Chitta Anupassana, or Dhamma Anupassana. The mind never receive a stimulus as a form or sound or a smell or a taste or a touch. Those belongs to the sense consciousness, not to this mind. The sense consciousness means eye consciousness, called Chakku Vinyana, that receive the image. It is the ear consciousness called Sota Vinyana, that receive the sounds. And nose consciousness we can call Gana Vinyana, that receive smell. And tongue consciousness called Jivha Vinyana, that receive the taste. The sense of touch is received by the body consciousness, which called Kaya Vinyana. These all stimulus receives through sense consciousness, not through the mind. The mind receives only a thing or object by knowing as a mental object, what we learned from our childhood, all the data in our mind. It does not receive the image itself, nor the sound itself, or nor the touch itself. The mind consciousness, our manovinyana, does not know the appearance of an image or a touch or the sound. When touch consciousness or Pottapa Vinyana, we are calling for the touch consciousness, makes contact. That contact turns into a mental object for the mind. The mind consciousness then experiences this object as a perception and compares that with the past experience. Through this comparison, the mind creates a picture of a body part and it gives an idea and a thought. The pain is coming from my leg, or the pain is coming from my knee. It is the world. When it creates a fully thought, that is the world shaped by perception and ignorance. That tells us the pain comes from a particular point on the body, and that the pain belongs to a form. Because of this, we feel as if I am being given a pain. I have a pain. So then we grasp the sensation as pain in my body and then react with both mind and body together. We shift we are trying to shift our posture and always try to move or left or right when we have a pain, or when we are thinking that I have a pain on my back, and try to reduce that feeling. But someone who knows the Dhamma and understands that pain is not coming from the body at all, they no longer believe that there is any actual place from which the pain arises. So they might tell, my leg is paining, my back is paining, but that is not the truth. It's arising within them. They know the truth, but they use the language to explain. The moment the awareness meet the ignorance that is rising right now, the truth reveals itself. If you don't have to pause anything, you simply recognize very naturally when you practice in this very moment, the understanding begins to arise within you automatically. But you, as I say always, you never can pull that jnana or wisdom by pausing. It's arising within you automatically when you are practicing continuously. This Kayanupassana and Vedananupassana. Through Vedananupassana, when we understand and practice it properly, we begin to explore the very heart of Lord Buddha's teaching. Those teaching, the teaching of non-self Dhamma. We also begin to understand the path that avoid both extremes. There is no both extremes that we met in this path. Once we practice the meditation in a correct way, by understanding and by hearing the true Dhamma through a noble friend, and we begin to see what the Lord Buddha meant by Sandittika Dhamma. You can experience by yourself. Once arising that wisdom within you, you never can say that is false view or false Dhamma or false concept. Like that way, you never can say that. Also, once you realize that Dhamma, you never go back again into Anusota way. It doesn't happen because already arise in the wisdom and the truth within you. That's what happened. Then if you think you need to go back to the world as to enjoy how you did before, you can enjoy, but you never, you will do that without ignorance. If during Vedananupassana meditation, you still experience, if you still experience two extremes, and outer world and inner world, a person and a body, or a soul, or a self view, then it means the non-self Dhamma has not yet been realized. If you think that you are doing a correct way Vedananupassana, but still if you have a still experience of two extremes, outer world and inner world, that is not the correct way, or that is not the non-soul Dhamma. You haven't been realized yet. As long as these two extremes appear, the mind is still creating a world through ignorance. So you must carefully examine whether you have truly understood the Lord Buddha's teaching of non-self Dhamma. And why it says non-self Dhamma. It is still, if you have a self view, then try to untangle that point by understanding what is self view and non-self Dhamma. why you are experiencing a self view through Vedananupassana. That means in some point you are going in a you are practicing not the correct way, and whether you have stepped out of the two extremes, then the Lord Buddha taught us that about non-soul Dhamma. Then you will realize when there are two extremes, actually moha is present, ignorance is present. The Kayanupassana and Vedananupassana are essential, but they are only two parts of the whole practice. But it is very important to understand, to clarify, and untangle all the points in this pathway to practice and reach to the to find out the right way, not to reach. If we try to reach to take something, then that is there is also wrong way. That means there is a target and something you are trying to find out. That means there is a person. So this is why the practice is essential to understand what is true Dhamma. Sensation means Vedana is a mental event. It is a thought form, so it belongs to entirely to the mind. A sensation arises because there is contact. Like this is what we can call sparsha, or passa means according to the word passa paccaya vedana, the sensation that appears has no owner. Even though the mind has not yet turned into real pleasure or real pain, the sensation still arises, but there is no real pleasure or real pain. Pleasure and suffering arise only when the mind reacts to that sensation. When someone realizes this truth deeply, they begin to understand that formless nature of reality. As Aryan Vahse explained, the Arupa world or Arupa realm, because they see that sensation do not come from a body or place or person. There is no real object. The Aryan Vahse is explaining in great depth how it is when someone complete this path to Nibbana, because our noble painter has experienced how they fully understand the true nature of the sensual world, karma world, and the form world means rupa world, and the formless world means arupa world. If someone understands this sensual realm, the form realm and the formless realm, they know how they experience that. When perception, sanya, does not join with sensation, that will, or if someone reach to that level, then they will realize the pure truth of Nirodha. Nirodha mean the cessation of the process. This means you can escape from nama rupa, or the name and form world that is created by vijnana, maya, or illusion, making your own mind or making consciousness. So to complete this path, we must also develop Chittanupassana and Dhammanupassana. We have to look at them very carefully. We need to explore and study every steps of this meditation because they show the illusion behind body and feeling through Vedananupasana and Kayanupasana. When that illusion weakens, you clearly see what is wholesome or what is unwholesome, and how all sankharas arises and passes away. These all jnana will arise in within you once you meditate these 4 ways. This all 4 together reveals the whole truth of the body, feeling, mind, and Dhamma. When you practice this 4 foundation of mindfulness or Satara Satipatthana, this meditation, you will understand everything very clearly. You will untangle every point what you can't understand, and the wisdom or jnana will arise in within you. Other wholesome quality means kusala naturally arise within you. When you realize the truth, when you practice continuously, you clearly understand that real meaning of kusala supasampada without any confusion by your experience. When there is no person or no world or any mind object as real or real soul, then wholesome action, kusala, arise automatically. This is the real meaning of upasampada. If you feel there is something real inside you, you will understand that is the bhava sanya. You create bhava in this moment, the perception of existence. In that state, wholesome qualities don't arise within you. There is no kusala there. If you take this word as something real, that means you already have created bhava sanya. In that state, if you take as a real everything, what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and then unwholesome qualities arise within you. You will understand this, what is wholesome and unwholesome qualities means once you practice this Kayanupasana, Vedananupasana in depth. Go and see. No one need to tell you, then you will realize everything within you. I think I have to stop now. I think now you can clearly understand how wholesome is state or unwholesome is state, and all sankhara, how it's arise within you with ignorance. If you don't practice or if you can't understand about this meditation in every moment. So I think our Dhamma friend will continue the true Dhamma message for you next. And may the triple gem bless you, all Dhamma friends and everyone. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, Pada Namaskara Karami.
Peruan Saranai, everyone. I worship Aryan Wahanse, our noble Kalyanamitta, for his noble guidance. I'm going to be continuing reading the Zoom discussion, the compiled in a book called Freedom from Mind, published by the Buddothpado publications. And I'm going to start with the Zoom discussion summary had on the September 9th, 2023. Participant asked a question, Theruvan Saranayaryan Wahanse. You talk about the inward spiritual transformation when following the path. The practice must be exclusively constructed according to each person's characteristics, and for that we have to build our own canoe ourselves. When we travel along the path to find the truth in the subject or thought, we experience a feeling of awakening. Within that awareness, the defilements we have become clear and visible. Accordingly, the ability to assess your own characteristics occurs. When building the canoe, the feeling that the defilements are gone is another situation that can be experienced. Please advise. Aryan Mahans explains, this situation was explained this morning. Please refers to the Zoom discussion, the morning discussion. You need to know the address to reach a destination. If the address is incorrect, you get lost. Just knowing one part of the practice and omitting the rest of it cannot help you reach the goal. There should be a balance and an equal awareness of the end, beginning, and the middle of the practice. In the morning discussion, Arahat Samadhi was explained. The Arahat plane, the spiritual concentration. We stated that each one has to build his or her own canoe. If you move inside the canoe, is it going to turn upside down? The people who want to be famous cannot achieve sorry, if you move inside the canoe, it is going to turn upside down. The people who want to be famous cannot achieve Nibbana because the canoe capsizes. In addition, even Niganta society followed enlightenment factors. However, the enlightenment factors expressed by the Buddha and the factors expressed by Nigantas are two different concepts. Buddha's way takes you to Nibbana and Niganta way to state of floating in the air by blocking the mind. You have to know the difference. How the notion of individual self or the concept of individual existence occurs when practicing and following the path. The notion of soul, which is self, refers to the individualized feeling that you are living or I am alive. This is a thought or conception. The weave of an existence refers to the intense feeling of the notion of individual self. Then me, my, mine, I am are created. To destroy this wrong concept, a path must be adopted and followed. That is why we say eat without the notion I am eating or walk without the idea I am walking, etc. The mind consciousness or the mind can never eat, drink, walk, or do anything. A thought cannot perform any activity. In that case, which one dies, mind or the body? Every thought dies as long as you have in your thoughts the concept of an individual self. Nibbana is far away from you. As long as the ego or the notion of individual soul is present, defilements are present too. When defilements are present, a person can break what is known as precepts. The path the bhikkhus follow cannot be contaminated by feelings such as I have to be beautiful, I have to have nice robes, I am the one who can preach, etc. This is the opposite of a true spiritual behavior. Bhikkhu's life should be very simple one. Spiritual change is essential for all four groups of people, namely Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni, Upasaka and Upasika. The Four Noble Truths must be experienced. The origin, consequences, the cessation, and liberation must be experienced. In order to understand the mind, a path has to be followed. In this path, the practice and following the path, the outside world is not true to you without the notion of individual self, senses, and activities go on. These must be realized. Obhasya mean situation or feeling related to the fading of the notion of the individual self. At times, this situation is created by the illusion in the mind. This is not the true Obhasya. The notion of self is very much alive. Here, people who are stuck in this situation without achieving the state of the stream entry level, which is the Sotapanna, proceed with the misguided idea or Sotapanna state. Such people bless others and preach others while having the misconception. That is why I said without following the true path, Nibbana is impossible. In the Samadhi Sutra, Lord Buddha uttered, if I did not get liberated from the unskilled, undisciplined world full of wrong beliefs of Maras, Brahmas, and humans, I would not have declared myself as the Samma Sambuddha. This world is a world full of wrong weaves, including the weave of an existence of an individual soul. The outside is true to them. Having these weaves, it is impossible to achieve the post spiritual states. When the notion of an individual self disappears, the feeling that separate I am existing vanishes along with the spiritual change. The burning nature in the mind due to defilements get faded. A person who achieves this state of mind can experience the peace and tranquility inwardly. Example, it is an experience similar to the feeling you get when you sit under a tree in the openness and indulge in relaxation. I lose to myself, which is mata mama නැති වෙනවා. You lose yourself in the feeling of you. You do not exist anymore as separate self. The circle of birth and death will come to an end. Participant says, these Zoom discussions guide people to achieve the ultimate goal of Nibbana. The participation is a notion of responsibility and people benefit. R.N. Hansi says, yes, this is Dhamma's discussion. This is just like the discussion the Buddha had with Anuruddha Thero. Then, in this Dhamma gathering, participants get an understanding and direction on how to perceive Dhamma accurately. Thiruvan Saranai. The next is the Zoom discussion had on Saturday, 16 September 2023. Aryan Mahanse, Thiruvan Saranai, and participant says, Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse, you have advised me to listen to Chittanupassana, which is the mindfulness of the mind. I was able to listen to only one part of it. My question is, what happens in the sleep? And how does a thought occur at the time of waking up? Aryan Mahansa explains, when you are sleeping, you are sleeping. And when you wake up, you are awake, isn't it? Buddhism is related to practical experience. What is this question? Are you asking whether there is a way to eradicate a thought in your deep sleep? Is there a possibility of seeing dreams? In half a sleeping state, a thought comes and goes. In deep sleep state, thoughts don't surface. In the state of half sleeping, thoughts exist. Participant says, in that case, How does a thought occur in the mind even before you are fully awake? R.N. Mahansa explains, there's no such thing. It doesn't mean that there's no perception. It means that the mind is in inactive state. Now, when someone is experiencing dhyanas, what happened? There's no existence of perceptions. In formless dhyanas, this can be experienced. Only very limited amount of thoughts or thought are present in these states. This is not a permanent situation. None of these are related to the state of the mind of an arahat. An arahat doesn't indulge himself in perception. You are talking about the sensorial activities that cannot take place. In the sleeping state, it doesn't mean that senses are sleeping. They are inactive for time being. It is not stated in Buddhism. A situation of non-existence of knowingness. In noble Arya people, it is related to the fading of perception, not a complete inactivity. Your ignorance talks in this manner. They are only thoughts. The burning sensations of sensual desires, anger, etc., still exist. A person must investigate and find these defilements with mindful awareness, and also you must have an open mind. Some people got into forest to practice in isolation. Maybe they are isolated from the material world, but how about from your own mind? Can you stop the thoughts just because you are in isolation and in a secluded area? Can you hide the defilements because you are sleeping or because you are in the isolation? You have to have an open mind. You must be honest to yourself. Can you get away from your own reflection? You can, just like that. You just cannot get away from form and formlessness. Some people indulge themselves in concentration, meditation, and have a wrong view that they are in arhat states. These are only limited to dhyanas. These are false beliefs and wrong views. Concentration meditation does not take you towards Nibbana. In order to achieve Nibbana, true knowledge, which is Darshana Samapatya, is essential. There are no shortcuts to Nibbana. If someone has this idea, it is a wrong and unacceptable view. In order to achieve Nibbana, 7 enlightenment factors must be accomplished. Kshayadhamma and Vayadhamma. Dissolvement and fading must be experienced. True awareness is needed to reach this level. In this era, wrong beliefs are adopted in most places, including meditation centers. These people follow concentration meditation because they are incapable of discovering and elaborating on insight meditation. These people are helpless in this regard. In the Arya path, there cannot be wishes for future non existence of the being or to become a future Buddha. Buddhism is not about an achievement that you can experience after death. It can be and must be experienced here and now. One cannot see true Dhamma if that person is completely loaded with the notion of an individual being. Dhamma arrogance cannot take anyone who is affected by this concept towards Nibbana. People are desperate to know and experience the true Dhamma. Buddothpado discourses and all other resources given you the pure and true concepts of the Buddhist doctrine. Night Zoom discussion had on Saturday, 16th September 2023. Part 1. Participant asks, I am reaching out to you today to let you know about my Dhamma journey resulted by listening to your discourses. Currently, I am in a blissful state of mind. It is not similar to the satisfaction someone gets after eating some delicious food or anything in that nature. It is a relaxed feeling. Aryan Mahansa explains, you appear to be on the right path. However, an end result cannot be predicted. It is good that you experience a relaxed feeling. You are letting me know all this with the notion of a self. Within the tricks created by the mind, consciousness, experience this situation is quite possible. Participant. When I go shopping, I only buy necessities. Prior to this experience, I used to grab everything. Even when dealing with the family members, I do my duties without attachment. In my mind, there's no sadness or happiness. Things just go on. Aryan Mahansa explains, when you walk in this manner, you are referring to results, which is pala. Most important thing is how you practice the path. Even after having the view of an individual self, someone can experience this state of mind. Only when you follow the path correctly, you will be able to know for sure. Participant says, I feel that these are happening only because of the senses that and there is no such thing as a self. Even before I started to listen to your discourses, I used to go in front of the mirror and ask the image, who am I? Currently, after absorbing in your Dhamma discourses, I have realized that there's no such thing as self. I also realized that with the arising of cause, things appear, and with the cessation of the cause, things disappear. This is how I follow this Dhamma journey. Aryan Mahansa explains, the way you explained your experience is good. During the time when you feel as if you are liberated, how do you feel if someone angers you during that time? Participant says, I do not get upset that much. I feel that all these are limited to words that come and go. Prior to involving myself in the Dhamma, yes, I became angry and upset. R.N. Mahans explains, proceed along, what do you do for living? How old are you? Participant says, I was a teacher. I'm 64 years old. Aryan Mahansa says, watch your mind regarding mental formation. What concepts do you have about the heaven and hell? Participant says, it is only a creation in our mind. Aryan Mahansa explains, people are caught by the tricks created by the mind consciousness. They get deluded by the idea that they get everything from the outside. This is a very deep concept to absorb. If there's no self, there's nothing that someone can get from the outside. This is just a system. It is created through the senses sounds, color, image, taste, bodily feeling, and etc. These are not real. It is a created world. When involved in daily chores, the notion of a self should not exist. Must do everything without the self. By following this procedure, the sensual world, which is Kama Bhumi, gets destroyed. Even the activities you've performed with enthusiasm would not give you any pleasure. You have to observe how form and formlessness, which is Rupa and Arupa, get faded in everything that you do. Do not share this experience with others. Participant says, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. This is the second part. Participant asks, during Buddha's time, Lord Buddha explains Dhamma while residing at Jetavana. This time is also similar to that time because we are receiving the true and pure Dhamma from you. Up to now, we were worshipping statues, pretending it is the Buddha, reading Dhamma books or worshipping the monks. R.N. Mahansi says, this is Buddothpado time. R.N. Mahanse, in his discourses, revealed to the world the true method in how to look into the inside of the mind consciousness. Participant says, we feel like these discourses, which is Deshana, are not presented in a human level, but it is more like an inner Deva level. R.N. Mahanse explains, human level is a rough level. It is depending on the sounds, colors, etc. These are creation of the senses. If someone is capable of getting liberated from the clutches of these, what could happen? If truth can be realized, the mind becomes delicate. The rough nature, the concept of me, my child, my house, and the feeling that I am dying, all of these are similar to a burning fire. Is it not so? On top of that, aren't you lost in this mad, mundane world full of wild mess of wrong weaves? Aren't we stuck in this creation? We are in delusional thinking level and believe we have very we have all these material objects, best vehicles, houses, children, properties, etc. This is a fierce current within. Mundane being gets swept away by the current of sensual desire. The wild mess of wrong weave, craving from the better future lives, which is kamoga, dityoga, bhavayoga, and ignorance. What is the Dhamma? Is it something given to make the people get lost in the mentality and maternity? The Nissarana Magga, path of liberation that Buddha followed, is all about simplicity. It is not about taking poor people's money and dwelling in luxury. R.N. Mahansi, by doing something very simple, paved the way to help the very needy people who are desperate for all basic needs. Today, people in the Nicavarity area got food parcels. People who are kind-hearted help wholeheartedly. Very seldom people like these can be found. When you fully absorb this Dhamma, it is also called endless compassion and liberation, which is Aparamana Cheto Vimukti, or the greed mind of compassion, which is Mahamaitri Chitta. Every road takes you towards Nibbana. With the liberation from the mind, Nirvana can be reached. Give your mind and body rest. Give peace and rest to these innocent people. We do not need any division such as Siam Nikaya, Amarapura Nikaya, or anything else. This mundane world is entangled in the madness and in the wild wrong weave. Buddha has only one Nikaya, that is the Buddha Nikaya. Gautama Buddha Sasana is about how to get liberated from the mind, how to understand the delusion in the mind and destroy them. In order to accomplish this goal, you have to have liberation from the notion of an individual
So, this is also true understanding that there's nothing other than sounds, shapes, color, etc. When this situation can be seen, the liberation from the subject or the thought can be experienced. This is the liberation from the thought that occurs in this moment, here and now. Then you can find the true nature of the thought or subject. When you see the origin of the subject, you will be able to come across cessation of the subject. The next Zoom discussion had on the morning 17 September 2023. Participant Teruwan Saranai Aryan Wahansa. On the Poya day, I thought of visiting the temple. The monk in charge asked me to conduct the evening program, saying that he had to attend a funeral. I accepted the invitation. I felt that I received great encouragement to present the Sariputta Sihanada Sutra because of the influence given by your discourses. Therefore, I was able to explain the sutra appropriately and meaningfully. The part of the describes the brain and the buffalo with broken horns. I was able to explain so very well. The participants expressed their happiness after listening to the sutra. I want to say I was able to perform so well only because I have been listening to your discourses. You describe the Dhamma concept in a unique and different way. R.N. Mahansa says, how is it different? Participant explains, in this discourses it is stated that just like disregarding the rain, fire, or buffalo with broken horns, things should be disregarded. R.N. Mahansa, in this discourses, what is explained is one of the great qualities of the Sariputta Mahathero. This can be also referred to the final result achieved by the people who follow this path. This is the noble simplicity. In other words, it describes a freedom that can be gained by abandoning stimulations and receiving cessation or unshaken. Delicate state of mind. Discourse is this discourse is different from the Dhamsak Sutra. Dhamsak Sutra reveals the path, and this sutra reveals the result. A lot of people are confused regarding the path. This is about some knowledge a person has regarding existence and non-existence. This refers to knowing and understanding how this happens, which is Satyajnana. Then the practical side must be followed. In the Sariputta Sihanada Sutta, Sariyut Mahathero's great simplicity and humble nature have been explained. It has also been said that it was like a rug. Do you have any more questions? Participant says no, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa says Teruvan Saranai. And part 2. Participant asks, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I understand that in these images, sounds and colors, only the soul is in action. Aryan Mahansa explains, how do you know how the soul is in action? Participant says, When we see an object, we know it is just sounds, but we also given them importance and value. Aran Hans explains. How do you given them a value? Do you find anybody in them? Is there anything that the eye can see? Is there should soul that talks to you talk and do things? Participant says, we try to own objects, which is rupa material things, and relationships, which is nama. We think that we think these are beautiful, even if we know the idea is a lie. We cannot get away from these things. Aryan Hans explains, what is that lie you are referring to? Participant says, knowing that a value cannot be given, knowing that there's no soul, still we go after them. For, for example, when we see beautiful rose plant, we bring it home. When someone is yelling, we get the feeling he's yelling at me and I'm hurt. The notion of a self comes forward. R.N. Mahansi explains, let's go back to the place where the infant came out of your mother's womb. How many discourses have you listened to? Participant says, I have listened to about 150 discourses for about 10 months. R.N. Mahansi explains, can you tell me how the mind, a thought, its form characteristics? Um, Arun Mahasi asks, can you tell me how the mind or thought is constructed? Participant says, everything is an illusion in this world. Arun Mahasi explains, where does this world exist? Participant answers, in the mind. We have created it because of the eyes and ears. R.N. Mahans explains, can you ever find a world from the outside? It is created by the delusion in the mind. Can someone see without eyesight or hear if the eardrum is damaged? These are all created when cause is in effect. When it is vanishes, causes become non-effective. However, we do not come across the existing cause. These are constructed and there. In other words, they are not coming from anywhere. The world created by the sixfold base is an illusion. Now, let's talk about how this illusion is created. See with the eyes, hear with the ears, feeling hot, cold, sensations with the skin, tasting with the tongue. Then where do you find this so-called self? The infant could not find any of these things. Do you know how the electricity is created by the rapid rotations of magnetic fields? Due to the rapid rotation only, this electric current is generated. Accordingly, with the fusion of the and accordingly with the fusion of the and or n ends, electric power is generated, which is the plus and the minus ends. through various instruments. In the same manner, when sounds and colors are fused, which is combined, the feeling of an existing thing is created. Now this is only an influence created through a process called opener. Then how can you find a solve or self in that case? Is there anybody called Aryan Mahansa? The wall is seen by me. Is this true or is he just seeing? Don't we call this a vision? The wall, mother, tree, etc. are not things in reality. They are only thoughts. A little child is taught colors, which is rupa, and sounds, which is nama. And that is how at the beginning the world has been created in the child's mind. Actually, these are only thoughts. Everything can hear. Actually, these are only thoughts. Everything that you see here, such as chairs, house, children, music, every music are only thoughts, isn't it? Someone are only senses. Senses are only senses. There's no existence of a self or me or mine. When senses can be eliminated to censor, the notion of a self disappear because in reality these are only sensorial activities. At the end, these are merely thoughts. Perform activities without the notion of an individual self. How far Daru in perform activities without the notion of an individual self. How far Dhirya traveled to listen to Dhamma stanza? How far Buddha traveled to offer a single Dhamma stanza? Isn't it a great thing that you are able to receive this summer? Do you have any more question? Participant says, no Aryan Mahansa Theruvan Saranai. The next Zoom discussion on Sunday, 17 September 2023, Part 1. Participant asked, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I bow down to your feet. I have a question regarding faith and how much faith I have. Recently, in my imagination, Sri Pada appeared and I bowed down. I felt my mind was so affected by the faith. Also, there was a being who disapproved, who worshipped the place. Aryan Mahans explains, this is called Amulika Shraddha, a common Shraddha. This is not the same as Akaravati Shraddha. The fate occurs as a power given by the activities. To the mundane world with full of wrong weave, when objects become real, a common faith occurs. In all religions in the world, this kind of faith is practiced. Can someone achieve Nibbana by offering flowers to objects? Even the person who gets toddy from a tree bow down before he climbs the tree. Even the person who kills bow down to the gun. This is the common faith that is common to everything. The Akaravati Shraddha is related to the faculty of powers, which is faith, mindfulness, effort, concentration or insight and wisdom. These powers takes you towards Nibbana. When outside world is real to someone and faith is created with them, that is not the same as the pure faith discussed above. The only way to have pure faith is to see the truth in the objects. That is to see the emptiness and illusory nature in these objects. By experiencing the truth and knowing how the illusions are created in the mind, conscious as explained in the Buddhist doctrine, the pure faith can be generated. One must realize the truth. That is the only way. Participant ask, when I was worshipping, I felt the notion of an individual self cannot be incorporated. Prior to this experience, I felt the presence of the images, which is Rupa Darshana. What is that? R.N. Mahansa explains. In that case, there is a self. Therefore, in that situation, because of the wrong view of an existing self, which is Sakkaya Ditti, a feeling of individual existence is present. People are entangled in a wild mess of wrong view. What we consider as pleasure or the stimulation of the senses, are these really pleasurable? To be able to realize that things presented by the illusions in the mind cannot give any happiness is the ultimate truth and true pleasure. Some people even think the state of the sleeping mind gives pleasure. La- Lasting pleasure can be found only through the truth. Mind must reach purification. With the experience that there's nothing to be gained in thoughts, a blissful situation occurs. Participant asks, whether it is a pain or pleasure, a thought brings suffering only. R.N. Mahans explains, how does a thought bring out pain or suffering? What we experience through the senses, and when they turn into mental formation, it turns into pleasure or pain. According to the way we think, at this point, these are only thoughts. Don't you think so? After realizing the truth, you can find the liberation from thoughts. You do not get the feeling within that the Dhamma is different and I am different. Participant says, yes, Aryan Mahansa Teruvan Saranai. Part 2. Participant asks, Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, I bow down at your feet. During this morning Zoom discussion, it was discussed that nothing can be found from the outside or inside. During today's discussion, even if I knew and nothing can be seen, after seeing the wall, the mind was focused on the chair and went back to the wall. Automatically, I felt like I'm seeing the same wall I saw before. I think this happened due to the perception occurred in the past, which is uh, Perasanya. In my mind at this time, I thought that the same wall came in front of me. I also thought that such idea can be great obstacles to reach Nibbana, even if I knew these occurrences are created by vibrations. R.N. Mahansa explained. Is that what R.N. Mahansa tried to talk about? The wall seen at the second time is not the same as the wall seen at the first time. It is always fresh seeing. During the second seeing, when the image gets registered, a false idea is created in the mind to give the effect that the same wall is seen again. That is the reason why people feel like that way. They miss the truth that the discontinuity of seeing and it is a fresh seeing. repeated thought patterns creating a sense of existing things or living entity, or a feeling occurs that bhava is created. Participant ask, even if I knew this feeling was caused by the notion of being, I still got this feeling. It comes like that automatically. R.N. Mahanse explains, even if you felt like that, mother, it is not the same wall you were given for the second time. In the mind consciousness, an illusion is created to the effect that the wall seen yesterday is continuing to be the same wall that is seen today. But there's no such thing. This is the reason for with the arising of the clinging sense of being is arisen. The doctrine of the dependent origination explains that this is so very well. This is also how the notion of an individual self has been created. In this kind of mentality, it is existing in the past, the present, and the future. Things that are gone never returns. So you definitely can't have what you got yesterday. Do you think that do you think that the child you're seeing now was the same child you saw yesterday? The Dhamma is very valuable. When practiced with full awareness, the more you understand it, the more you benefit. You can never have what you had in the past or what you have even now. They are gone. These are only limited to current thought. Everything is a delusion. Everything is an illusion and cannot be found anywhere. We call this situation craving or tanha. Is it necessary to preserve craving? Participant ask. Aran Mahansa, according to your explanation, lot of things get declared. Lot of things get cleared. Do not let the mind, Aran Mahansa explains, do not let the mind create a notion of an individual self. There's no such person called Aran Mahansa. Mother, you will find bliss through this Dhamma. The world will find bliss through this Dhamma. May every human being indulges in the Dhamma. There's no soul um, other than the Dhamma. Mother, this is also only thought. Sun, moon, trees, these are only thoughts. If we create someone on this side, aren't we constructing something that is not there? Aranvansi asked, how old are you? And the participant replied, I'm 78 years old. You have only a short time. If your mind gets just a little bit more purified with this Dhamma, you will experience liberation. Amma, you will achieve Nibbana and you will. May all human beings attain peace and Nibbana. The next Zoom discussion on Saturday, 23rd September 2023. Participant asked Teruvan Saranai Aryan Vansa, due to some thoughts occurred in the mind in the past few days, I'm asking this question about the notion of an individual self. Now, the vibration that occurs or craving created by the sensual desires, anger, and ignorance, do these concepts give the same idea or refers to the same meaning, which is the self? In that case, the fading of the craving, anger, and ignorance refers to the fading of the notion of a self. Therefore, can I ask you whether arupa or formlessness is equal to the concepts given above? Aran Mahansa explains the feeling that the things exist is as same as the feeling that a self exists. The feeling that things exist is also considered as homelessness or arupaya. Ahan mama, if things exist, self exists. Nathan mama, if things does not exist, self does not exist. And vice versa. These are equal. Participant asks, within the process of abhisankarana, that is, recurring thoughts creating seeming objects or things, when the child is learning the concept of mother, this situation occurs because of the vibration and the reconstruction. When the child learns the concept mother, does it automatically turns into the notion of an individual self? R.N. Mahansa explains. What kind of talk is this? This is not about anything that you said. You have to start from a different point. First of all, you must go to the beginning, which is the Pubbhe Nivanasati Nanya, knowledge of how the former thoughts have been come into existence. In order to know how a wall has been created in this moment, we have to know the origin of the creation of the wall and at the very beginning. Now we have to go back to the time when we met. Now we have to go back to the time when we were infants. An infant does not know what wall means. Defilements cannot be planted in the mind. Therefore, it is radiant mind that he or she has during this time. For an infant, a sound is only a sound. An image only is only an image. An infant does not know about an existence of soul. These sounds, defilement, an infant does not know what all means. Defilements cannot be planted in that mind. Therefore, it is a radiant mind that he or she has during this time. For an infant, a sound is only a sound. An image is only an image. An infant does not know about an existence of a soul. These sounds, images, and the rest are created by the vibrations and it is also an illusion. Due to the vibration and the wave system created by it, sounds and colors are constructed in the senses. People with wrong view believe that these are coming from the outside. This is a natural occurrence, and appearances and disappearances happen in every moment. For a baby, due to vibration, sounds, colors, and images appear in the senses and disappears. This happens with each sense, and these are related to activities. This situation is very delicate. It cannot be solved by people with common thinking patterns. Nahidan attakatan bimban, nahidan parakatan again. Again, this stanza refers to with the arising of cause arises effects. With the cessation of the cause, cessation of the effects occur. With the association of the four elements, Upadhaya Rupa or derivatives are created. Upadhaya Rupa refers to the formations occurred in the senses. Now we have to look into the rapid speed associated with the vibration power and the various powers it creates. We see light because of the eye consciousness. The sparks created by the vibration systems make various sensations and feelings, images, and the mind consciousness. They become powerful with the influence of the above stated phenomena. With the sensual activities, jatiya or birth comes into existence. At first, for an infant, everything is limited to sounds, colors, etc. However, with the vibrations and the influence they created in the mind through recurring sensual activities, a situation similar to the power created by rotating flywheel happens. And things gets created. Then trees, chairs, mother, walls become a real thing in the mind. If there is a thing, there is a self for me. Now, with the combination of all these, the notion of an individual self gets created. If there is a wall, there is this person, or who I see, or I who see the wall. Now, do you understand the notion of self cannot be referred to a person? The notion of a mother, brother, or house, all these are only thoughts. When a thing exists, the concept of self exists too, and vice versa. These are creations of the vibrations and senses. They do not exist anywhere. To consider something that is created due to vibration as things that come from the outside is only a wrong view. We never find anything from the outside. When I say this, someone can say, "Oh, question. Then how do we feel this hardness or softness?" You feel it because of the skin that results the sensation. Various animals have various senses. The way they feel or see may be different than how we see or hear. Within the population of 8 billion people, each person gets his or her own creation associated by their senses. But the type of senses we have are the same. These are part of the phenomena that is being created and disappeared. They are impermanent and continuously changing in nature. All are only creations due to vibration and sensual in nature. All are only creations due to vibrations and sensual activities influenced by them. They do not exist anywhere. With the influence of the Chattaro Mahabhuta, solidity, liquidity, heat, and air elements, everything gets created in the mind, only as thought. Finally, these are only mental formations and illusions. A creation, just like the window, vibrate when it is lightning and thundering. In other words, these are not real. When certain conditions are met, they simply disappear. I'm going to conclude the reading today. I worship Aryan Mahansa, once again our Kalyanamita, a noble friend, for all his guidance. Theruvan Saranai, everyone.
practical knowledge. This is the meritorious ordination. Buddhism is based on the principles of dependent origination, not on meditation therapy. Buddhism is the observation of the true nature of the mind. Through this understanding, one can let go of the notion of an existing self. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා. මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා. I'm journeying with myself and I leave the self behind as I move forward. The Buddha Nikaya is in action. In these actions, craving, aversion, and ignorance gradually fade away until Nibbana is reached. This is the Buddha's teaching, the pure doctrine, and the world awaits its embrace for eternal peace and tranquility. There are a lot of people claiming to be spiritual people in this day and age, but it's a lot of people, even though it has become a trend too, they claim that they're spiritual, but a lot of people who claim to be spiritual people, they don't even understand the meaning of it. It's an inward purification and a transformation. It's difficult for someone who's burdened with defilements to get to that purification without knowing a proper path. People unknowingly use Dhamma as a tool, a shield, or merely something merely to be marketed or marketable in their short-sighted gains. But the door to Nibbana will not open to them just by claiming to Nibbana or claiming ownership or claiming familiarity, whatever it is, whatever the mental associations that are claimed or that are expressed doesn't make you any closer to Nibbana. Because by doing all that, by misusing Nibbana in all kinds of ways, one is reinforcing the notion of an individual self. So once that happens, that is nowhere close to Nibbana, that's further away from Nibbana. So in these kinds of people where they have used Nibbana for their short-sighted profitable gain, it's extremely difficult to detect the hidden self in these individuals because they know everything about how one should appear or how one should operate. They know the characteristics of a person who's realized, of a realized master, but what they do not know is what the path is. So, they will kind of fake it, but that makes it extremely difficult to detect that hidden, subtle hidden self for them one day when they get to a real path. Regardless of any of this, as Buddha said, your own raga should be custom tailored, or it should be created by yourself. No one can create it for you. No one can make it for you. What that means is you should be able to see your own defilements within yourself. That is why we always talk about being honest in this path. You have to, not to anybody else, not to your loved ones, not to your no children, no husband, no wife, or whatever. But you have to be honest to yourself. Like we have this Sinhalese saying, "Ugrata hora behet kana," meaning you're trying to take medicine without your throat knowing. That's not going to happen. Yet someone can try it, and people try to, because you don't want to admit of your downfalls to your own self. That is the most difficult thing. That is why one would keep lying. We see this in Narayan Hansu. Delivers these sermons when these Zoom discussions are there. Whatever these practitioners would say, it's like you're kind of you don't have anywhere to hide, because as we speak, a realized one can see where the self is. So by not answering questions in Zoom, nobody's doing anybody a favor. That means you can't admit your own downfall to your own self. So that is, in a subtle way, that the notion of the self. However, if one has enough, if one can gather enough courage to answer a question or discuss something in the Zoom or ask a question, that is progress in the path. Even then, the notion of the self could try to play different kinds of tricks to hide the self. But there's no hiding. I mean, Aryan Mohansi can see through it, as we've experienced in our limited encounters. We see how skillfully he exposes one's ego in these discussions. So there are many opportunities given throughout the day for someone really genuinely exploring the path, really genuinely journeying the path, to figure out where one's subtle self may be lying. So it's that platform that's been created is of great importance, of great value to a practitioner, to recognize one's own wrong views and to shed light on them. So, and not just that, especially controversial discourses, discussion on Zoom, that is one really significant discussion that exposes the wrong views or in the society, in different different schools of thoughts, I guess, misguiding innocent people, to really clearly explain how one view could be a wrong view. What's wrong about it? How is it, according to Dhamma, how is it a wrong view? So, and the Buddothpado discourses explain explain pure Buddhism. There are no frills, there are no carvings, nothing as it is. The Dhamma expounded by the Buddha as it is, without any distortion, without any misguidance. And that's why the listeners of Buddothpado discourses are very fortunate, and that has already opened the path to Nirvana to many people. Today, in this day and age, after 2500 years, by observing the truth about the mind, the truth about how the mind is created within you, in the moment to moment, the path to Nirvana could be opened within. And this is the meritorious ordination or Adhyatmika Upasampada. There's nothing else, because when ascetic Bahir came to Buddha, he was wearing, I think, leaf or parts of trees, tree branches or something like that. And he attained arahanthood. And that means that whatever you are wearing, regardless of whatever, however you're dressed, this liberation of the mind could be attained, could be achieved. And because it's a Dhamma that you have to realize, it's not a religion. This is the absolute truth about how things work. The true Dhamma that is based on the principles of dependent origination. It is not based on meditation therapy or concentration meditation. Yes, concentration meditation can help if you have a very scattered sort of a mind, to have a concentrated mind and be able to contemplate, have that penetrative contemplation to direct you at the penetrative insight. But that is by concentration meditation alone, Nibbana could be attained. What we call Buddhism or true Dhamma is the observation of the true nature of the mind, as in when the mind is in action, as one understands how the mind works intellectually, then that true nature could be detected first-handedly when the mind is in action. By this understanding, the notion of an existing self is automatically let go. It's not somebody's doing it, but there's the value that's been attributed to mental objects slowly dissolve. That's what happens. Arahants are going to have thoughts. Thoughts are not going to disappear. The function of the mind is to create thoughts. That's not going anywhere, but the value that's been attributed by the system to each and every mental object, that slowly diminishes. That's why this Arahant says, "Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa, maawa dala man yannata yanawa." Leaving for this journey with myself, but by the end of it, the self is no more. That is this someone who's genuinely on the path. That is the Buddha's order or Buddha Nikaya in action. In these actions of seeing the mind, moment to moment, craving, aversion, and ignorance, delusion, they all fade away. And what's left with what's left will be Nibbana. Not that Nibbana is some special place or whatever. Someone who's starting the journey in the ignorance, We can't even say the state of mind. We can't, it's very difficult to explain in words. Let's say the state of mind that's in the ignorance is transformed to Nibbana. And we can't even call it a state of mind. What happens is that value that's been attributed is going to be dissolved, because in the understanding and realization that there never was a self, that there never is and never will be a self, or the so-called seemingly existing world was never true, that with that knowledge, in the light of that knowledge and realization, that illusion still cannot hold true. And that is what Buddha expounded 2500 years ago. That's the pure doctrine. And after 2500 years, the Buddha's pure doctrine is rediscovered and revealed. And we see every day how people who were suffering in these lives getting to eternal peace and tranquility. So that's all with for the big portion of the discussion. I say Sudharma, Thiruvan Sarana Sudharma.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හර්ෂි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. Harshi, when you started today's discussion, you mentioned that once we open our mouth, we like expose ourselves in front of the Noble One. So although due to the illusory mind consciousness, we tend to believe that we are on the path, we have kind of realized this by involving in all activities and listening to sermons and by taking part in discussions. Then and there, he opens our eyes and shows that you are nowhere on a path to, like it probably if we have kind of a strong sense of self perception, we might kind of collapse, or we might not be able to tolerate that also. So I have such experience, Harshi. So in controversial revelations, this groundbreaking revelation 7 o'clock Zoom yesterday, I also tried to, is it okay to reflect on that and discuss it, Harshi, here?
Yeah,
Is
go
it,
ahead.
yeah. And so I wanted to explain a thing. We know whatever the words that we give, it doesn't matter, right? Aryan Mahanse does not go by the experience or whatever. He, since he is kind of experiencing non-soul or non-vibration state, the frequency of the voice, the sound waves of our voices are directly felt by him, and he actually mentioned it's so uncomfortable. I had to keep my mic muted because it's so irritating, and so then I realized where I am, although there isn't a person, Harshi. So it made me think a lot about the feeling, whether what he said was, Harshi, I am totally in the mind, and so I accept it, and I really need to get out of it, and not as a person, not in a hurry also, but just need to reflect on it and be awakened to the experiences of the six sensory organs, and need to see through or penetrate through it better. My problem is, Harshi, to my understanding, I cannot maintain the mindfulness. Sometimes when I am awakened, see everything. I mean, no burning, despite the level of the stimulus. Let it be very strong perception or whatever, depending on the person. I don't get burned. I relax, and that tranquility is there. But sometimes that when the mindfulness is not there, after a while I realize I have got caught in the mind consciousness, and I have gone to town with certain minor, we can't differentiate as minor or major or whatever. If it's a stimulus, it's a stimulus actually. But when we talk, only we realize that I can't use we, I actually still am caught in the mind consciousness, Harshi. So that is something that I wanted to mention, and so that you also, as an experienced person, can comment on this. But the thing is, if I talk further, I totally understand that it is a system, that how it is crystal clear how we perceive things, and how the mind power, and how we get enchanted or disenchanted by these power created through the stimulus, everything. But when it comes to day-to-day life, it is not consistent. So I don't have the skill to maintain this, not as a person, but to be mindful about what we call see here. So I think I have a problem with that, Harshi. Teruvan Saranai. You also
So,
can explain.
yeah, so Dharma, but that's okay. That is how the path is like. I think I don't know how to explain this in English. I think Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya. You know, it kind of emerges very slightly at the beginning, but as we go through the path, you know, that mindfulness or awareness kind of improves. So it's, you know, as an infant or a newborn is not going to walk right away, right? It takes effort and time. So it's not a problem, but if there's a worry about that, then that is the self. There's a
The person, yes,
yeah,
Sashi. Then and there, the burning sensation occurred. If I recall, that burning started, but earlier also in previous scenarios when Aryan Maharshi mentioned, even in a tougher manner things, I that burning, not as person. If I go back to try to recollect, it was not that severe, but still when he actually mentioned it's so irritating and all, I stopped then and there, but I felt that burning within me, and like lost and like desperate, but not sad, but I knew he is there to help. That also came. So that was the experience. It's not a worry, but still I need to pay attention to it, isn't it, Tashi? Can't just ignore, isn't it?
not ignore, but the thing is now this whole Zoom and if Aryan Mahan say pointing it out, you know, if there was some sort of embarrassment or whatever like that, you know, I had to encounter this again or whatever, regret or whatever, then this Zoom situation has become a real thing, right? Then there's some contemplation that is required as to if there's something called Zoom, if there's one called Aryan Mahan, say there's a self, like
Yeah.
that kind
Yeah.
of contemplation is really like, you know, really investigating within you. Otherwise, like Aryan Mahan says, that mangosteen
Mangosteen, you have to
Yeah,
cut
yeah.
over and over again and
Okay.
check to see if it is white
Yeah.
inside.
It's not that embarrassment at all, Harshi. That's 100% clear. The feeling I got was like I kind of this noble one has felt kind of uncomfortable because of my voice for I mean
That is also self. Because
that's it.
that is the self that wants to be a good person or a good woman in front of the noble one, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so like
Yeah.
you have to inquire into why.
Yes.
Okay, I had to dig a little more deeper, and then the however many layers by which the so-called self is kind of hiding behind. If you dig
Yes.
deeper, those layers will be gone and the hiding self will be revealed.
Yes, Harshi. That helps
That's
a
why
lot.
that's why the honesty to yourself, to your not to anybody else, to your own self
Yes.
is of utmost importance.
Yes.
I hope that helps. I think there's
Yes. Yes.
Dr. There's Surangika is here. Maybe Surangika can help us here. Peruvan Saranai Surangika, after a long time.
Peruvan Saranai.
No, about your matter only. Like we can. That's a good question, right, Surangika? We can have a good discussion about it.
Peruvan Saranai, Harshi,
Peruvan.
Peruvan Sudharma. I pay my respects to Aryan Hansen. If I talk in the conventional world terms, Sudharma, my complete sympathies are with you. Because at some point or the other, there is that experience that all of us go through, isn't it? And
Yeah, that's like
I know,
evident. That's like only a matter of time to anybody.
Exactly. And the strangest thing about this thought is one moment you're, completely, you have done all stages, every stage of the practical program has gone through that thought and there is absolutely no defilement. And then the next thought is, I don't know, gone somewhere else completely. And that's where the whole challenge lies, I think, as well. So I think, Sudharma, I heard the Andolnatmaka Desana last night, wasn't it?
Yes, Miss
And
Surangika. That is.
yeah, I think the thing what he says is that the problem is if we encounter a problem, I think he has said this many a time, the problem arises in the mind and the thoughts only. If we have an issue, if we belittle ourselves, if we think that and Mahanse is going to think like this, or I am not progressed enough in the path, or why am I, all that is thoughts. I think that's what he was trying to say.
Yes.
And I think for me also, there have been times that he has said, the voice is too rough and this and that. And I've taken it in the same way as you have, Sudharma. And then I thought, okay, better not to speak in that case.
Yeah, no, the thing is, Aryan Mahanse tried to help me. He was telling, I can help you if you talk more, and the situation got worse. The more I tried to explain, so he can't do anything about me. So I got the feeling it's a toll. So I must be Pada Parama. So now Aryan Mahanse is trying to help me. He was telling, okay, you are stuck somewhere. So if you explain further, I should be able to help me. He was so compassionate and
Yes, he
he
was. I
didn't
know.
shout. He was so compassionate at that time, unlike before, Harshi. So that made me feel kind of so helpless. So had he been shouted or something, I wouldn't have been felt this. So he was offering help, but nothing works. So that's what to do. So I just maybe some other time I need to take more time, and it's nature after all.
I think the issue is with most of us, I think, sorry, I can't speak to about Harshi, but myself as well. This second stage now, as you said, Sudharma, we have a sound base, isn't it, about the true Dhamma philosophy. And time and again, if you are asked to explain, you can explain very well, because that is because you understand. But what happens is, we have also this tendency, two things, I think. One is the fact that we have got so used to being in the mind that that is our natural default position. We are always, we go back as we, even if we go all over the place during the day, we always go back home, isn't it? In the evening.
Yes.
So wherever we are, we say nothing like home.
Yes.
Or we say nothing like our own bed or something. And that is because we are comfortable at home, isn't it? We may go to the dearest of friends' houses and stay. And you may have known her for 20, 30 years, like her own sister. But still, you think, good to have stayed here, thank you very much. And then you won't tell her, but you will secretly think, it's good that I'm going home now, I miss home.
Yes.
So it's something like that. It's, isn't it, Harshi? It's like as if because you've been forever and a day, before childhood, before that Montessori time, you have no recollection even. Qualifications, or you have a good memory, all these things have reinforced this so-called memory, me, self-perception, and the fact that you have thought and analyzed and done things with that thinking also has magnified the sense of I.
Yeah, exactly.
We have fattened our ego by saying that society also has, that person doesn't have a good memory, or you have a really good analytical mind. So all these little things slowly have built up unconscionably a sense of the strength of the mind. So as much as we have heard the true Dhamma philosophy, and we know Aranman as he says, he has been saying and saying for the last 5 years. And as he said, 10,000 discourses, we know. And yet, we go back to the mind. We don't do it. It's not we. It's, as you know, it's the system. The unconscionable, unconsciously, the default seems to be the mind. So through what Aryan Mahansa is saying, the practice also, I think, is that second stage of the Dhamma practice, practical program. And in doing that, you don't have to go in, sometimes, because every time you can't be doing the walking meditation, when these thoughts come, I heard you saying that some thoughts are like really heavy, and then because they're so heavy, you feel it. And because you feel it, immediately you reflect. And because you are so attuned to the Dhamma philosophy, Dharma, the moment you reflect, the heaviness goes.
Yes.
Right? So, and that's good. That's because you have trained, you have kind of done it, you understand it, you see through the fallacy, and so the thing is that heaviness you can feel immediately, because you have a sense of calmness. There is a sense of inner transformation. Most of the time there is no attaching to anything, there is no defilement, there is no worry, no stress. But so when you suddenly feel this heaviness, it's not the usual thing. Those days, heavy or not heavy or light or joy or whatever it is, everything we went with the wave, isn't it? It was like a wave, and we went with the wave. We didn't know anything else. And so therefore that we thought that was our usual form, and that was it. But now, with listening to the Dhamma, there is that inner calmness, there is that lightness, as Aryan Mahansa says. All of us feel that. So because that suddenly when you get the heavy thought, what is this? And moment you trust like that, you think about it, and then you kind of that feeling dissipates. But then I think what you said was those little thoughts that keep coming.
Yeah.
You have one thought has become the second thought, and that is where this has happened to me as well. Even if you take something, even if you think at that point that you have got one thought and that wasn't significant, yet halfway down the line you realize, oh, you've been thinking on this, isn't it? And then you take like a Dhamma point and say, now why did that happen and this and that, and then you leave that issue alone, and then you go on the Dhamma point.
Yes.
So that also, because that's what R.N. Hansi says, if you know it, you have to stop it. Because even the Dhamma point, is, if you know it, you don't have to be going on and on and on with that Dhamma point. Then you take another Dhamma point, another Zoom discussion, another point, attach all that, link them together, and then now you have forgotten that insignificant thought, and then you're going down the Dhamma point thoughts. So all these are what we have to realize is that they are all thoughts. And each time there's nothing else to do. I mean, Haji, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's nothing else to do. But when you feel as if you're going down one of the, you've got an insignificant thought or minor thought or whatever it is, they're all thoughts to anyway. You just think, this is a thought, no, and dismiss it. You're not dismissing it actively. When you realize it's a thought, that's all you have to do. But like the Buddha said, Tadapi Passapachaya, that you have to, at that point, see that it's a thought. And then you do your work, and then again, before you know it, you got caught to another string of thoughts. Again, if you stop in your tracks and think, that was just a thought, no? And that's all you have to do, I think. Haji, if you want, if you can, because I found that was helpful to stop this continuous strain.
Yeah, that's true. That I think that parivajjana pahatabba is like kind of different from going along with these thoughts. But yeah, that helps if something kind of continues to come back, the same thought or whatever. But still, like based on where Sudharma is, you're the one who knows. If you can, like, where in the what do you call, the karmastan, the practical approach, you know, if the external worlds still become real to you, that contemplation is required. If
I got it.
yeah, then yeah, you can't get ahead of yourself, and however much in a hurry the self is, it just kind of has to, you know, like Karen was always says, you plant the seed, water it, give enough nutrition. You can't be like, oh, the leaves are not here yet, the flowers are not here yet. You just have to give it time for the due course to happen. Dr. Sakunthala is here. I think she can, she's, Thiruvan Saranai, we would really appreciate your feedback as well.
Thiruvan Saranai, I pay my homage at Karen Mahasi's feet. Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting, the story about these thoughts, isn't it? Because that is, the physical body is like a puppet, and thoughts are manipulating, and thoughts are sort of taking over the control. As Surangika also mentioned about the thoughts now, it's a string of thoughts always. If you are alive, and if the breathing is there, and if as a result the senses are functioning, So there is a continuous string of thoughts, but most thoughts are not significant. So therefore, you don't feel that you had them, but there is continuously collective function of the sensor activity, and then there is a thought, and most of the thoughts are not felt actually. What we feel time to time is something that the value is added. So then only you feel now, for example, you are going on the road and you are passing so many things. You see them, you hear them, hear the sounds, and you feel certain things like the wind or maybe the hardness of the floor. You hear the sound of your shoes or slippers. You hear the tooting of the vehicles, birds singing, all sorts of things, and you tend to pass people, houses, but they are not given a value. So therefore, sometimes some of our participants say that there are periods without thoughts. Actually, it's not so. Thoughts are there all the time, and the ones that the ones that the system tend to cling on for some time, for some reason, are the ones which are felt. In other words, a value has been given and taken it as real. So, as you all very clearly mentioned, such thoughts do not stop as a single thought. And there are many, many things linked to that. Some are directly related, some are indirectly related. You can see that a huge episode of the drama is occurring now. For example, you feel cold sometimes with the cold wind, and the string of thoughts which might, it all depends on the person's experiences actually. The spark which appears suddenly within a fraction of a second, just with that sensor function, will be the cold that you experienced in some country, or maybe in a city like Nuwara in Sri Lanka. Coldness that you felt when you opened the fridge door, or on a rainy day, and then it will get sort of linked to some other things, like a day that you spent with your family somewhere, and the people who participated in that family union, and the things that they said, and the weaves exchanged, and the way that how enjoyable it was. You can see that a huge line of thoughts are linked to that. So it really, now sometimes the happy thoughts, we don't feel the weight of it. We feel that it is something pleasant. We tend to feel only the sad or angry thoughts as heavy thoughts. No, actually, whatever the thought which comes, which is given a value, is something heavy. But the system tend to appreciate the ones that are pleasant and not take them as a burden. So this mechanism of telepathizing can occur. Now the thought spark, or the picture that you get instantly, which we call Nama component of the Nama Rupa, it has to be somewhere sparked in the past. So it's always some past incident which is sparked at this moment. So past incident may be in this life, or maybe somewhere in the birth circle, millions of years ago. So that's what Aryan Mahase very clearly said. And also Lord Buddha has mentioned this. This Dharma is, it's akalika, or you cannot give a timing. So therefore, that spark, something that happened some time back, will spark right now at this moment. It becomes the same spark. So there is no gap between the two. That spark becomes this spark. So there it's one spark right now. So it has to be some past experience. Now, if I tell a word like, if I say Kesel in Sinhala, the people who do not have any idea about the Sinhalese language will not have a mind picture, will not have that spark. It becomes only a sound to them. But for the people who understand the Sinhala language, will have a quick mind picture about the plantains, the varieties of the plantains, which the Sinhalese word is the kesel. So we'll have a variety of plantains, various colored ones, the tastes, and when you ate plantains last time, and even the bush of plantains which you have in your backyard, so many information will be there in that single spark. So this is the nature. This is what's called the Chitta Niyama, or the nature's law, how the mind is formed. So this is an automatic or system functioning. There is no way of changing this pattern, and the feel of angry or sadness or whatever the current that is created is also a part of this same process. That part actually we need to sort of very clearly understand, because sometimes we tend to feel that that current that is formed as a result of this sequence is me. So that is the biggest fault in this pathway. So when you realize that this current is also inevitable, and the current is the one which we label as me, myself, then some of these gray areas become clear. I think we can discuss on these things that I mentioned, and please correct me if there are any mistakes that I have mentioned. Therwan Saranai.
Yeah, that was Dr. Sakuntala, and thank you very much for that valuable input. Surangika, you have any comments about that? Any additions to that? Therwan Saranai? Also, Dharma, you have any questions about that? Any comments?
Yeah,
Therwan Saranai.
so if Therwan Saranai Hashi, Aryan Mahanseta Namaskara Veda. Yes, as first I would like to pay my gratitude to Ms. Suranga for the explanation. So I realized actually going home to our mind is a big problem. So yesterday also what I was trying to do is, when Aryan Hanse was asking me to give more explanation so that I can help you, because he was so compassionate and he wanted to help me get out of this point where I am stuck. So what I did was I went back to mind, and I was talking almost utter nonsense actually. So that the system, that was what the system did. So there I realized that we cannot find solutions, or cannot like be on path using our mind all the time. So it's again this is illusionary mind consciousness. So thank you so much for that reminder, Ms. Surangika. And as Dr. Sakuntala explained, this every day we discuss how things are perceived by sensory basis and this telepathizing. So actually after listening to Dhamma for, well, like I first started in 2021 and then couldn't continue. From 2022 onwards, regularly I was listening to Dhamma, and this Satyajnana, this wisdom of truth, those sermons are crystal clear to me. The problem is I need to improve the mindfulness, that once I remember Aryan Hansi suggested you should do concentration meditation also, to be consistent, because your mind is all over, scattering. So otherwise having this knowledge also still being in mind, so there is a problem. So Aryan Hansi opened my eyes yesterday also. So try to improve mindfulness, not as a person. Otherwise, this mechanism is crystal clear to actually how the self-perception occurs. Everything, the theory part is crystal clear to me. I can explain it to anyone even, but need to do more on practical approach, as Harshi also suggested. So thank you so much for all your comments. Theruvan Sarana.
Everyone, Sanai, if I can just add a little bit more. So that home thing, Sudharma, but the thing that has, because of ignorance only, but that forgetfulness and going back to the mind is, we have now thought that home is the mind. But what is the home? Home is non-vibration, isn't it?
Yes, ignorantly we take as mind. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so almost like a newly found friend, but not the newly found friend. We think, my goodness, it's the mind, it's my mind, it's my thoughts, everything is mine. And because we don't say mind all the time, but unconsciously that's what is happening. So when that light of true Dhamma is shone on it, that is what we have to know, that whatever that comes is coming through the thoughts. And I think Dr. Kokila said this several times in the midnight Zoom as well. The more we think, the more that we allow the thoughts to kind of take over and consume us, there is no room for the feel to emerge. The feel that there is nothing here, that feeling, where is the room? Because everything is almost completely swamped by these thoughts. They can be these just conventional world, usual humdrum materialistic stuff as well. And even Dhamma reflections. Now that is also, as Harshi said, there is a time to do vidarshana. There is a time to do penetrative insight, and that also depends on at what stage one is, because you can't give that same thing, tell that same thing to everybody. We can't also, I think again, Dr. Kokila pointed this out at some point, and Aryan Vansi also says this so many times. Just because you are done 3 years or 4 years or so, there are some people, some mothers we hear, they haven't progressed even to the practical stage. So that practical aspect, angle to putting this true Dhamma philosophy into our day-to-day world has been missed out. So some people, even if they listen 1 or 2 months or so, they've got it. and they understand it. So the issue is now, because of this knowledge thing, as Aryan Mansi says, we are turning this Vijanati thing into Pajanati. The Pajanati means not just knowing, but seeing. So when one says we are seeing it, we have to see the thought has to be seen in all its fallacy. And if we understand that home is not vibration, vibration gives rise to thought. But home is actually non-vibration. We have continued in this samsaric cycle because this vibration, and as Dr. Sakuntala said, the current has been taken to be real. The current has been taken to be me or I. And that is where the whole thing has got stuck. And that's where the ignorance lies. So the more we dwell in thoughts, that the feel has no place to emerge. And that is where one has to continuously kind of show that the thought keep going to the thought and see what is this thought made up of. And again, if we I think also don't do enough reflection on the light and the sound. Again, Aryan Mansi says this so many times. If there isn't even a sound, if there isn't even anything called a light or a smell, how can there be a thought? How can thoughts be real? So, I mean, that kind of, then there's nothing else to say, isn't it? It just completely makes you go silent. What more is there to talk, isn't it? If there is no sound, no such thing as sound, no such thing as light, all this is just a construct, and construct is coming through only these sensors. Then what is the substance of that insignificant thought that is going on like a train, you know? What are we are, this is why the Buddha understood the mind completely, and it's through that only realized this whole non-vibration as the state to be, because it is this mind that is trying to assert itself, to entertain. It's an entertainment. It's almost it's all defilements. This sense of wanting to be. I don't know how to say it, Harshi, maybe you know the words, Abhisankarana and Viparinama. Abhisankarana and Viparinama is the thing, the evolving nature of the thought. The thought is also never static, isn't it? The thought is also constantly changing shape, constantly changing. The mind object is also changing. If you now say you have something that you really like to think about, or it's something that you really like, say your son, and this is something that I've heard also in other talks, if you are told to, okay, now for the next 5 minutes, don't think of anything else, but think about only your son. Can you do that? No. Even 1 minute you won't wait with just thinking about the sun.
Yes.
There'll be all kinds of other things that will come to your mind. That is because that is the state of the mind. The mind itself keeps on changing, keeps on evolving. And because there is nothing to it, as Dr. Sakuntala says, some earlier perception telepathizes and a perception occurs. And it's just a series of these perceptions telepathizing in the mind consciousness. If it is not coming at that very moment from a particular sensor, then the mind sensor keeps on telepathizing and a spark occurs and then a thought occurs. But where is that thought? What is the source of that source? Something occurring, something that had occurred earlier is telepathizing at that moment, and it is occurring again. And then one goes off at a tangent on that thought. And then next moment, another object. And next moment, another object. And so it goes on. So when is this finishing? That is what needs to be considered. Is there any purpose? It's just changing object to object, object to object, and going on and on and on. And if we also get onto that bandwagon, I am saying we here, sorry, I shouldn't be saying that, but there is never end to that thought train, isn't it? And just putting, I think showing that to become pajanati, just when the thought arises, just see the thought as to what it is. And if another thought arises, see the thought as to what it is. And because you have engaged in the vidarshana at the appropriate time, that is going to help in seeing that thought as to what it is. So I'll just stop there. Harshi, if you can correct me if there's said anything wrong as well. Tedwan Sarnai.
Tedwan Sarnai, Angika, thank you for that explanation. In another angle, so it's that same example Aran Wahanse uses. In this factory that makes concrete animals and ducts and posts and stuff like that, you input your raw materials to be cement, sand, rocks, water, and and what comes out of the other end is these animals. You have seen these concrete elephants, horses, ducks, and stuff. So the name changes, the shape changes, but the inherited value in terms of that, what it is made up of, is the same material in different proportions, right? So similarly, thoughts are made up of vibrations, manifested vibrations, images, sounds, smells, tastes, and whatever is felt when there's touch. That combination, can't even say different proportions, but the value that's been attributed by the system is different. One is mother, the other one is father, the other one is the husband, another one could be grass or something insignificant. But that is how the value has been attributed based by the system, based on association and what the society, the convention has given. And all that, but essentially, just like the concrete animals and ducts have been made up of cement, sand, water, and stuff, thoughts are made up of differently manifested vibrations. So inherently, there's nothing to say that has any value or any varying degree of value in that. So if you can see when a thought comes, oh, my tummy hurts or whatever, tummy is also made up of an image and a sound and all the stuff, all the good stuff. And the self is also like that. That initial thought that the system took, if there's a mother, if there's a father, there should be a self. That thought is the one that has been, like Suranka mentioned, been evolving and kind of being updating and being current through every thought that's been created, through every thought that assumes there's some external world that's existing. So like I know you said you've listened to Dhamma quite a lot, but if you didn't do the contemplation, the penetrative contemplation, they do not become your own direct experience. That's why you have to have your customized raft, customized by you.
Yes.
That is that direct understanding, direct knowledge, direct insight of Dhamma. Otherwise, it just stays as knowledge in a shelf somewhere in the memory or whatever we call it. So until that happens, the progress cannot be seen. Like it has to become your own knowing.
Experience. Yes.
Yeah, not just knowledge. Like, you can memorize the multiplication table and as a result, you can do few sums. But if you get the numbers really well, then if whatever the number there is, you intuitively have an understanding as to what kind of percentages or this kind of subtraction would result in this kind of thing. That intuitive aspect wouldn't be there as long as it sits as mere knowledge. So that contemplation with everything, go beyond the words that's mentioned in the
sermons. When it said the birth of the eye is the birth of the self, okay, that's few words, but what is the message that's beyond that? What does it exactly mean? Like that involves a whole lot of opening of eyes. That's why these controversial disclosures like gets you to get to that penetrative contemplation in many angles. Like say it's the same discussion every day, but it's many angles, so different kind of like if we are to say it in a different way, like we say like you different networks of brain are connected, we say in different contexts, something like that. Different kinds of angles of penetrative insight will, the eye will be opened. So that if that is lacking, then it's like my memorizing the multiplication table and doing some sums.
Very clear. Yes. That active engagement, not as a person, but that's what we call skillfulness, isn't it, Hashi?
Yeah,
Skillfulness.
skillfulness comes like,
yeah.
Now, so Arana told you to do concentration meditation some time ago. I would start that day. Like, because
I actually did, Dashi.
yeah.
And there are a lot of self-evident, stuff also, because now, if it's okay, I lived with the two sons for a long time because my husband passed away in 2014 and just lived with the helper. So when my sons moved, we were closely attached, kind of family, three of us. And when they left also, I didn't feel it, honestly speaking, because even when they want me there, I don't intend to leave because I do the job and I'm quite okay all by myself also. Such, burning is not there. Even now, yesterday, I got a pain in my, since you mentioned the pain, body pain also. I tried, Ariana's, that when we take the pain as a stomachache or pain in my back, actually we feel it. Then it becomes more and more painful and it becomes real, it becomes a thing. But through kind of that wisdom of truth helps us to see it as pain, feel it as pain, then that pain is not giving pain. So that such experiences are there, Harshi, but the problem is I need to understand the mind consciousness more, because when you all were explaining, felt that I have a kind of inner belief that mind is a persistent thing. It's there. So, but it also arises and ceases, because now in relation to five sensory bases, also seeing, hearing, then smelling, they are also in this fusion of the sensory experiences. Then finally the mind consciousness, and actually we can't give the gaps, but still finally the fusion of all sensory experiences, then mind consciousness arises and mind power. And that since, as Dr. Sakuntala said, there is no detectable gap between thoughts, no. And then again, when thoughts occur in mind through telepathizing, that is another mechanism. So that another mechanism means they are the thoughts get in contact with the mind consciousness, and with that all other, I mean, the seeing, hearing, smelling. Now when we think of the thought of mother arises, mother's image, even the voice and the smell, even the taste, you would say, like everything is fused in that and come in one shot. So that although I know it, the concept, but when it comes to practice, uh, I kind of get deceived as mind is a persistent thing. I think that is also a problem. Yes.
I
So
think,
it's,
Dharma,
yeah,
without analyzing what's going on, okay, this is happening with me,
yes,
this kind of thing is happening with me, this kind of,
yeah,
without
yes,
going along, without kind of going down that path, what
yeah,
we need to realize is nirvana is
yeah.
in this moment. Whatever the thought we have right now, if it
Mm,
assumes that there is an external world,
mm,
automatically the self is created. So there's no
mm,
nirvana in this thought. So if
mm,
the truth about it is seen right now, that is nirvana. So
mm,
if you can pay attention to like even the way you talk, I think there's a lack of skill there. If
mm,
you can go back to this recording and listen to, like, okay, there's progress. Of course, anybody who comes to this path understands this Dhamma.
yes.
Even intellectually, it kind of lifts off a heavy burden
Mm,
because you were like killing yourself for, oh my God, I have to do this with my life, do that with
mm,
my life, and all of a
mm,
sudden, it makes sense that this so-called world doesn't exist, and you're like, oh, I was just killing myself over nothing. I can just slow down a little bit. So that heavy burden is kind of lifted off even just by learning it intellectually. But this is not like, in the school, you probably understand this very well. Even a child does a small thing better, you give a star. I got a
mm,
red star, whatever, a good star, whatever it is not.
mm,
But this journey is not like that. Okay, there's
mm,
progress. Okay, now I don't get, my sons are about to leave me, or sons already left, but I'm not upset about that. But in the big picture, suns are still real, right? To
mm,
you,
mm, mm,
right? I'm
yes.
not,
Mm,
I am a person who's not scared to live alone. Now,
mm,
earlier it wasn't the case, but now this is the case. All
mm,
that you talked about your situation
mm,
in those few lines, if you can go back and
mm.
listen to it, in
Self,
the
yeah.
grand event of, grand scheme of things, you still believe the existence of these suns and the world and all that, right? The self
Mm,
still, that contemplation hasn't happened.
mm,
That contemplation has to happen.
mm,
Then the detail into which you go when you talk, they will
mm,
slowly diminish. But now, since everything is real, of course, you will go into all the Vyanjana, Anuvanjana, these detailed things about
mm,
the world that's already existing. Does that
mm.
make sense?
Yes, very clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Dr. Sakuntala Aran Mahansi is also here. Theruvan Sanaya Aran Mahansi.
Yes,
Dr.
Harshi. What's discussion is about? Now just I joined with you.
Yeah, Aran
This
Mahansi Theruvan
forum. Yeah.
Sanaya.
Yeah.
It was kind of a continuation of Sudharma's
Yeah.
discussion she had with you in Andolanaatmaka Deshana.
Yeah.
So how the self is created. So she had some questions about her nature and her sense of self. So that's what we were talking about. Sudharma. I don't know.
Yeah. Sudharma, the problem is Sudharma's her problem. That one is a feel. You know, So the feel alive, that's alive feel. It's a soul. What's the soul? Sudharma, are you there?
Yes, Aryan Mahansa.
So I ask him the question, what is this life? What is this soul?
It's ignorant belief, Aryan Mahansa.
No, it's not a belief. It's not a belief. What's the feel of alive?
That something is out there and the person who experiences
No, it's a feel. It's a feel. It's a feel. You would always think about it. It's a feel. A feel is a perception. It's a feel. You know, it's a sanya. It's a feel. It's alive. Feel is otherwise the perception. You know, everything is perceptions. We are talking about we are using this word is perception. What is this perception? Word is light also perception, yeah. Sound also perception, yeah. You know, this feel also perception. It's sanya. It's alive feel. It's alive feel. Otherwise, alive feel is a perception. Itta sanya is existent feel also perception. Existent feel is a perception. Existent perception converted in the alive perception. What do you think about? Itta sanya becoming anitya sanya. What is this? Itta sanya. It's existent feel. It's a power. It's a power. You know, chair is an example, is chair. What is chair? It's a picture, yeah. I have a picture. What's ear? Ear creating a sound. It's a chair. It's a baby. When you're kindergarten time, it's coming. You know, it's a chair. I have picture. Chair is a picture. Ear have sounds. Chair is a sound. But what is this chair? Otherwise, now today, what happened? You have existent feel. Chair, existent feel. What is this existent feel? It's a power. You know, I creation is I conscious. What is this consciousness word? Is a power. Vibration is, no, rapid vibration. Creating, the power is generating. There's a solar power like that. Automatically, nobody is doing. Natural phenomenon is happening. This, what is this? This I creating, I sensor creating. It systematically is coming. What is this? Existent feel. I create, I factory like that. Constructing automatically. No, nobody's doing. It's a light. What is this light? It's no one is doing. Nobody's doing. You also not doing this. It's automatically happening. It's light. I creating. What is this I consciousness? Consciousness word we are using is this one. Existent. Light existent field. Otherwise the sound existent field. Ear consciousness. Consciousness word we are using the existent field. It's a field. That's why we want to say you. It's a field. You know, perception word is how to feel, but feel these words are only the words. So feel we can use the perception word. That's why itta sanya. Sanya is what is that perception now? Itta sanya is existent perception now. So after this Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana is what is this? 5 aggregates, no?
Yes.
5 aggregates. It's a meaning, is speedily. It's a quantum theory, no? Speed given you something highlighting, no? No? It's okay, no? That's a many times happen in this spark is finally light is there. That's a quantum packet, no? It's a waves. Science, new scientists are talking this, no? Quantum, no? The Buddha's time, Buddha what's telling that is 5 aggregates, no? It's the same, no? What is this power? It's the existent field.
Is anybody is there? Light existent field? No, nobody's there. The consciousness is power, no? Do you understand what I say? Harshi,
Yes,
do you understood what I say?
Yeah, Rena's.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I want to say is alive feel how is coming. This existent field is otherwise the alive field. So becoming alive field is a two type. One. Yesterday also I explained this. No, yesterday I explained it. So ear consciousness is sound, no? It's a drum is inside the ear and vibrate. That's the sound. The sound existent feel is the power. You know, many times it's drum vibration is happening. That's sound, no? That's sound. It's a constructing. Nobody's doing. It's constructing automatically. It's constructing this. Like that is why it's a ayatana, salayatana. It's factory. It's a factory. I made in this. This product is created in this factory. It's a ayatana. What's the meaning is this? It's a creating one. Product. Sound also product. Light also product. Smell also product. It's a production. No? It's producing. What's the correct word is, Harshi? Is it correct?
Yeah, Rena's. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, so also taste also product. So otherwise hot and cool, smooth and rough, everything is product. It's our skin sensor. This five sensor, eye, ear, nose, mouth, and skin, is given this product. These five perceptions is product. Perception convert in the consciousness. That is why Rupa is vibration, Vedana is feel, perception is that feel. What's that feel? Light or sound. So, okay, it's creating this constructing system is Sankara. So, Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara. Vijnana, what's that? Consciousness. What is this consciousness? Again and again and again and again, spark is happening, is finally, his power is there because one spark have a power. You know, different end somewhere. Just the power is there. No? Like a nuclear bomb, also same. It's a you're talking nothingness, no? What is that? Different end somewhere, negative and positive is touching, is spark, no? That's the power, no? It's okay, Harshi? That's the power. That's the power generated. That's the Buddha's Majji Sutra. Yo bante viditvana majje manta nalipati tam bruhi mahapurusho said the Simini Majja. It's a Tripitaka is there. It's the Majji Sutra. Buddha told this. It's a power. How it's generating systematically. It's different in somewhere. There's the power. That's the ending. That's the beginning this world. Who is newcomer? Scientists destroy this method. No one can destroy this method. It's a Majji Sutra. It's a Buddha's word. Not any other scientists. What is this world? What is the beginning this world? What is the end in this world? So new scientists are finding the end in this world. Where's the end in this world? These waves. It's a how is telling this? No, so you know what Buddha's explain is this different this different ending is the whole world. It's a power. That is why there's a dark matter, dark energy. Word using so universe is a universal truth is. They are talking dark energy. But what is this energy meaning? Is a power. Everywhere is a power. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you smelling? What are you feel? Everything is power. What do you think about Harshi? Everything is power, no?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a waves, no? Light also waves, sound also waves. No, hot, heat, everything waves. Can you tell me without waves anything? No. Why? Everything is waves. Solidity also waves. Liquidity also waves. Yeah, what is without waves? Have you without waves? No. What is the without waves? That's this world is, this science is the word, is the power, is the different in somewhere. That's the power. That's the waves. Spark is the wave, is the word. Sparking word. That's the sensory word. We haven't experienced without these sensor creations. What is real world? This is constructing world. It is simulation world. It's not a real one. What is real world? Non-vibration is the real. Non-spark is the real. That's the ending this year. Circle of birth. That's the ending this world. It's a feel. You are talking about her, Sudharma, you are talking about the feel. Feel is the power, is that this power, how is creating this light is power. That's conscious word we are using. That's why it's the sanya. It's an existent perception now. That someone know this existent perception is disappearing, is coming. Non-existent perception. Nothing, anything. You see, light also systematically is happening, no? It's coming. It's okay. Sound also systematically is coming. It's okay. Light and sound together coming. That's chair have existent feel. Chair is a thought. Now you can realize we have thought with power. But what is this thought? This chair. Otherwise, chair is perception. Yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, other side, again and again, and chair is coming. Yeah, spark is there. But chair existent feel also coming. That is spark creating speedily is creating. What is that? The light sound like that. Same method, system, process is happening here. That again and again, chair is coming. Chair coming existent feel. That existent feel is chair existent perception is coming. What do you think about? It's a power is build up. Power is together coming. More power is generating. That's thought have power. How is thought creating this power? How is thought coming this power? How is telling Harshit? It's clear. It's okay.
Yeah, Rahman. Yeah.
What's that? How is thought? What's the real one? How is thought? Power is coming. What's that? How is thought? Thought have existed power? No? Now, chair, example, chair have existed feel. No? Chair, today chair is existent feel. No? So normal guys, chair have really chair. No? They have real chair outside. What's the meaning? Is chair is real or no? It's not real. But someone don't know this Dhamma. He have chair. Chair is existent. No? But someone know this Dhamma. He know chair is sound and firm. It's okay. Finally, what is chair? Chair not existent, no. He know there is no chair. So after power, what is this power? Is existent is the power. Existent is thought is given this. No, existent also thought is coming. Do you understood what I say?
Yes,
Sir,
now, yes, Saryanwasa, now the shape of light.
This very important. This very important is a thought. So that's itta sanya is a thought is coming.
Mm.
We are thinking.
Yes, that power
Yeah.
answer
It's a
is
power.
very,
It's okay. It's okay. Please. That thought is a perception, is existent thought is coming. The existent feel is there, is but it's inside. But outside we are thinking. That's why thought is here. Existent perception is a thought. It's a itta sanya. It's a thought is coming. Every perception, this one type of coming. What is this? Thoughts are coming. There is thought. You are thinking. This chair is a chair is okay. You can see the TV. There is a chair, but you know there is no chair. But outside, you are looking the chair. You are thinking chair is there. But normally, this too is your eye is like a photo, no? It's a camera, no? It's the same, no? But you are thinking this one is real. But after what happened, you know this Dhamma, he understand this system. That's the final what is this final what happened, lay people, final what happened, this Mandarin guy, they are thinking outside is chair. They are thinking chair is there. It's a thought. But this one understood someone. He know there is no chair. That is why itta sanya becoming anitta sanya. What is this meaning? Existence perception becoming non-existent perception is a thought. Otherwise, this thought is finally is power. Thought power, thinking power. That is why we are talking. So mind power, thinking power. You know, thinking power is now is not coming. That is why mind power is gone. After tranquility is coming. Are you okay, Sudharma? Do you understood what I say?
yes, Aryan answer.
Now today, normally everything, whole world, you are thinking is real. But after you know it's not real, now it's change. What is the change? Inside there's a change is coming. First is vision. It's right vision is coming. What is this right vision? This world is not real. But you won't understand how is this magic is happening. This is a magic now. How is this magic is happening? Now you know system. That's the Dharma. That's the Buddha Dhamma. That's the Buddha's philosophy. That's the dependent origination. That's the insight meditation. It's process. Understand. So now you know how is coming this existence is feel and the existent world perception. What is this? One side is you are thinking this world is real. Other side is you have feel. These two sides you won't understand. Perception is that's two sides, or otherwise perceptions. Why? It's sanya, no? Cha is a sanya. It's a perception. Otherwise, cha existence is also perception. Sanya, these two perception is here. Inside there, feel. Outside there, you think. You know, someone eat the pineapple, is okay. Pineapple feel is inside, no? It's a taste. But you are thinking, this is pineapple. It's a thought, inside there a feel. No, two side is here. Do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah. You know, now, finally, this thought is, that's cause and effect Dhamma. cause is vibration, yes, light also coming, effort, sound also effort. After that, cause is sound and firm. Is effort is a chair, table, mother, father, everything. After mother, father is cause, effort is a existence. After existence is cause, effort is a alive field. This is the imas means sati idang hoti. This is the way is dependent origination. Imas mean asati idang nahoti is meaning is you understood this system, you know there is no chair. After what happened, you must mean other asati. That's one is chair is there is no chair is it must mean asati. Idan nahoti meaning is that's a cause and effect dhamma. You are not here. What is this alive field? Is side by side. Existent field other side, alive field is other side. Non-existent field is there. Non-alive field is there. What is this? How is this happening? We are explain. So normally power is generating, no? Normally this system are working. But you know, finally you are thinking this is real, is power is there. That's thought have power. Final thought have power. You know, power, final stage we are talking cause and effect dhamma. Effort is final one is the thought have power. But thought have power. What is that power? You are thinking is everything is real. But finally you understood this dhamma. You are not thinking everything is real. His power is not coming. That is the reason. That's the difference of fading is. That's why thinking power is gone. Thinking power is not coming again. This power generator system is automatically is happening. Automatically thought come in the power. But you understood this dhamma that thought power is not coming. That's why Nibbana is here. Tranquility. Because thought have the power. System are normal working. Final system given you to thought power. But thought, you know, real, the power is not there. Thought is real, power is there. Thought is not real, power is not there. What do you think about Dr. Ravi? Are you there? I don't know.
Dr. Ravi is not here.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think about Sudharma? It's very important.
Yes, sir.
Because this thought is given this power. Dr. Kokla, are you there?
Surangika and Dr. Sakuntala are here. Dr. Chandani.
Dr. Sakuntala, what do you think about?
Yes, Sharon Vasi, it's a beautiful explanation. This is what you have been teaching us all this time. As you said, it sounds very simple when you say that thought, when the thought is real, there is power. When the thought is not real, there is no power. It sounds simple, but I think when you apply it to the day-to-day life, it's not that easy, but it is the way to realize the ultimate truth, Taran Mas. It's a beautiful explanation.
What do you think about thought? It's very worth this.
It
Someone
is.
understood this thought. Thought
Yes.
power is not here. It's very important. So you know this thought is not real. Power is not there. It's very important. This one.
Yes.
Yes.
So you are thinking this thought is real. That's why power is there. Finally, this power, how thoughts are coming, no? Unbelievable system is inside. You know, kindergarten time, that's thoughts are creating. It's okay. After you see, you are, that's again and again that chair is coming, power is there, systematically thought, you are, it's real, it's the reality is the power. This is a thinking, no. Unbelievable this, I don't know, understood or no. Unbelievable this one. Terasa.
Can I
Terasa.
just clarify something?
Yeah.
Now, when you when a system has a complete transformation Rahatan Vahanse will have something similar to Itta Sanyawa, but knows that it is not real. Is that I don't know whether what I understood.
Arata stage is everything is normally. Everything he know.
Yes.
Yeah, is there.
Yes.
But he know
So,
it's not real. That's the meaning
yes.
is he know it's not real. It's not real. Thought is a power is not there, zero.
Yes. But still
it's
it looks
understanding
like...
It's not a thinking, it's
Yes.
understanding one.
Okay.
It's understanding one. That is why inside meditation is understanding one. That is why Buddha told.
Yes.
So Sankitte Nibbidai. What is that meaning? Understanding is coming the Nibbana. What is this understanding? It's not enough, but 50-50 is there. Yesterday I also told this. The day before yesterday, no? I told this. 50-50 is here. Okay. The first one is understand. After that, you can experience it. That's the reality. After that, you can experience it. First is very important because Sotapanna is not becoming anybody without understand. No one can Sotapanna concentration meditation. Evidence I have given you. Tripitaka is there. Dhamma Sangikara. Buddha word is this one. Not any other donkey dog words. No donkey words. It's the Buddha's word. It's a clear, crystal clear. No one can, nobody can. Sotapanna. Without understand. What do you think about Harsh? Is inside meditation? I think Harsh is now busy. So what do you think about yeah, Harsh?
Yeah, Renaud. Yeah, so without understanding and realizing this,
No
there's no path.
Nibbana way. Without understand, no Nibbana way. It's a wisdom now.
You have to create your own raft. That means you have to understand, see it within yourself. So however much knowledge we obtain, it's not going to help if you do not see it, because the mind is yours. So when thoughts appear, you can see it, and nobody else can see it, or you can't see anybody else's mind. So the whole experiment or the investigation, you have to do it within yourself.
It's a self-experience. It's a self-study. What is this?
Self-investigation.
Self-investigation. Oh, how is you? How is your side? Yourself, you won't check it. How is power? How is the real world you have? You see, normally everything is normal now. Harshik, how can I explain others? It's a feel no. Normally everything is there, no sound and everything normally no. Power is not there. It's a feel no. It's an internal transformation no. How is it explain this? It's not easy because it's experience no. That is why Sandhitika Pratyaksha is Dhamma is here. No, it's a Buddha's word no. Come and see. You can experience. That's the Buddha's word. Oipasiko opanaiko. You see this? It's an experience. What is this internal transformation is the best finally. Second part, 50-50. First 50 is understand, second 50 is experience. Second 50 without you cannot be. His doubt is there. Experience is gone the doubt. How is telling this? So you know the system is okay, but your inside is power no. His power is you feel no. After that, what is happened? Is feel is disappearing little bit, fading no. That's why difference are fading. Same. Power is disappearing.
Edwan Sarnai Aranwansa.
Yeah.
Aranwansa, I think what Dr. Sakuntala was asking was now Aranwansa explained earlier very beautifully that even the existent field is also a perception, a thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sanyava is also a thought. So the arahats, also
Understood.
have the thought. For example, the Buddha said in the nearby monastery, Anuruddha Thero is, I must go and see Anuruddha Thero. So that's just a thought, but there is no power, that's all. But yes.
That's correct. That's the Arasta stage. That's the Adhigata Samadhi. That's the super awareness we are talking. Yeah, it's not alignment. We are not talking about the alignment because Hindus are talking this word is wrong because they are in there. But Buddha is not like that. Buddha, nobody is here. The system is there. Two sides is Hindus and Buddha's side. You see, very difference. Hindu side is other one, Buddha side is other one. The Hindu side house is there. He is there. No, doer is there. But Buddha side, no doer is here. Is okay. Is that okay?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, very grateful, Aranwahasa and Surangika. It's clear now. Thank you, Edwan Sarnai.
yeah, Suranka. Suranka, today you are are you in today forum is there Sinhala?
I can be Aranwahansa. Today is a holiday in Australia.
Oh no, I asking that Chandani. Are you there?
Oh, sorry.
Chandani, are you there? Dr. Chandani.
Yes, Aranwahasa, I'm there for today's program.
It's
Yes.
okay.
Again, it's a 90th day that I'm away. Yes.
Yeah, sometimes Chandani, Suranka also can do this. Suranka, are you free? Are you free, Suranka? Yeah, he told no. Are you free? Suranka, you come here today. It's okay because every day is one sound is coming. No, Chandani. No, it's smile. It's a nice sound. But Suranka is a surprise. No, our.
Yes, Aranwahasa. It's good to have a different voice.
Suranka, today is
People must
coming. You come in Suranka today. It's okay. It's a hard work. It's okay.
I can help Dr. Chandani.
I think Dr. Chandani helped you. It's nice. It's okay. Today, our discussion is now it's time. So, no, Harshi, it's okay.
Yeah, no,
Tervan Sarnai, everybody.
Tervan Sarnai, Aranwahasa. Tervan Sarnai.
Good morning, everybody. Therwan Sanai Aren Wahanse. Therwan Sanai, all Dhamma friends. Let's start our Dhamma discourse. We'll discuss about what is added to what appears. People live mostly in what is added. What is added is not noticed as added. It is taken to be part of what appears, what the reality is. By this, what I meant was what you experience as to be real is already a construction, of your mind consciousness. When something appears to your sense of faculties, they just appears simply. That's simple. For eye, colors appears. From ear, sound appears. From skin, tongue, nose, different relevant sensations appears. And in the mind consciousness, thoughts appears. It's just simple. They appear and disappear. But what is added is the thing that makes this process complicated. What is added is the story about it. This built up story says, this is outside. But what you saw, what your eyes perceived was just colors. But the mind consciousness says, this is outside. This is that thing, a bottle, a table, a book, a dog, a tree, etc. And this is happening to me. On the contrary, there is someone who experiences these things, who see those things, who hear those things. This came from the past. This will continue in the future. Did it really come from the past? Or did it just a thought arose at that moment and disappeared at that moment? This will continue in the future. Aren't we thinking about the future also at this moment? Then isn't it just a thought at this moment arose and disappeared? These additions are not wrong. They are ways of organizing experiences, the ways that used to communicate with others. But when they are taken as the ultimate truth, taken as the reality, that experience is no longer seen simply. It gets complicated. This Dhamma is about noticing what is added to what appears. One addition is the idea of location. Something is said to be over there. Something is said to be in here. Look at what is actually present. Is there a here and then a there in what appears? Or is there just appearances and then a thought about where it is? Location is not found in the appearances. You just experience it and it disappeared. There's no location for it. It just happened and vanished. It is found in the description. Another addition is the idea of time. Something is said to be from before. Something is said to be about to happen or future. Actually, look at what is actually present. Is the past present? Is the future present? Or is there appearances now and thought about before and after? If I simplified it, whether it's past or future, aren't we thinking about it right at this moment? And we are just thinking. It's just a thought that also arose and passed away, didn't it? It's not that we went to the future itself after we thinking about the future. It didn't we went back to the past after we thinking about the past. Nothing happened. It's just a thought of past or future arose at this moment and it disappeared. Nothing else. Time is not found in appearances. We don't do any time travel when we think about things. We just stay as it is, but our thoughts runs here and there. It is found in memory and expectations. And the other addition is the idea of ownership. Something is said to be mine. Something is said to be not mine. This me, mine, myself, this I-ness. Well, look at what is actually present. Is the ownership present in the sensation? Is the ownership present in a thought? Did the thought say, this belongs to this one, this person? Did the sensation say, belongs to you? No, it just occurred and vanished, arose and passed away. Isn't it that the ownership is an idea added to what appears? These additions combine. It makes the story complicated. It creates an illusion and simulation, a wrong view and a fake world. Location, time, ownership form the sense of inside and outside. But if you penetrate to it, you will notice those are just concepts built up from our mind. We did it since our childhood, so now it has become real, their reality. We got used to it. Now it's hard to break it apart from the reality. What is the truth? Something appears. It is placed out there. A reaction appears. It is placed in here. I did it. A memory appears. It is past. It's the past. In the past. An expectation appears. It is placed in the future. None of these placements are found in what appears. They are found in the way what appears is described. They are unnecessary concepts added to what really happened. Because these placements are familiar, they have become habitual. They are rarely questioned. That habit has turned it into a reality. The teaching doesn't ask that these placements to stop. Instead, it asks that they be seen as it is, as placements, as additions to what's actually happening. When a placement is seen as a placement, it does not carry the same certainty. It weakens the reality, what we think, what is real. This reduces the friction, not because the friction is removed, but because we see through it, but because the framing that creates friction is less convincing. We understand the reality slowly, and the illusion, what we thought is real, starting to fade. When something unpleasant appears, that added story says this is coming from outside and this is happening to me. This doubles the weight of the appearance, that occurrence. If the added story is seen as added, the appearance is still unpleasant. But it is not framed as an attack from another side to another. This is not a technique to manage feelings. It's the way of seeing the truth. It's the way of seeing what is being added to feelings, the events, the occurrences. The same applies to pleasant appearance. Pleasant appearances is often framed as something good coming from outside to me. This framing carries expectation and grasping of cleanliness. But unlike this framing is seen as it is, this pleasant appearance becomes simpler. It is not loaded with ownership or projection. This seeing does not make that life special. It makes the interpretation lighter. It reduces the fire inside you, that cleanliness. The teaching is not trying to replace one story with another. If you use thoughts to cover up thoughts, then you have failed again. Actually, do not believe because someone doing it, but try to teach yourself. That's how you can understand. This addition, which is kind of like don't know basically it appears already there before interpretation resumes. It's our ignorance that didn't see it. In that pause, there's no inside, no outside. There's only what appears. This is not something mystical. It's something ordinary that humans have overlooked throughout their whole life. When this is seen again and again, you start to see it like the way you learned things since your childhood. You cannot learn it just by one go, but you have to study how the way we study. Now you have to see it, try to see it again and again. Once you see it, the weight of this fake illusion, these interpretations starting to reduce gradually. This outside is real, is me, myself. is real concepts gradually starting to reduce. Life continues, language continues, this communication continues, the story continues. But what has changed is not the experience itself. You feel things. Your sensation works as usual. Your eyes seeing as usual. Your ears hear as usual. You cannot stop it. It happens naturally. We never started it, so we cannot stop it also. But change is not the experience itself, but the certainty with which experience is framed and divided, owned, located. But change is the wrong view, the wrong conception, that we believe that the outside was real, that the me, myself, is real. There is a me who experience that real outside. That's the change. That's gonna be the change. Everything else going to be work as how it used to be. But in your mind, you have realized the truth. You already know the illusion. A sound appears. A late you have become. This talk is not about stopping meaning. It is about noticing the meaning as something late over appearances. When meaning is noticed as meaning, it has less authority. In here, authority means the power to define what is happening without being questioned. When the meaning is unquestioned, experience is interpreted in a fixed way. When meaning is seen as added, experience is less fixed. One of the strongest meanings added is the meaning of possession. Something is taken to be over there. Something is taken to be in here. This meaning of possession is rarely noticed as meaning. It is taken as a fact about experience. But check what is actually present. When a color appears, is possession found in the color itself? Or is possession something thought about the color? It's like looking at a painting and trying to decide the position, the distance. When a sensation appears, is the position found in the sensation itself? Or is the position something thought about the sensation? The thing is, we are used to it. Now it automatically happens, comes. A child didn't know when they felt the sensation, where is it from? But now we have learned, and now it happens automatically. We don't even need to think twice where the position is. We already know where is it, whether it's our hand or leg or head, anywhere. The idea of position is not found in the appearance, though. It is found in description. It is added later. The same is true for the idea of center. There is an assumption of a center from which experience is happening. Check what is actually present. Is a center present in what appears? Or is a center a way of organizing what appears into a story? It is not found in appearance. It is found in the interpretation, this added story. When the idea of position and the idea of centers are combined, the sense of inside and outside is this sense is true because it organizes experience efficiently. It is not wrong as a way of organizing. It is misleading when taken as a description of how experience actually exists. This sense is wrong because it organizes experience efficiently. But it is not wrong as a way of organizing. It is misleading when taken as real, taken as a description of how experience actually exists, because that's not the reality. That's what we use to uh, make things easy. Buddha's teaching is here, is very simple. Notice that built up or organized or added part as it is. Do not mistake it for reality. And it's the hardest part because we are used to it. Because that has become habitual. Now we have to penetrate through it. We have to understand what's the reality, what's the truth. This noticing, this understanding the truth doesn't require changing the way we communicate or see things or experience. It just only requires to see it as it is. See it that it is something being done. You just have to come back to your correct perception, not believing and in that wrong perception that the wrong view is the real, wrong view is the reality. When something is seen as being done, it can be seen differently at times. This difference does not come from effort, it comes from clarity. You may notice that sometimes the sense of inside and outside loosens, it tones, on it tones. Then also it returns back. That's normal because the habit is very strong. The teaching does not tend to keep the loosening permanent. It points to the fact that loosening can happen at all. Once it has become habitual, you will slowly starting to turn to that way. But it won't happen in one moment. It will slowly, gradually happening process. The fact that loosening can happen means the structure is not inherent in what appears. In another way, it confirms that the experience or the appearances are just appearances. What we call the reality is not the reality. If we can change that wrong perception, then it is definitely not the reality. What is inherent in what appears is appearing itself. Everything else is subtle. This does not mean it's bad. It means it's optional. It can be used. Optional doesn't mean you can use it that way. It means it is not built into the appearance itself. It is just an added part. This real outside, this labelings, this me, myself concepts. This distinction is important. It removes the sense that the way experience is framed is the only possible way. When this sense is removed, there is less pressure to fix or secure experience. Experience doesn't need to be secured. Only a framing seeks security. That framing seeks security because it believes there is a person, a center that can be threatened by what appears in that so-called outside. But when the framing is seen as fame or seen as an fake illusion, the urgency of securing slowly weakens. It's not dropping at once, but it's slowly, gradually weakening. Life continues, responses continues, thoughts continues, our body senses, our sense of faculties continues, preferences continues. But what weakens is the feeling that there is a fixed position, that there is a fixed me inside, and there's a fixed real outside. What weakens is the feeling that there is a fixed position that must be defended against what appears. This illusion, this wrong view, this wrong perception, this ignorance is a habit that we have developed throughout our life. It works quietly in the background. We cannot even figure out. It's really hard to see through it. Unless we listen to this Dhamma. It does not announce itself. It does not feel like an action. It feels like the way things are. It feels like this is the reality. But it's really hard to figure out. It's an illusion. It's controlling it. It's running in the background. This habit is the interpretation itself. It does not wait. It moves very quickly. Before a moment is noticed, Interpretation has already shaped it. For instance, let's say someone scolded you. Before the moment that hearing a sound is noticed, that interpretation that someone has scolded me has already performed, already formed, shaped. Because it's also a habit. That's how we are used to it. That's how we used to communicate, deal with so far. Now it has become habitual, and because of that, this interpretation is fast. It's rarely noticed. It's rarely seen as an interpretation. It is taken as the description of what is happening, not as a sound, but as the added part, the added built up story. This talk is about slowing down enough to notice that interpretation, that added or built up story is taking place. When something appears, there is appearance. Almost at the same time, there is a description for that appearance that we learned by far. Anger, someone blaming me, someone praising me. There is someone running, a bird is flying. But what happened was actually our ear generate a vibration and our eyes generate colors. Where is this story? Did the eye or did the ear edit the story? No, it's the mind. It's the mind consciousness. It's the mind consciousness that interpreted this thing happened. Then they got something from our sense faculties. That's the ignorance. That's the unable to see the truth. What's really happening as it is. When something appears, there is just the appearance. That description is not part of that appearance. It is the addition. This addition may be simple. This is a sound. Or it may be complex. This sound is disturbing me. Or this is the sound of someone blaming me. Or someone praising me. The first description names. The second description places meaning and position. But both of these are unnecessary additions. Neither is found in the sound itself. Same apply to all other sense faculties. Let's say a sensation appears, then the story appears again. This sensation is happening to me. The me in this story is not found in the sensation itself, but it is a part of the description added to this sensation. It is the interpretation. Because that's how we are used to. And now it happens very fast. This description is added immediately. We can't even notice that it is added, and it feels like the part of the sensation itself. That's the ignorance. This is how the insight is formed. Insight is not found in a sensation, it is formed by the description that places sensation in relation to a center. The same is true for mind. For outside. Outside is not found in color or sound. It is formed by the description that places the color and sound away from the center. The center itself is also not found in the appearance. It is part of the same description. So there are three things that are added together: a center, an inside, and an outside. None of these are found in what appears. They are found in the way what appears is described. This added part is useful. It allows functioning, communication, coordination. It's not the problem actually. The real problem is mistakenly taken this description or added part as the reality. Mistaken it for how things actually are. When this added description is mistaken for reality, this sense of inside or mind, or me, myself, this I-ness, and the real outside become solid. When the senses of deduction is solid, the experience is framed as confrontation, one side acting and the other side being acted upon. Even though we see it like this, when it happens at once, as one. What we see outside is the me itself. Then we believe it's real. It gives us tension. But when we see through this illusion, it becomes lighter. It doesn't remove from life, but instead it removes the layer of tension created by this misinterpretation. You may notice sometimes these experiences, these occurrences feel less heavy. Nothing special has happened because the feeling has loosed for a moment. And then later on it can return. That's normal. That's okay. It's not, this Dhamma is not trying to prevent it from returning again at once. It's slowly happening. It's gradually fading. Our experience continues. Responses continuous. That sense of I-ness which being positioned against what appears outside is getting less strong. That fire is gradually reducing its power. It doesn't need to be explained. It can be noticed by yourself. You cannot stop anything. It's just that burning, that fire inside you, gradually starting to fade away. තෙරුවන් සරණයි පොඩි.
Therwan Saranai. Just what you listened to was one of our Dhamma friends giving the sermon as a part of this 24-hour PeoTV Buddothpada English discussions. We worship Triple Gem with utmost respect, and we also worship Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend, our guide and our teacher, Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and also our Dhamma friends who are helping us from the back of the screen with technical side. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is yet another session that we are going to discuss some of the Dhamma facts. As most of you know, this is a 24-hour program where each different people will be discussing the Dhamma facts guided by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse. And these explanations that we are doing all are based from what he has explained to us, which originally has come from the Lord Buddha's teaching, which was done in 2600 years ago. So it was disclosed in the Pali language, and this has been translated to many languages, including English and Sinhalese, and also Tamil. So sometimes during the translation, and sometimes when it is written in the books, which was not the case during the time that Lord Buddha was living. That time there were no books actually. It came as a word by mouth and the understanding and inner transformation. So the Arhants who had the complete inner transformation could explain it with the help of the experience, personal experience. So actually speaking, there was no need for books at that time. Other technical difficulty is that this Dhamma is not something that can be written in a book. It's mostly led by the feel. So feel is not something that you can write. Feel, you have to use certain words and write it with the help of so-called language. But really speaking, feel is not something that you can put into words and write it down or tell somebody. This is where the things became a little difficult and complicated. When you try to write down a dhamma which has to be felt and understood, it's not going to be straightforward, isn't it? So, but after some time, after so many hundreds of years later, uh, uh, and when Lord Buddha was no more living, uh, and then the number of arhants also were changing and coming down in number. What happened was it was decided to pen it down and um, write it down as books, which we call Tripitaka, which has three main components. That is why it is called Tripitaka. Three means three. Word means three. So with that writing and also with some additions and influences from the other beliefs, the things have changed a little bit. Lord Buddha actually appreciated only uh, the experience, the what is felt. But now it has become a more materialistic type of religion, a more materialistic type of practice. What Lord Buddha said, there's Pratipada is what is important. Pratipada means you are practicing that, you are applying that to your day-to-day activities. So Lord Buddha always promoted and appreciated the Pratipada. But presently, this pattern has changed actually. More people are going for the offerings which are completely on the materialistic side. Offering materials, the people's understanding is that offering material and doing sort of large scale puja, alms givings, and constructions, those things should be given the priority, and that is how you can attain Nibbana. So that is the more you do, the understanding or the belief is that more you do this type of meritorious work, more merits will be collected, and that merit will help you to move or be born in a better life again, and also to have all the comforts during this life. So that is one of the very incorrect concepts. Since it is easy, since doing something like that material uh, type of activities is easy, rather than following this pratipada or this applying these dhamma facts to the day-to-day life. So therefore people tend to take the easier track, particularly people who have money, who are wealthy, think that they can get everything, all sorts of merits, and reach the level, a good level that they expect in the next birth. So that is not what Lord Buddha appreciated actually. He always said that Pratipada is better than Amisa. Amisa means the materialistic type of offerings, etc. But he didn't completely discourage also, because for a person who has just turned to this side, a person who has just started as a beginner, the Amisha type or these materialistic type offerings are also they important, because they will bring some comfort at the beginning. But that alone is not going to help, because what we call as ping or merits is another construct of the mind, isn't it? Another sankhara. We call it in Pali punyabi sankhara. That means merits are collected as a thing. What is meant by sankhara is a construct, accumulated product, summed up product, sankhara. So whether it is in the form of merits or bad deeds or ill will or whatever you can call, whichever form, it's just a mental construct, and that is going to prolong the samsara cycle. So that is called apunya bisankhara, where the bad things which get collected by, if you are doing all sorts of bad things with anger, aversion, jealousy, and hatred, all sorts of things will bring apunya bisankhara or bad constructs. Sankhara, as I mentioned, it's a collective function of a perception, collection of vibrations. Fastly happening vibrations are collected, and like making a packing of that. Then it becomes obvious. The power is more in the sankhara or the construct. When the power is more, it's seen as if it is real. That is where the consciousness or the vijnana is. So, getting back to this process, now we know that, I mean, you can do any type of meritorious work, and you can avoid doing the bad things which will bring apunya visankhara. But both, as I said, will prolong your samsara journey. But when you are doing meritorious work, you can always do it without expecting a return, or without making it another thing. Making a thing or taking it as a thing means that thought is real to you. That meritorious work, whatever you are doing, is taken as a thing. A value is added. You do not recognize it as a sequence of sensor functions. And not only that, when it becomes a thing, the person, self-perception is there who is doing that meritorious work. So you are back in the mundane world. The person is there, the person is doing a meritorious function and want to get some merits, like collecting money in an account. You expect that merits will help you to go to a better birth or a better realm. So this is a story of most of the people, including majority of the Buddhists. So when you understand this meritorious work, whatever you are doing is just another series of sensor functions. Your mind, your thoughts will be clean, and then sort of will be felt pure and relaxed with these activities. But you won't take it as another thing. That means the person who is doing is not real. The person who is doing is not felt as myself doing this meritorious action. So you can, we remember that Lord Buddha asked Vishaka, who has been a very rich businesswoman, who was helping the temple so often. She used to come to the temple. She was giving alms very often to Buddha, Lord Buddha and the other monks. And also she will provide any other needs of the temple. But she was in a Sotapanna state. That means there is no reversing. She was uh, on the path. She has reached the first step, Sotapanna level, where she knew that the world is not real. She had that clear understanding. And she had that understanding from the age of 7 years. So that is one of the examples to say that this Dhamma could be understood by even small children of 7 years. So when Lord Buddha asked Vishaka, she said, "Why are you doing such meritorious activities? What is your expectations?" Vishaka said, "I do not expect anything. It helps to make me happy. It just brings some happiness then and there when these things are being done." So she wasn't very clearly expecting and trying to collect some merits. She knew that it is not something happening like that, but she said it makes her happy, which is just applied to that moment, to that thought. So yesterday we spoke about the self-perception, how this story about this myself is happening. We discussed briefly, if I recap it very briefly, we talked about the baby with the radiant mind who had no idea at all about this self-feel. And little by little, when the sensor functions were combining together as a part of the Chitta Niyamaya, or the law of the mind, thoughts start forming, and this is where that self-perception became stronger and stronger. And more facts get collected with time, and more things related to myself. Now the child understands, child feels that this physical body is myself. And also the child feels that the thinking pattern or the thoughts are also myself. But the child cannot exactly, child or the adult who hasn't had the fortune to listen to this true Dhamma, they are both in dark. They both think that the myself means either this body or either this mind or both. So no exploring beyond that, and assuming either this body is myself or this mind is myself. That means the world is also real for that person. So living in a real world, myself will go through all these difficulties, the sorrows, happiness, everything. And at the end of the lifespan, I will be dead and the body will be cremated or buried, whatever. And I'll be born again somewhere else. So that is the concept that we all had. Now we know that this story about myself, where is this myself, that feel, it's not it's covered by a thought now for us. The feel of myself, the self perception is completely covered by thoughts now about myself. Those are self weaves. Now everywhere myself is there, everything is related to myself. And we always mention this repeatedly. Whatever is felt as real, whether it is a thing or a person or an action, whatever is given the value, and taken as real and not understood as simply a thought which was created at this moment. So, in any of those situations, the other side of the coin is myself. So, that is how that feel of myself was created. Myself or that feel is simply a current that you feel. You cannot locate, you can't show a particular place outside or inside this body. This is where that myself feel is there. But of course, for that, we know that the physical body is needed for that, because that feel is the result of a thought, fast occurring thought. And fast occurring thought is the result of the sense functions. And because of the speed in all these places, all these levels, current is generated and the current is escalated, becomes more and more powerful. And because it becomes more and more powerful, the thought of myself becomes even stronger. Existing myself, it becomes me, alive feeling. So that is the climax of this rising. And at the end, that current is maximum, and that maximum current is the one which is identified or named as myself. So you now know that myself is simply a current that you feel. You cannot explain a feel actually. One of the beautiful examples given by our R.N. Mohan says that tasting about the salt. Now you can see the salt and you can tell somebody that I am eating salt. But if you are asked, can you describe the taste of the salt? No, there is no way. You have to, other person also has to taste it and see, isn't it? So that is the nature of this feel. You cannot explain it. That is something that you felt. So this current of myself is also something that you feel. But if you describe it in words, that is a thought, isn't it? So going beyond the feel level, you have to go to the thought level to explain it. But still, you can't 100% explain it in words, because feel is not something that you can explain in words. You might try in several ways, using so many words, so many metaphors, using so many sentences, but feel is not something that you can 100% explain. It's like trying to explain the taste of the salt to another person. So, so that is the brief thing about the self-feeling or being alive. So this alive feeling is not something continuous. It occurs then and there, each fraction of second, because the 5 sensor functions are non-stop functioning. But remember, it's one at a time. But there is non-stop working of these 5 sensors. It's like kind of 5 flickering bulbs, or it's kind like 5 solar panels working non-stop. This example about this solar panels were given by our noble friend R.N. Mohan, because it is something that can be understood by any person in the present time, because generally people know what is meant by solar panels now. Or if you take an older example, it's like spinning 5 fireballs to create 5 fire circles. So non-stop, these 5 sensors are functioning because there is breathing. The physical part is functioning and the physical part is there. This function is continuously occurring. So each instance, there is a thought, each instance this thought is alive, and each instance there is a feel that myself is there. But when you collectively see this, because of the rapid speed occurring, you feel as if an existing or a persisting continued type of self feel is there. But it's like uh, uh, for example, lightning. We know that if you see that line in the sky, the line of light, if you see it in the sky, we know that it's a collection of mm, large number of dots of light. But it looks like a continuous line, but it's not so. Also on the TV screen, you see a picture because millions of little light dots are coming together. So the feeling of existence is also like that. It's not something continuous. It's something happening in relation to each sensor function. Each time when the sensors are combined together, there is a thought, and then each thought repeatedly vibrates. Each thought is a single vibration, and that vibrates again repeatedly, and you feel that as if the thought is alive and thought is real. Thought is real means the next level, or which happen at the same time, of course. The next sequence is that I am there. So this field of myself is a current, a collective dots of current which occurs in a very fast speed, but given the feel that I am really there, myself. So when myself is strong and rising as a firm pillar, it's for this myself that so many things are rallying around. The things that myself need, the things that myself dislike or doesn't want, things the way that the myself want to maintain, things the, that myself don't want. So now see, I mean, the whole world is around this myself, isn't it? In other words, when the whole world is there, myself is here. And if one of them disappears, the other party automatically disappears, isn't it? When the world is not real, when this inner with the inner transformation, when a system understands that this world is not real, automatically the other side of the coin, which is the self perception or the self feel, self view, those are also disappear. They also disappear. So actually, there are no two things here, but it's not one thing either. You can't say that the self-perception and the perception of existence, they are not same, but the self perception is a result of the perception of existence. So they depend on each other, and they are not one thing either, but different levels of the thoughts. So 3 levels actually in the thought process, R.N. Mahasi beautifully explains 3 levels of the thought. First level is that, mind you, these are not happening with time intervals. These happens that instant in each and every stimulus. So everything we know that everything is happening at this moment here. So as I said, the thought, the levels that our Aran our noble friend explained. You get the thoughts as a collective function of the senses, and it doesn't stop there. And what happens? Because of the speedy occurrence of the thoughts, the feel of existence, this is real. House is real, yes. My vehicle is real. And my son and daughter are real, yes. Husband is real. So you get that feeling of existence. That is the ittha sanyava. In Pali and in Sinhalese also, actually we use the same terms mostly. So ittha sanyava is the result of the rapidly occurring thoughts, which means the current which is there, the current that occurs in the thought formation is reinforced or becomes more stronger when it comes to this explanation. That means when the feeling of the perception of existence or feeling of existence occurs, that is stronger than the simple thought. And then what happens? It doesn't stop. This is another level. The next level is that feeling of self, or feeling of being alive, or the perception of being alive. So those are actually three levels. But as I said, they are not happening separately, not happening one after the other. Everything described in true Dhamma is something happening right now at this moment. So the final result is the one which is coming up always. You can't identify this equally. You can't identify this is happening now and this is happening thereafter. This is all knowledge actually. This is knowledge, and this is not something that we can explore and find out with our jnana. We are not experienced, or we are not advanced in that way. Lord Buddha mentioned all these, disclosed all these things 2600 years ago. And we are very grateful to our noble friend Aryan Hanse, because he clarified all these things in very simple sentences, and particularly for us who do not have a knowledge in understanding these from the Pali Sutras. But this is all mentioned in the sutras. So now we know that we get the final product. Final product means myself. I need these things. I can see these things, and I am the one who owns this. I want this change. So at the end, now we are always receiving the final product of myself. Now you can't talk about this, seeing the colors, hearing the sounds. Those things you cannot see, because all of them are masked or covered with this strong weave, self weave. Now myself is strongly standing up there. Myself who is experiencing the world is the prominent one. So now when we know this sequence, we try to go backwards. We have to dig down and find the layers which are covered by this ignorance. So knowing these Dhamma facts, these explanations, once is not enough. So many times you have to listen again and again. And when you understand these facts, you realize that this creation of myself is the result of the feeling of existence, or itta sanyava. Atma sanyava is the result of the itta sanyava. And the itta sanyava, or the feeling of existence, is the result of the thought. And the thought is the result of the combination of the sensor functions. And the sensor function is the result of the fast vibration in that appropriate physical body part. And further going down, what is the cause for the vibration? The cause of the vibration is the current which has been hiding there. Where did that current come from? That current is something telepathized at the zygote level. So this is our story. This is what we have to understand, the understanding, or when we say that we are living, this is what is happening. Very fast changing process of thoughts. So this is the mechanism. So this is a system that is taking place. Now, just we will compare the trees and the animals or human beings. Human beings also come under the category of the animals. Now, trees, this I think once I mentioned, trees are also breathing, and the animals are also breathing. And trees will move towards water. The roots will move towards water, and the top part of the tree above the soil level will bend towards the sunlight if there is an obstruction to the sunlight. So it will slowly move towards the sunlight. So in other words, it has some sensors, isn't it? But they are not like fast sensors, fast acting sensors like in human being. And trees also will grow little by little. And there are this bija niyamaya, or the law of natural law of the seeds, where that particular seed will germinate and give rise to that particular tree, that particular species of the tree. So that is a bija niyamaya. And the tree will grow. Sometimes some trees will die young. Some trees will get some various illnesses. Only some trees will grow up to the particular level. And then the trees will have flowers and then fruits. Not all the trees will bear fruits, isn't it? I mean, we have seen enough trees in our gardens who, for some reason, do not bloom. So again, it is just one of the niyamas, one of the laws. And there is no way to explain why it is happening like that. And then what happens? There are flowers, and then the fruits will come up, and this is where the reproduction is occurring. Now the seeds are there. Seeds, by somehow, there are so many natural mechanisms where the seeds are taken to different places and to continue with the process of the reproduction. So some seeds will be taken by the wind, some will be taken by the birds and the other animals, and some, of course, will go down along the stream of water. So many natural ways things are happening, and then there is reproduction. Fruits will come up, and then the fruits are being attracted by various animals, and the seeds will be thrown here and there, and another new tree will come up from there. And out of those trees also, as I mentioned, some will not reach the adulthood, some will die for some reason. And the grown-up tree is prone to have various illnesses like the physical body of the animals. And after some stage, it will die and then fall and get decayed and be a part of the soil again. So, what is the difference between and also I forgot to say that the trees are breathing, they need oxygen, and also they will have their own food production. We know that the leaves, when the leaves have the water and sunlight, the leaves become food factories and then produce some food that is needed to the tree. So isn't this the same in case of animals and human beings? We also start as a zygote and then grow up after delivery, prone to illnesses, and some will be perished, some will be dead. This physical body will be dead at some stages, even before it was born. While in the uterus, it can happen, and then at some stages, like a tree, it can die at some time before reaching the adulthood. We also have senses. 5 senses are there. The difference is that our senses are very fast acting. The way that they are acting, the current that is created is much stronger. What is the difference between the tree and us? That the trees do have the senses, but thoughts are not formed. So it stops at that level. It's something like the radiant mind. And also there's nothing called underlying current or nothing called sasava, which has been telepathized to the seed level. So that is a difference. The difference is that the formless nature of the current or the arupa sanyava is not there. And no thoughts formed, that means no defilements. And when no defilements, there is no current which is telepathized, and there is no current which is reinforced and becoming stronger. And there is no current which gets telepathized at the end of the death of this tree. So it's just one life and it's over. Now this process goes a little bit forward in the animal state. I mean, the tree will stop short of making the thoughts. But in animals, and particularly in the human beings, it will go to the level where the thoughts are formed. And thoughts are formed means the current is escalating, the current is being built up stronger and stronger. And as I mentioned a little while ago, the thought will escalate to the thought of existing, and the thought of existing will further escalate to the thought of myself. So now we know that beyond the tree level, beyond the story of the tree, something more is happening in these animals' systems. But that part, that extended part, is also a creation of the system, isn't it? There is no self who is taking over the baton from that level. It's also purely part of this system where we start with the sense of creation, and there onwards there is a system that is taking place. So this current is the one which is felt stronger, and that current is the one which the system labels as myself. So the system becomes alive. System has a power now. That power gives the impression that there is a person here. So that is the story between you and me and the tree. What our Aryan Mahansi says is that be like a tree. Can you be like a tree? Isn't it going to be a beautiful experience if you can become like the tree? I mean, trees do not have worries, trees are not happy. Well, nowadays scientists are talking about making trees happy by talking to the trees and etc. etc. But we know that you can't, whatever is said and done, we can't take it as a live person, isn't it? A live animal. The sensors must be indicating something, but there is no thought formation at that level. So, as I said, the trees are stopping halfway. We are going a little further. These systems are going a little further, and then we end up having the self feeling or the myself. So, even though we progress beyond the level of beyond the story of the trees, it's the same process. It's the spontaneous sequelae that is happening. So when there is no doer in this system, when it is purely the function of the sensors, which is moving forward and ultimately producing a strong current that is misidentified or mislabeled as myself. And when it is very clear, it is just the system which is moving forward. You can now recognize this story, isn't it? This is a story or a drama which is going on, and without realizing that this is simply a drama, we always become actors. So we take the characters as real, and then we are acting in that drama. So the life drama will go on, and then after some time, the drama will be temporarily over, and some other drama somewhere will start. So this is the story between you and me and all the animals. So if we take couple of Pali words that are talked very often, we can explain it in a more very simple way. We talk about Nama Rupa, don't we? What is meant by Nama Rupa? Nama is the naming, isn't it? Nama is the naming, and Rupa is a vibration. So what happens here? Naming a vibration that occurs as a fast event. Vibration occurs because of the speed. It looks as if it is really there. And when it is felt real, it's given a description. It's given some form of naming. That is your Nama Rupa. So these actually, each of them need the other one to survive, isn't it? Nama means naming, or the description. Naming has to be done to recognize or identify there is a Rupa, isn't it? On the other hand, vibration, without a vibration, there is nothing to talk about. There is no naming. So if I tell it again, the vibration should be there to name it. Without vibration, there is nothing to name. On the other hand, because this is simply a creation, only with the naming you recognize that there is something here. So in simple words, we are talking about Nama Rupa very often. In simple words, the vibration is manifested with some description. The vibration or the Rupa is manifested, and sort of some form of recognition or naming or description is given. In other words, a thought or a name is given to that. So even though we use so many different words, it comes up to the same point at the end. So Nama Rupa, in other words, is simply a thought. it's simply another stimulus, isn't it? And Namarupa is the one which we describe as Vijnana also. Now, when the vibrations are named or when the vibration is explained, naming or recognition is given, then the feel of duality comes up. That light is there, and then the experiencing person or the perceiver is here on this side. And it's dividing or duality is what is explained here. So when there is Namarupa, that in other words is the consciousness, or the light is there and the perceiver is on this side. Sound is there and the perceiver is on this side. So always the two sides are separated out. So in other words, a Namarupa means consciousness or Vijnana. And also it means a thought. So you can see, Lord Buddha has tried to explain these things by giving so many different words, because this process is not something which is easy to be convinced, because we have been going down the stream. Now, when you try to swim upwards against the current, you get lots of resistance, isn't it? The thoughts alone will give a complete masking of this attempts to understand. So because of that, listening to these discussions again and again is very important. So in other words, now we talk about the dependent origination. In Sinhala and Pali, we call Paticca Samuppada. What is meant by Paticca? Paticca means tying up together. So what is this Paticca Samuppada? In very simple words, how a thought is formed and how that thought is given a value. The sequence of a real thought, so-called a real thought is formed. That means a thought is formed, the process, and that thought is given power, and thought is alive. So, Paticca Samuppada sequelae, there are 12 steps or dependent origination. Everything is dependent on another thing. Dependent origination means something is originating depending on another thing. In other words, it is the cause and effect phenomenon. When there is a cause, the effect is there. When the cause is not there, there is no effect. And when the cause arises, the effect arises. And when the cause ceases, the effect also ceases. These are 4 golden rules mentioned by our Lord Buddha. So it becomes very simple actually when you see from this angle. When there is a cause, there is an effect. When there is no cause, the effect is gone. So it's sort of, again, if I give the example, it's like a coin. One side will not exist without the other side, isn't it? Always when one side is there, other side is also there. The most clear or obvious example for this is birth and the death. Now we clearly know that the birth and the death meant in Buddhism is not that physical birth and the death. Obviously, that also you can take it as an example, but it is more crude example. We know that if a person is born, someday that person will be dead. So that is obvious. Yes, that's true. You can't say it's incorrect, but the that is not Lord Buddha was trying to explain, not that very obvious thing to mundane world. I mean, mundane world, any person, irrespective of the religion, a person will know that obviously if a person is born, there is death at some point. But what was explained in Buddhist teaching is the birth and the death, or the arising and cessation of the each thought. So similarly, like for the physical body, if a thought arises and obviously there is cessation or the death of that thought is there. So when this happens in a very fast speed, we feel as if the thought is alive or the thought is persisting. That part, via part, or the death or the cessation of the thought is not seen. It's covered. What is seen is the repetitive birth of the thoughts, repeated birth of the thought, repeated occurrence, arising of the thoughts is the one which is obvious. So there is a continuous stream of thoughts which indicates or which gives the impression that there is a continuous mind which is lasting all the time. So talking back about the dependent origination, we briefly mentioned earlier also, where is the origin? Now, everything depends on another cause, isn't it? There's a cause, and then cause will give rise to an effect. Hetu phala dahama. In Sinhala, Hetu phala dahama. Hetu means a cause, phala means an effect. So Dhamma is a system of happening. So if we just go back again, Hetu Pala Dhamma, we know that the vibration is the initial stage. How does the vibration occurs? The vibration and the current goes hand in hand. When there is some current left, that place you can have a vibration. So the very basic root is the persisting, remaining current. So when this current becomes zero at some point, then there is no place for vibration. When there is a remnant current, left out current, then there is a possibility of having vibrations at that level. So the cause is leftover current, and then the effect is a vibration. So we can go to the level of the zygote, where the leftover current from somewhere is telepathized, and there is vibration in the vibration happening. And this vibration continues thereafter. And vibration, of course, gives a push for the zygote to grow further. So this current is now flowing underneath, and continuously there is vibration. And when the baby is born, the vibration becomes more obvious because there are now 5 solar panels coming into action. In the womb, only some form of vibrations will occur, but not very clear like the baby who is born. So when the baby is born, all 5 will start spring into action, and continuous non-stop vibration of these 5 sensors occur. Now the current is escalating, isn't it? Now we know initially there was remnant current is the cause, and the effect was the vibration. And now when the baby is born, the cause is the vibration, and then the effect is the sensor function. So the baby can hear, baby can see the shapes, feels a sound, feels the taste and feels the smell, and also there are some skin sensations, cold, warm feelings, feeling of hardness, softness, moisture, feeling of airiness. So those are the skin sensations. So now the cause is the vibration and the sensor function is the effect. In other words, sensor function means seeing, hearing, and feeling. Feeling means the mutta, which has three components under that: nose, tongue, and the skin. Further, now it will not stop there, isn't it? I mean, we know that after some stage, the thoughts start forming. Then the sensor functions become the cause, and the effect is the thought. And now we know that when it comes to the level of the thoughts, the power is escalating, the current is more now, more vibrations. In other words, 5 sensors are vibrating now. So more current is created. Like you are having more power stations in the country and adding more current to the central grid. So it's like that. And or you can say that there are 5 solar panels functioning, and then it gives a stronger input to the main current stream. Or you can say that there are some 5 fire circles which are spinning and gives a brighter light than individual ones. So whatever the example you are given, it's something escalating, something getting added, becoming stronger and stronger. And finally, the cause is the thought, and the effect is the feeling of existence, itta sanyava. So that is another level of the thought actually. So simply the thought is formed. That means your thought could be son, husband or wife, house, coconut tree, rose flower, and smell of eau de cologne, taste of orange. So anything like that. So your thoughts are there. And then the cause is the thought, and the effect is the feeling of existence, itta sanyava. And then the cause is the itta sanyava, or the perception of existence. Effect is the self-perception, final product, myself, feeling of myself, feeling of being alive, feeling of wantedness, feeling to maintain something. So all these are used to describe that self-feeling, self-existence. And maybe if you talk a little further, the cause is the self-perception and the effect is the self-view, or it is built up as a thought, isn't it? The self-perception further becomes stronger, and it is now simply a thought. Myself, I am here. So that is a story of the cause and effect sequelae. It's a natural phenomenon, isn't it? So now we know, even though we are different from the tree will stop halfway. That is again a part of the natural law. But the other animals, and particularly the human being, will move forward with several other steps where the thoughts are formed. And because there is an escalating current, except a system who has reached the Arhat state, there is remnant current at the time of the collapse of this physical body. So if you are not fortunate enough to listen to this Dhamma, and if you couldn't, even if you heard the Dhamma, you couldn't have that needed inner transformation and that understanding, then what will happen? Some current will be remaining. And at the point where this physical body is collapsed, at the point that the last breath is exhaled, that current will definitely telepathize to some place which is suitable. If it was a high current, it's very unfortunate that it will telepathize to a suitable place. It may be as an animal in an animal's animal womb, or it may be even things described as hell, where you are further down in realms when you talk about these 31 realms, 31 levels of birth. And if your current is much less, maybe the system is fortunate enough to be telepathized to a level that is in mundane world explained as heaven, or Sugatiya, we call it in Sinhala. So that is a story. The remaining current will do whatever is justifiable for that moment. And there is no way of changing this pattern unless the only solution is that to get that current to the zero level. And to get that current to the zero level, only thing that can be done is understanding this mechanism. More you understand, that intensity of that recurring current becomes less. And when the intensity becomes less, the tendency is that to go down or fade away little by little. So that is the story of the drama of yourself and myself. If I talk briefly about the 12 things of the Paticca Samuppada, or the dependent origination, there it's very clearly explained the cause and effect sequence. The cause for all these things is the ignorance, or avidya. When avidya, you can't just, because it is explained in Pali, avidya pacha sankara, that means avidya is the cause for the construct. Actually speaking, avidya is covering the whole range, everything, everywhere the avidya is there, everywhere the ignorance is there, until you have this inner transformation and until you reach the arhat state. So avidya is not actually happening at the beginning. That is what I want to say. In the dependent origination, it is given as a very first thing, but we get the impression that it's no more there thereafter. No, avidya, or the ignorance, is shadowing throughout. So it says avidya is the cause for the sankhara. Sankhara is a mental construct. Of course, when there is a mental construct, that indicates that there's ignorance. So it's not one after the other. Construct, or the mental construct, or the thought which is taken as real, or the thought which is alive, is just a part of the avidya. And construct means, or the mental construct, or the sankhara, means that consciousness. That means it becomes real when there is this construct, or when there is this repetition of the perception. It feels real. It is manifested as something, manifested as a really existing light, manifested as a really existing sound, or a really existing taste, smell, and really existing skin sensation. That is your consciousness, isn't it? Eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and skin consciousness. or the body consciousness. So that is where we explain it. Sankara Pachya Vijnana. Sankara is the cause and the effect is the Vijnana, or as if you feel it's real, it's there. Vijnana Sankara Pachya Vijnana, Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. Vijnana means Nama Rupa, in other words. Same thing is explained in two ways, isn't it? Vijnana means you have that vibration which has been named. So Vijnana, in other words, is the Nama Rupa itself. And so the Nama Rupa Pachya Salayatana, it says. What is meant by Salayatana? Your six sense faculties. So Nama Rupa means it is a collective function of the six senses, isn't it? Minimum of five senses, at least the five senses will merge, and sometimes the mind faculty will sometimes act as a sixth sense of faculty. But always the mind faculty is the result of collection, combination of the five faculties at some point, if not at this moment, but in a previous situation. So it is the sense of faculty function which is meant by Nama Rupa. And what happens when these sense of faculties function? They combine together to form these thoughts. That is where it is called Passa or Sparsha. So the five sense of faculties will merge together to form your thought. When the thought is there, when the thought is the cause, it gives rise to some feeling, Vedana. You experience it. Experiencing could be in different levels. Experiencing could be a sad experience, happy experience, or experience as if it is existing. So the Passa is the cause, and then the Vedana is the effect. And when there is some experiencing, what happens? When the cause is experiencing, or the Vedana, or the sensation, you can use the word sensation also. When the Vedana is there, then you automatically gets either attracted to that, clinging to that, or the aversion, whatever. So Vedana Pachya Tanha. So Tanha is the effect and the cause is the Vedana. Vedana Pachya Tanha, Tanha Pachya Jati. The thought has become a thing to you. Thought has become a real. Now the thought is formed and thought is given a value. Thought is real, existing. The Itta Sanya is there. That is where the birth is explained. That is where the coconut tree is born. That is where the sun is born. That is where the house is born. That is where the chocolate is born. That is where the oediclone is born. That is where the wind is born. So you can see now the thought has got the current to be alive, adequate current to be alive. So that is where Jati. When Jati is there, obviously it's tagged with Jara Marana. Jara means the changing pattern, and it changes the nature, and then there is cessation of the death. So you know that when this series, when it is explained, it's a sequence that happens, and then the thought is taken real. Now, even though we explain this as a sort of sequence, this happens instantly, right at this moment, in that stimulus. So when there is a thing which is alive, or when there is a thought which is taken as real, That is where Jati is, and obviously there is Jara Marana, two components also affiliated to that. And then Jara Marana, and what happens next? You end up having sadness, sorrow, suffering, all that, simply because that thought was real to you. So all these steps, you can see one is the cause and the other one is the effect. And that effect becomes the cause for another effect. So it's one after the other. It's like a chain. It's a chain that is happening as a sequence. But the importance is this. It occurs right at this moment, right now. So, in other words, this was the uniqueness of Lord Buddha's teaching, because all the time, until his disclosures, until Lord Buddha's disclosures, what was believed was that action and effect, or the karma pala sequence. This is something that is still believed in most of the religions. And also, part of our Buddhist people also, quite majority I would say, still go along that line of the action and effect, or the karma pala route. This is where all your meritorious activities and not doing bad things, that story comes up, because the outside world is real. You do not realize that this is just a simple creation of the senses right now. Material world is real. So when the material world is real, I am living here, I am there. And when two sides are there, the system tries to do good things and then collect many merits as much as possible. They are the effect of this action, and the action and effect story comes up. In simple words, if as long as you do not understand that world is just a creation of the senses, and there is no myself is also a creation of that sense faculties, that then you tend to believe about this so-called outside world. Then in such a situation, this action and effect comes into play. In other words, the karma, you can talk about the karma in such situations. Whatever done in good faith, or punya visankara, or whatever the bad things that happened, willingly or unwillingly, which are apunya visankara, again has been given a value, has been taken as real. Yeah, I did so much of merits. So I am planning to do more and more meritorious work. I want to give this much of alms to this number of monks. I want to construct a new temple on my name so that I can collect more merits. So now see where we are now. Is that what Lord Buddha was trying to explain? No, it is not. You are taking that real, and I am here. Obviously, there is the place for this karma, isn't it? Obviously, there is the place for action and effect story. And if something done bad, maybe hurting somebody, killing an animal, again willingly or unwillingly, what happens now? This thought is coming up again and again. Oh, I accidentally hit this dog to the vehicle that I was driving. Accidentally, this felt on that little insect and it got killed instantly. And this person is a most hated person. I wish that he's dead. Now, these are the thoughts that are alive in your mind, isn't it? These are the thoughts that will bring the karma or the action and effect story into play. So these thoughts, when you do not realize that these thoughts are not real, when these thoughts are instant creations right at this moment, they become alive. And those thoughts will recur more often when you do not realize that it is a fresh construct at each moment. For example, now this is what happened to Angulimala Thero, isn't it? I mean, we know that he was a serial killer during the time of Lord Buddha, and he killed so many people, and he was hiding in a jungle forest to escape from the royal army. And after that, Lord Buddha was extremely kind and then managed to take him out of that situation, and he became a monk. But after becoming a monk, he was pardoned by the king also, with the influence and with the uh, advice from Lord Buddha. So he was pardoned, but he couldn't escape from his own mind. He was feeling very guilty about his own mind of killing people. He suffered a lot because of that. What happened there? That killing that he did, all were true to him, all were alive to him. Those thoughts were recurring again and again, giving him so much of pain and distress. He didn't realize at that point that thoughts are always something that is coming up each instant as a new thought. And thought is simply a construct of the sensor functions. And sensor functions is a part of a system. And you cannot stop the sensor functions as far as long as the physical body is working. So he didn't realize that part. And maybe I'm sure Lord Buddha must have tried to explain that. But like putting some water to a surface of a rock, it must have just slipped away because he was engrossed in that deep, strong myth of me and my guilty feelings. So he didn't realize that this is simply an instant construct of his mind. So it's time Lord Buddha found a particular point to bring it up. And at that point, he being Angulimala, being a very intelligent person as a student, he sort of suddenly took a complete U-turn, and then realized that these thoughts are just something happening instantly. At that point, he changed his tracks from the action and cause track to the cause and effect track. If he didn't change like that, if he didn't understand that point, he would have suffered for the rest of the life, and surely even after being a monk, he would have ended with the birth of a very low realm because of the strong current and the strong vibration that he had continuously. And he was very fortunate, and with all the guidance of the Lord Buddha, our teacher, he used the very correct time, very correct point to bring up this matter and then get him to understand. So this is the story. So wherever you think that the world and myself are real, that as long as you do not understand this is just a creation of the senses at that moment, with ever-changing pattern, with every fraction of second it is changing. But because it's happening at such a speed, it looks as if a continuous, straightforward, single mind, single thought. And as long as you are on that stream, you have the action and the effect sequence, and you have to suffer with that action and effect thing. That means the karma. We say karma pala denawa in Sinhalese. That means you have to suffer with that effects of the karma. But isn't it very beautiful to hear? So pleasing to hear that there is nothing actually called karma. If you understand this true Dhamma stream, if you understand this true darshana, where what Lord Buddha said was that I found something unique. I found something completely different, something that you have never heard. This Dhamma is something not heard at all in the previous times. That is what he said to the 5 disciples that he preached this Dhamma as the very first sermon. He said, listen to me. This is not something that you all knew earlier. This is something unique, something different. That is your cause and effect phenomenon. Out of those 5 disciples, one of them was, after being an arhat, he was walking on a street for alms, and one of the 2 main disciples of Lord Buddha, Sariyut, before he became a monk, he was actually just feeling he wanted to find the truth. Actually, he was sort of kind of desperate to find the truth. So he met this monk, and the appearance of the monk was very pleasant, and he asked, who is your teacher? He said, my teacher is so and so, Lord Buddha. He preaches about cause and effect Dhamma. I do not know much details, but better to meet him and find out from him. So in other words, that shows that you don't need actually a huge knowledge for this one. The Asaji Tero, that Arhant who mentioned that, said that, I do not know much about this Dhamma, but what I understood was that this is all cause and effect phenomenon. Better to ask Lord Buddha for details. So straight away he came and he became a monk. And later he was named as Sariyut, and he was one of the 2 chief disciples of Lord Buddha. So this story about this cause and effect phenomenon is mentioned again and again, and it is repeated in Dhamma teaching, Dhamma disclosures. So simply, this has been actually simplified very much by our R.N. Mahansi, our noble teacher. Because when you talk in Pali words like the dependent origination or Paticca Samuppada, it looks something very complicated. But in simple words, when our noble teacher R.N. Mahansi explains it, that if a thought is given a value, if a value is added to the thought, or if a thought is taken as real, that is where everything is there. That means a world is there, yourself is there. That is where you talk about the birth and the death. And that is where you talk about the karma, or you talk about the action and the effect. At the point where it is clarified and it is very clearly understood that it's everything is a cause and effect phenomenon, and world is just a creation of the sense faculties. World is something that is created right now at this moment, and when the world is taken as real, automatically the next thought, next level of thought is that myself. So world means I am also there. So these are two streams actually. You have to leave one side and come to the other side, isn't it? I mean, you can't believe about the karma, or you can't believe about the cause, the action and effect, and at the same time understand the true Dhamma. So understanding true Dhamma means you are leaving uh, that stream, and you are coming to the real side. So I'm sure when you listen to these uh, sermons throughout the day, 24 hours, some you might hear some recordings also from our noble teacher Varen Mahase's recordings. Anyway, that polishes little by little. What you heard is being polished. And when something is heard repeatedly, it becomes real in such a way. Now we know one of the examples is that our R.N. Mahase, our noble friend, gives is that if a person is called always, you are a thief, you are a thief, you are a thief. If he's bombarded with this word, you are a thief, then that person or that system tend to have an idea, oh, maybe I am a thief. Yes, okay, I'm a thief, probably. So that system will accept it. It's something like that. When something happens again and again, repeatedly, we call it abhisankarane, or the volitional formation, which actually doesn't give the exact meaning that we want to convey. Abhisankarane means it is strengthened, empowered, or reinforced. So when some idea, some thought is reinforced or empowered, it becomes real, isn't it? This is what happens to this self-feeling also. Now, from the small age, this self-perception occurs again and again. Various inputs are there. It's like feeding the computer with various data to strengthen something. So all five senses will non-stop flicker and give rise to some form of vibrations. And all these vibrations have some input to empower or reinforce this thought of myself or this self-perception. So when it is empowered over a long time, longer the period, it becomes stronger, isn't it? So this feeling of myself, of this self-perception, is something that is empowered over the time, very frequently. With each stimulus, it gives a little flicker of current to that. So that is how now we have got this concept, myself. It's very strong. It's like something engraved on a stone, isn't it? So now turning back is not easy. Turning back also has to be done in the same way. Now again, we have to give the repeated backward currents. There is no one here, and only a sensor function. The feel that you as if you are living is simply a current. It's simply a combination of the sensor faculties. Now these backward currents has to be given again and again and again. then only you can reverse that strong, empowered thought, isn't it? Like you repeatedly saying that you are a thief. An innocent person will become really a thief when you are bombarded with that word. Or now see, sometimes this is something that is more practical, I would say. Sometimes this happens. It can happen from a teacher. It can happen from an adult, even occasionally from a parent. You are not capable of doing anything. A child might be given this feeling. You are not good at anything. You are not good at any of these things. You are not successful in any of these things. Now see, when this type of uh, uh, strong talk is given to a person, it can be an adult, it can be a child, right? So when this is strongly mentioned again and again and again, actually that person becomes really incapable of doing anything. The talents that the person had becomes blunted and then becomes zero. This is what happens now. This is how this self-perception also built up. Repeated stimuli, repeated volitional formation will make that self-feeling very strong and becomes kind of permanent. So when you want to reverse it, as I said, that opposite type of stimuli, opposite type of perception has to be repeatedly given. It's like a person who was morally very down because of the repeated comments by whoever, maybe the boss in the office or a teacher or a guardian or a parent or a sibling who is telling a person that you are not good at it. Don't do it hereafter because it's useless and you are a useless person. And from that point, if somebody gives you the uh, reversing type of comments, surely that person will have a different way of performing. There will be more energy and there will be current to reverse that flow. So this is what happens now when the Atma Sanya or the self perception or the self view is strong. It's not easy to reverse it, but listening to this Dhamma again and again and again, and going through these sermons on Darshana, sermons about true Dhamma facts, and repeatedly bombarding with this idea that this is only a set of senses which are functioning and there is no person here. Then little by little that solid trunk of that self view becomes loosened, isn't it? And then you are swimming upwards against the current. So I remember one of R.N. Mahase's examples. He was saying that when he was young, he was doing very bad at school because he didn't have much encouragement, and he wasn't encouraged about the good things that he was doing. But because of that, he had very negative thoughts about the studying also. And at one stage, his grandmother simply told him that you can do it, you can study well, so work hard. That sort of positive comments were given by his grandmother, who was very loving to him. And that sentence, a simple comment made by that grandmother, actually pushed him with such a strong current, and he was doing very well in the next 2-3 terms at school. In fact, he has become the first in the class. So that story he has told us because that shows that in the repeated way, repeated volitional formation or repeated empowerment, repeated reinforcements, which gives us the strong feeling of self, can be turned by 180 degrees to the opposite direction. 360 degrees completely U-turn to the opposite side. Again with repeated uh, reinforcements, repeated clarifying of these true Dhamma facts. We are now from the level that the world and myself is real. Now we turn back and then now see it as something created at the sensor level. So that is what you have to do. What can you do here? There's no shortcut actually. Listening to these Dhamma facts, and more you hear, it becomes clearer and clearer. And then more you read or more you listen, more you discuss about these things, it becomes more clearer. And at the end, there is a point that you do not have to actively think about it. You do not have to make an effort to think about it. Automatically, the thoughts will flow on and indicate that it's not real, it's a simulated thing, or it is a simulation or something just created at this moment. It's an illusion. And further, you do not get it as a thought, of course. When you see the things, when you hear, when you experience something, the sense of not something worth or not something real comes up. It surfaces as a feel. And further, we know that nothing happens actually when the feel is fading off. And you feel that just the system feels that it is just a lasting, relaxed, calm and cool nature. That is the nature of the Arahant state. So we know that we are, we want to be happy, isn't it? We don't want sorrows, we don't want sufferings, and we want to be happy. But something that we have to realize is that whether it is happiness or whether it is sadness or suffering, both are kinds of fires. Equanimity or upeksha is the term used in Buddhist teaching, where it's neutral, kind of neutral feeling. You can be happy, you can be sad also, but there is no fire lingering underneath. Without the fire, you can be happy. Without the fire, you can be sad. Now, you might have to face a funeral of a family member. So you are sad, obviously. So the sadness is just another product of your mind faculty. But when the sadness is superficial, underneath that, what is it? There is no deep-rooted burning sadness. I mean, it's something very superficial, isn't it? Same thing about the happiness. You will be happy about the performance at an exam of a child, and you will be happy when you gain something. You have completed your house and constructed, and then you have moved in. So you are happy. But that burning happiness is something that has to be understood by the self. That is where the word Sandittika comes. What Lord Buddha used this word is for, is that it's felt by that system alone. There's no way of indulging it from outside. It is something that the self will feel. The self will feel whether it's clear or not, whether a fact is clear or not, whether the fact is understood or not. There's no doubt at all about it. So that is something that the system will feel. So if I just summarize of what we were talking all this time, we know that it's a robo-like function, isn't it? A robo with some data, and different robots will have different data. So that depends on what the sensors are, what sort of sensors are. So each of us is a different robot which has slightly different sensors. And if you take the animals are also like robots, but the sensors could be very different from what we have. And the thoughts are also in the same way. If these sensors function, and if this is the result, and then the thought has to be a sad one. And if these particular sensors function, and then if this is the thought, and this has to be a happy thought. So like that, everything can be programmed actually. Little child doesn't know whether this is a happy thought or a sad thought, isn't it? Child will little by little pick up this as data. Parents will ask, baby, are you happy? Now, when you give something, a little reward, something that the little baby likes, and the baby will take it, and sensor functions, there is some identification. The parents might ask, are you happy now? So that feel that the baby gets, now he understands this is what is meant by happiness. It's a current that the baby feels, but the baby cannot express it. But it can be seen from the baby's face, isn't it? When the baby is happy, there'll be smiles and sort of bright looking, glowing type of face is there. That is the way that it is shown, but inside is a form of a current, isn't it? So the adults will ask, are you happy now? Now that data is tied up together, this is what is meant by happiness. Now there's a name for that current, isn't it? In another situation where the baby's doll is broken now, and again there's a current in the baby's mind. There's a current formed at this moment, and it's expressed in some way, maybe some tearing or the facial appearance, the gloomy appearance, all that. And a parent might ask, are you sad? Now again, that's a new data to the baby. This current that was felt just now is sadness. So this is how we got all these data one by one. You can, find thousands and millions of examples in your day-to-day life. How these data are added one by one. How these perceptions are added one by one. And the moment they get added, the final spark that comes up as a thought is decorated with all those perceptions. It is an accumulation or a coalition or accumulation or combination of all those functions, all those perceptions. So when the perceptions are more, that thought is felt very heavy, isn't it? Thought is felt very heavy means you have that heavy feeling, and that heavy feeling is described in many ways. Like that example I mentioned about the little baby, the child, the heavy feeling is explained as sadness, or the heavy feeling can be explained as overwhelming happiness. So that is how this story is flowing. We all are playing in this drama, and as long as we do not understand that it is a drama, we go on acting. We change the roles. Sometimes it may be the mother's role, a daughter's role, or depending on your occupation, a teacher's role, or a nurse's role, doctor's role, a lawyer's role, whatever. And then maybe the role of aunt, role of niece, or maybe role of the mother, role of the grandmother. See how many roles we are playing as part of this drama. Which one is true? Can you say this role is true? This is the true role. No. And also you may be playing the role of the wife. Now, which one is true? None of the roles are true, isn't it? Now, if you take the drama, you wouldn't take that role as a real one. But in this life drama, what happens? We take this life drama as real. And when we do not understand this is not real, all these defilements are there. When you do not realize that this actor is your enemy, it becomes real person, and then that is where the defilements are there. But in a real story, even if two people are fighting on the stage, or even if they are acting as enemies and having arguments or fights in the film, beyond that acting role, you all are friends, aren't you? You know that it is just acting, just a role that was played. Isn't that the same in the real life? We are acting different roles, but we do not realize that it is acting. We feel that it is real, isn't it? And then we continue to be angry with that person. We continue to be close friends of that person. We continue to be having clinging or aversion or jealousy or whatever defilements that is described. We continue those qualities, continue those currents. And remember the current which was telepathized at the time of the zygote. Most of us will have the escalating currents. Current will get further and further, stronger and stronger. So at the time of the last breath, the last thought will be much heavier than what you got as a zygote. So this is the unfortunate situation. It may be in the form of punyabi sankara or apunyabi sankara. Whatever it is a current. Whether it is the current due to the meritorious work, or whether it is the bad current due to the bad activities. Whatever it is a current. So if the current is stronger, unfortunately, you are destined to have something again as another birth. And whatever good things you are doing, sometimes if that last thought was on something which is in the form of anger or sadness or pain or whatever, then what was accumulated in your so-called account, your punyabi sankara, may not help immediately. So therefore, now that you have found Dhamma, now you are fortunate enough to listen to these explanations, and you have the fortune to speak to our noble friend at times and then ask him for clarifications. So now you have got the path to reduce the current little by little. So it's again a tough path, I would say, because this you have been doing for millions and billions of years in your samsara journey. So trying to reverse it in within few years may not be easy. But having said that, it's only a new thought at this moment, like it happened to Angulimala Thero. It can be reversed in one thought. You don't need weeks or months or years. But you need to have a knowledge about this darshana, where how these things are happening. What is this system? What is this self-feeding? What is meant by Salayatana Loko? The six senses are creating the world. So what is meant by that? So that is part of your effort, your willingness. You should have the willingness to learn about these things, and you should make an effort to listen again and again and then be thorough. So that part you have to do. Once you realize this, and then it is a matter of just getting it applied automatically to what you are doing. So when you understand these facts, rest actually becomes automatically happening. Some stages now we hear sometimes our RN Mahanse, our noble friend says to certain mothers, you don't have to do anything. Just stop what you are doing and be relaxed. So that is a beauty. The moment you understand these facts, you don't need to do anything. If you try to do something with extra effort, then again you have lost the track. And you may be knowing that every day from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, we have a discussion session because there is no chance to ask questions in these sessions. You can join this 3 to 5 p.m. discussion time and then get the things clarified. Because some of the speakers will be joining that. And even if they are not there, whoever is taking part, will be able to explain your queries. And sometimes our noble friend R.N. Mahanse also joins there, so that we all can get together, we can jointly discuss your matter. And if there is anything difficult, we always get the help and advice from our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. So I hope what I explained so far, most of the things are, of course, repetitions, definitely, because there is no different Dhamma. There aren't any different chapters that we have to explain. Lord Buddha has done nearly 84,000 sermons according to the Buddhist history, but they were to different people at different points, depending on the level of understanding of that person. But actually, it points out to one thing only, where the truth is that this is just a creation. Everything is a creation. It's not easy to get convinced actually, because we have been living in so-called real world. So it's not easy. I want to say that it's not as easy as we say. It's true, yes. But don't get disheartened. Continue to listen to these sermons. That listening itself helps you quite a lot, because some of our Dhamma friends who are doing these sermons, they themselves have said that what I didn't understand any of these things at the beginning. What I did was I just continued to listen. So that bit of advice is very valuable to all of you, I think. All of us, what we did was that we went on listening. When the same facts are mentioned again and again, it sheds some light to the parts that weren't clear to you. Definitely it will happen. So you are on the correct path and you have found the address, as our noble friend R.N. Mahasi often says. You have got the address and you know, then you have come to the path and you know the address. So you are very fortunate to be able to hear this Dhamma, and you know that you don't have to go to any temples or any places to listen to this Dhamma, because this 24 hours you have this ability to listen to somebody's explanation. And this is a great opportunity for our Dhamma friends who are living in other countries. So therefore, we strongly feel that this, what our RN Mahasi planned as to have these 24-hour sermons, will be a great opportunity to many people who are looking for true Dhamma. So that is the end of this session. I worship Triple Gem. I pay my homage to Triple Gem, and also I pay my homage at Taran Mahase's feet. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May all of you be able to understand this true Dhamma. And again, I'm very grateful to our friends, Dhamma friends, who are helping us with the technology. Thiruvan Saranai.
And also power, no? It's a waves. This is sparking waves. We are talking about the waves, no? This sound also waves. Waves is sparking. It's a inside power is there. That's a waves. It's a sound. So we can hear. No, that's a body sensor. Body is here. It's a power. The waves. Otherwise it's a pitch also waves. This sound and forms. The sound and picture together. That's the kindergarten time. The teacher teach is a red, yellow, blue. It's the colors also. Chair, table, mother, father, everything. Is everything is a sound. A sound also existent. Otherwise, it's the something. No, there's a picture. That's together. There's a chair, table also existent. There's a something there. But that feel is the power. But it's a thought. Otherwise, chair is a thought. No, thought. Mother, father, and everything. This world is our thinking world. It's a mind. It's a mindful world. It's a mind power. Is this again and again and coming. The same picture. The power is generating. Its existent field is powerfully steady. No, that is the generating the power type. But this power is someone. These thoughts. No, thinking. That's the existent field. Otherwise, the alive field. That is the soul. So that's a power. There's a ignorance. Is this a misunderstanding? So that's a something they are real. The real is not a real. It's not a permanent. But our mind is given again and again and coming chair. There's a baby. Mind is coming. Chair is this. Just how? There's a bhava sanya. It's a Buddha's word. It's a bhava sanya. It's that's a stimulus. Every time, every thought is given to this thoughts. It's a okay. That's a real. That's a permanent. That's a word. This is the power. But there's a defilement also here. That's defilement is like a power. Just he want it after. Is missing. It's a coming sadness, coming suffering. Something happened, decay or collapse or something happened. It's coming to sadness and suffering because it's a mind. Mind want it again and again. Mind want more after what happened. So again. So this life. Some 60, sometimes 70 or 80 or this body, physical body is not still. It's going the decay, collapse. So rotten. So this body is not a permanent. It's a something happened. This body. So we are thinking we are going somewhere, heaven or somewhere. So we won't go into heaven. We are thinking not stopping. This thought is not stopping. That's why Andima tried to tell him this is destroyed finally. No, but it's not always happening because our senses creations. So mind sensor creation. So after death, going somewhere, it's a thinking. It's not stopping. That is why circle of birth we are talking. Because our mind, thoughts, given this vibration, continuing. And the build up in. Continuing and the build up in. So this is our mind creation. So not stopping. Not the place of stopping. That's why circle of birth. So but it's a thought thinking. It's a circle, yeah, going around, not stopping anything anywhere. But it's a thought thinking world. That's otherwise it's coming more than. That's a craving. Craving is the carpenter like that. Craving is a constructing this circle. So continuing. It's a craving. Otherwise, it's the defilement. It's same thing. No. What think? This someone this understood this Dhamma. It's not real. This world is not real. No, nothing anywhere. It's our mind. We are thinking everything. So it's not real. It's the nothingness. No, it's not real. It's not permanent. It's a mirage. No, it's illusion. That's what someone understood. This is the truth. That's the truth, Dhamma. We explain. That's the truth. Someone know the truth. It sounds. Sound is not anywhere. Otherwise, sound also waves. This is our sensor, ear sensor, given us the sound. That's otherwise is a picture. It's not a permanent light, no picture. It's not a permanent. It is a happening. It is a constructing. It's a sparking. It's a vibration. It's a waves. No, it's a quantum theory like that. Same. It's not anywhere. You see that sound? That's a strap. The strap is not anywhere. That moment is the happening. Otherwise it's the spark. It's a vibration. Every vibration have different ending. That is why spark. No, vibrate, waves. That's a negative, positive like that. That's similar. It's happening. Similar thing is the more than vibrations coming continually. That's the we are talking quantum theory. Same waves. That's the sounds. Sound is not anywhere. Otherwise, sound is not real. So nothing, anything. Sound or our ear, eye creation given our future, but it is not real. It is not. It is not real. Otherwise, is the sound also not real. Smell also not. It's a sense of creations. Constructing this automatically is happening. This natural phenomenon. Nobody is doing. There's a taste also. Sense of creation. Hot, cool, smooth, rough. Our skin sense also same. Hot also. Heat also. Hot also is the vibrations. Waves. Sound also waves. Pitch also waves. So waves, nothing, anything. Otherwise, it's nothingness. So this understanding is I think is today what happened, today you have everything. You also here. Existence field is here. Chair, table, everything, sun, moon, trees, houses, everything. Mother, father, everything is thoughts. Your mind. Mind not your inside the head. Mind is not anywhere. It's a spark. It's a spark. It's a vibrations. Sound also vibrations. Pitch also vibrations. Otherwise, sound and waves together coming. That's a thoughts also vibration. Thought is the mind creation. That's the consciousness, mind consciousness. We are talking. That's the ear consciousness and the sound and the eye consciousness in the picture. And together coming, that one is the mind consciousness. It's a chair, table, thoughts. This is a huge mirage. Nothing anywhere. Yeah. Someone misunderstood. That's a power is that's a fading. That's a defilements of fading we are talking. No, it is very important. No, it is very important to understand. So it's not easy because it's not thinking. Otherwise, it's inside. We can feel it. It's experience. You can experience it. It is very important, the experience, not a believing, not a trust. You can experience it. Now, you can realize what is carving the thinking in this. Sometimes your science is here. Yeah, tell us.
Yes, Aryan Mahansa. If I talk about myself, I was, listening to the Dhamma from long time, but I was not successful feeling it inside until recently. So I was just following the knowledge. That's what I feel like. And then, from few months or few weeks, I would say, I was thinking like, why I don't see this. Actually, when people talk in the our Dhamma friends talk about it, talk about this feel in the Zoom discussion, even I could not understand what does it mean by feel. It is very important to feel it actually. So until recently, I could not feel it, and then now, Aryan Mahansa, I'm still not like very matured, but like with baby steps, I understand that from inside of me, I feel something very different. Very different means like it's very relaxing, and then the density of the thoughts decreased. I can feel that, and then I understand that the power, the chitta power, or the feel of existence, that power is diminishing, and then the defilement is diminishing. Yes, sometimes I still I feel that like, okay, I'm going with the thoughts, and then my mind is making that illusion. But most of the time, I would say I feel that the power is diminishing. That's what I feel from inside, Darren Hanse.
Yeah, it is true. Now you are in correct path, no? Now you understand, no? What
Yes,
happened?
Aryan Mahansa. Actually, what I want to say, earlier time, I could not understand what does this feel means, and then when, Aryan Mahansa could easily detect when someone talk about it, is it the actual feeling or is it the knowledge? I did not see the difference earlier. Now, when I listen to the Zoom discussions, and then when the Aryan Mahansa talk with other Dhamma friends, I understand that what is this feeling? How should I proceed with this path? So I feel like I'm in the correct path only because I see the result. It is not that I want to get that result directly. What I want to do is practice this awareness, and then see the truth of this arising, and then the birth of this thought, and then the death of this thought. I'm just seeing the truth of it, and then practicing the awareness, and then result come automatically. That's what I feel, Aryan Mahanse.
Yeah, I think now you are very happy. I think now you have experience, not a thinking, not a thoughts, not a knowledge. It's your experience. No, now you are happy. No, what's the real Dhamma? What is the truth is here? No, it's an experience. No, happy now.
Yes.
About
Yes,
it.
Aryan Mahanse, it's so
Yeah,
relaxing. I mean, I
yeah,
can't.
relax and calm and cool. To get tranquility. No.
Exactly,
Yeah,
Aryan Mahanse. Yeah.
yeah. It is very
And I'm
good thing
really
for others
grateful.
otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for these discussions, Aryan Mahansa, because I
Yeah.
want to say, seeing it from different views. Like when we have these discussions, like this Dhamma discussion and all the other Zoom discussions and everything, when we see things in different angles, different views, we understand this Satya Dharma, Satya Jnana in different views, which is very helpful for us to overcome this ignorance, I would say. That is very, very important.
Yeah. It is very important. Otherwise, no more people know this Dhamma, no? No more people understand this Dhamma. So few people understand this Dhamma. No, very rare is this Dhamma. No, you are in USA. How is the USA people? They are thinking, no, does God make this world, or They are thinking after death everything is over, or after death going somewhere. No, that's a illusion. No,
Yes, Saran. Yeah.
but it's a science. No, here it's a practical. No, this Buddha's
Yes,
explain.
Saran.
Yeah.
Yes, I always like say to you that this Dhamma is so beautiful because it
Yeah.
makes sense. It makes sense, and then like everything connect nicely and without any
Yeah.
loopholes. That's what I feel like a scientist. Like as an example, if I want to explain something to my students in physics, so what I'm
Yeah.
thinking is like, where are the loopholes? Like if we have a loopholes, I have to explain. So this does not work because of these constraints. But like there is no restrictions here. Everything connect nicely with Dhamma. So that is really nice. And then when you ask about the people here, it's really sad, Aranwansa. Yes, like there are people who believe in different religion. It's not just the religions, it's just the concept or the philosophy, I would say. But most of the people are atheists. That means like they do not believe anything. So any religion or anything. So it's like most of the scientists, I would say. So like any person that I work with in my department, if I ask, that is the truth. So all of them, they don't believe in God. They believe in nothing, only science. And then
Yeah, good. Very happy, no? Very happy. And how tell you this, no? I think your students are very lucky. Otherwise, I think you are telling the science, everybody. What is this life, and what is what happened to us, and what is the truth is here. You can teach your student other part, no? Your subject is the physics, no? As your professor, no? You are studying your students. You are teaching campus, no? It's a big guys, no? The teenagers. They can understand, no?
yes, Aranwansa, like
yeah.
yes, Aranwansa. Without like giving them the direct hints, I try to give them some indirect thoughts. Like when I teach some concepts about the quantization or the quantum mechanics, what I give them is like a tiny thought, like indirectly. I tell them, why don't you think about your mind? What is the mind energy? Like that. Like I try to give them some indirect thought. If they want to explore more.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I think you are doing very happily because you are interested this subject otherwise, because you are your subject is this not a physics. I think is this one is the subject. What do you think?
Yes, Aranwansa. I think what I
life. What is the life? No, it's the real one.
Exactly, Aranwansa. So like I think there is a reason that I had to study physics. So that's what I think. To my understanding of this Dhamma, and then like let's say if I want to explain it to someone with this physics or like in a science way, it might be the reason. Yes, Aranwansa.
Yeah, it is good because physics is the five star. Sota is meaning is the Dhamma word is the Sota, Anusota and Patisota. Sota meaning is the waves, no. No, waves is the Sota, no. Waves is the speed. It's a happening, no. It's a speedly. That's the quantum theory. Otherwise Buddha explaining this one. No, Rupa, Tiko also Rupa. Rupa is a meaning is a Rupa. Rupana is the what is the word is Pali is the Rupana is the sparking of vibrations. No, Rupana. It's vibrations. It's a physics, no.
Yes, Aranwansa, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's physics. It's your subject final countdown.
Exactly, Aranwansa. Just the greatest scientist is the Lord Buddha, Aranwansa.
Yeah, science. It's a Trividya is the Buddha's word. So Trividya is how is our mind creations. It's a Kubbenivasana Sunyari. How is the radiant mind? The radiant mind don't know anything. After how is the sounds and firms and other senses creations and how it's together coming. Speed is happening, rapid speed is here. Is naturally no one is doing natural phenomena. Is automatically creating thoughts. How is this physics? Trividya is the Pubbenya someone how is this present moment coming chair or table or something is a thought. How is coming this? Is the history is there, inside radiant mind and after sense of creations and after this thought today, chair. How is coming? That's the Chatuppata Jnana. This present moment only the thought. This is not real. Is the Asavaksha Jnana is the defilements are fading. Egoistic is gone, disappearing. No, after tranquility, you are today in this way, tranquility. Just the final. It's a subject
Yes,
of physics
sir.
or science or is a Dhamma. It's a Dhamma now.
Yes, sir,
It's a
and once
Dhamma.
absolutely. Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
it's so beautiful, like this
Yeah.
spark. That's all we can talk about, even the
Yeah.
fresh spark. That's
Yeah.
all we can talk about. Yeah, it's really beautiful, Haran Mahansa. I'm
Beautiful.
really
Yeah.
I'm really grateful for all the Dhamma discussions and sermons that you have done, Haran Mahansa, which is
Others
really giving
is not a thinking, it's not a knowledge, it's a experience, no. Inside changing coming, no. No any egoistic more. No more egoistic, no. It's a same, no, everything. Nature like that. So everything is a nature, no. Not a human
Yes, Haran
thought,
Mahansa.
no, everything. How is this, no? How nice.
Yes,
How
Haran.
telling this others? This is not easy to telling others.
Yes, Saran, once it's just a uniform vibration. Any object, anything that we define, it's just created by our mind, and it's just one single vibration. But we make the itta sanya, but with the ignorance, again that itta sanya, the everything inside that thought is just a single vibration, isn't it, Aryan Mahansa?
Yeah. Otherwise, this death or birth it's not. It's only the thoughts. You see that this present moment we are living only this present moment thought we are living only this present moment. It's only the thought. It's not real. Otherwise, not history or not future. Is this present moment only the thought? No, future something you can think, but this present moment this thought only. No, you can't go future. You can't go back history. This present moment, only the thought. We are living also only this moment. This awaken to the moment is the word. What is this dream? We are awake in this dream. We are living in the stimulation. No, it's a dream. No, it's a dream, daytime dream. But is this now you are awake up? Oh, what is this? No death or birth. No one here, nobody here. How is this? It's not a thinking, it's not a thought, it's not a knowledge. Yeah, it's a real.
Yes, sir, I know. Yeah.
How nice this. You can
Yeah,
teach this.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
How nice.
So
Yeah.
how? Yes, sir, and once like the timeline that we created, just now you mentioned that like history, the present, and the future. Like I still feel that because I'm not there yet, but and then the dimensions are with just a single sound with knowledge I understand it. Like if I close my eyes and then with that single vibration, with the speed, when we project our mind to the outside world, like we see we make these dimensions, we make up these dimensions, so like someone is talking to me from right side, and then someone is making sound from my left side. So these three dimensions we create with this mind power, and then the timeline as well are, and so the future, like if it is a fresh vibration every moment, when we talk about if we can talk about a moment, it's just a fresh vibration, and then it arises and then it disappears right away. So how we can define this future, present, and the past? So yeah, still I'm feeling the future and the past right now. But I think with this process, when our mind power decreases with time, with the decrease of our ignorance, I think one day, yes, we might feel that it is just an instant. I don't know, Hansa.
Yeah, normally senses are working, mind sense also working. No problem, no. Thoughts are coming, it's okay. No, we are not editing anything anywhere. We are not editing anywhere. No, in relax. So people in suffering and sadness, but their mind, mind given them sadness. No, we can see like a drama. We are not editing anywhere. No, we are not like normal other guys. No, that's a change. Yeah, huge change here. It's very nice. This understand.
And then we need to feel it, like we have to feel.
Yeah. Normally, like animals, like humans also, we are not like that. We are not editing anywhere. Yeah, okay, no problem. It's okay. We can do anything. No problem. No suffering on us. No sadness. No, everything is okay.
Yes, sir. And yes, without the Itta Sanya. Yes.